This is the board. Yes, I think it's working. I think so. This from Zoom. This is from Zoom. Not from the room. What's the problem? Yeah. Yeah?
Be able to go into it.
Huh?
Be able to. So we have how many? Okay,
I don't know. So
about
17. No, that's 19. See?
let me see. Can you make? So you give them when we're ready for Anya to speak. You'll give her.
Yes. He was handling those
You're
things.
online?
Just he'll join. Where is she speaking? Is your mic on? Yeah, it's on Zoom, yeah? It's coming. Yeah, it's on Zoom. That's what I'm saying. That's what
We can hear.
Can you share file? Reduce? Yeah, I think you can share it. So, because you see, we are speaking.
Okay, so
Coming.
what you're playing is being played offline.
Have you tried it in Zoom? No, I just started. It's on Zoom. This is on Zoom. This is Zoom audio. Who's playing it? It's me, you playing. Okay. Because you see, we are speaking and you can hear in the room. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Salam. We are going to start our meeting in the next 5 minutes, so play with us. Thank you very much.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue, merci d'être parmi nous. Nous allons commencer à 9h30 dans quelques instants. Merci. Your attention, please. We will start in 1 minute. Welcome, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you in Addis, specifically to the ACA. Welcome to the Africa Youth Internet Governance Forum. Welcome equally to our online participants. Please let us know from which city are you joining us. My name is Mohamed Leminache. I'm the coordinator of the newly created Youth IGF Mauritania. I will be your moderator for this event alongside Keja and Toko Mia later. So I will give the floor to Keja so he can introduce himself, introduce the team, and an overview of the program. Thanks.
Thank you very much, my esteemed colleague from Mauritania, Mohamed Achi. My name is Osei Keja from Ghana, Ghana Youth IGF. I'm a public interest technologist. I'm very, very happy to be here. for the African Youth Forum. If you are joining us online, please do have in the chat where you are connecting from. The concept of Ubuntu Utu is here today. I am because you are. We are all gathered here, and we are going to ventilate all the tough matters. The Africa Youth Intergovernance Forum 2024, under the theme Digital Governance and Emerging Technologies, Amplifying African Youth in Multi-Stakeholder Dialogues. I'll be doing this too with Toko Meya. Toko, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Toko Meya, and alongside my co-moderators, will be taking you through today's agenda. I'm extremely excited to be here today. I'm the CEO at a South African-based nonprofit company and consultancy called Girl Hype Women Who Code. We are specifically geared towards bridging the gender-digital divide, enabling digital transformation through the empowerment of women and girls in STEM, through public education, through digital skills programs, rolling over from everything from your code clubs in schools for STEM education and girls, through to your women in executive leadership programs. We provide accredited and non-accredited programs, so you can get your qualifications through us as well. They call them NQFs, so your National Qualifications Authorities. We partner with both private and public in order to enable a greater participation of women and girls into the STEM industries. I also sit on the South African Internet Governance Forum, South Africa Youth Internet Governance Forum. In fact, I pioneered the South African Youth Internet Governance Forum initially as a NRI outreach activity, and due to its success, it was adopted by the state. I've been a part of the African Youth Internet Governance for a number of years, and also serve as a UN Youth Internet Governance Forum coordinator. So one of the sessions today is going to be a part of our Youth Internet Governance track. I'm really excited to speak on topics of interest, specifically from my perspective, looking at capacity building and capacity development for youth, for women, for girls, to be able to enter into STEM technology careers, looking at emerging technologies and current landscapes, from your data center, artificial intelligence, financing female entrepreneurs, financing ventures across Africa, and truly creating an enabling environment, especially one where policy protects individuals, where policy plays a prominent part in ensuring that there is a development towards the very Ubuntu that we spoke about, and also towards a greater, more unified Africa. I think there's a lot of growth that we can still get from the multi-stakeholder forum. It's very, very critical that we actually are in this type of a setting and environment where we have all representations from professional bodies present. And I think that the conversations that we have truly are not supposed to end here, but go back into our communities, go back into our parliaments, enable and provide towards policy, towards infrastructure, towards development, and towards regional intercontinental co-development that is truly sustainable, and that looks towards the future of our African youth. If we don't empower the youth now, we're going to have a deficit, and it's going to become a critical problem that we're going to have to look at later, right? If we don't invest into the youth now, we're going to see a deficit of solutions coming from Africa, and we'll see a continent that quickly turns into consumers. And if we don't actually look at how we can create in Africa that is regionally collaborative, and offers a promise for all, that allows for digital transformation, for digital future that we want to see, there's going to be major problems. I think from my perspective, firstly, I just want to say that the youth have a very authoritative and powerful voice, and always have. We know the power that goes into youth movements, starting with the Arab Spring in 2016. This is just one example where young people got together and changed the complete landscape right up until now. So let this forum be a pinnacle of change, and a vehicle for transformation. Very happy to moderate with you all. Looking forward to your insights.
Thank you, Toko. So as Keija said, the theme of this year is digital governance and emerging technologies, amplifying African youth in multi-stakeholder dialogues. To dive into the heart of the matter and learn more, let us now move on the welcome remarks. I'm giving the floor to Amina Ramalon from NCC, who is representing today the Africa Youth IGF.
Distinguished guests, fellow youth, panelists, participants, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you to our online participants for joining us today. Welcome to the 2024 Africa Youth Internet Governance Forum. We're pleased to see everyone today as we kick off this year with the theme, Digital Governance and Emerging Technologies, Amplifying African Youth in Multi-Stakeholder Dialogues. As the world rapidly advances in digital governance and emerging technologies, this theme is more than just being part of the conversation. It's a platform and a stepping stone and making sure our voices shape the future of tech and digital governance in Africa. In a world where technologies like AI, Internet of Things, blockchain transform every aspect of our lives, Africa's youth need to be front and center, not only as users, but as stakeholders who influence the design, implementation, and governance of tech. I'm happy and proud to see a lineup of young minds full of creativity, resilience, and commitment as panelists and speakers, not just today, but throughout the forum tomorrow and Friday. Our role here is to seize the opportunity to collaborate, to innovate, and to amplify our voices of youth in building an Africa that reflects our potential and our dreams. As we discuss and engage with the challenges and opportunities presented by digital governance, we must consider our responsibility in shaping policies that reflect our values and protect our rights. This forum is our chance to team up with government leaders, civil society, industry experts, researchers, to make sure our perspectives are heard and integrated into national, regional, and global frameworks. So let's make the most of this opportunity, as the future we want will be determined by the actions and commitments we make today. Once again, welcome to the 2024 African Youth Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina, for your excellent introduction and the outstanding work you do with the Africa Youth IGF. Your dedication is truly inspiring. Let us now move to, I will give the floor to Soren Masefa, who is representing the African IGF Secretariat.
Okay, thank you, moderator. As you said, my name is Soren Masefa. I represent the African IGF Secretariat. Okay, distinguished guests, colleague, and most importantly, the youth of Africa who are present here in person and online. On behalf of the African IGF Secretariat, welcome to Addis Ababa, the home of African Union, which embodies unity, progress, and self-determination for the African continent. We are excited to have you here in the 2024, the African Youth Internet Governance Forum under the theme of Digital Governance and Emerging Technologies, Amplifying African Youth in Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue. We are living in the era of a profound transformation where Africa's digital future is being shaped today. As youth, we stand at the forefront of this change. As the youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25, these demographic dividends offer a unique opportunity to harness the energy, creativity, and potential of your youth to drive innovation, foster development, and shape the future, the brighter digital future for all. As we delve into today's discussion, let's anchor our conversation in the global framework like the Pact of the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and most importantly, the Declaration on the Future Generation. And as we go forward, also Wizards Plus 20 review. This initiative emphasizes the future rooted in inclusion, equity, sustainability, and challenging us to think beyond the present and envision the world we are building for the future generation. The Pact of the Future invites us to imagine the global cooperation and make bold commitment to sustainability and equity. It highlighted the intergenerational justice and remind us to prioritize the aspiration and the right of young people. Today, while safeguarding the well-being of those who will come after us. This vision aligns seamlessly with the Declaration on the Future Generation, which emphasizes the long-term thinking in policy making to ensure a just and prosperous digital future for all. The Global Digital Compact also stressed the need for safe, secure, and safe, inclusive, and secure digital space. It calls for multi-stakeholder collaboration that address the pressing challenges like data governance, artificial intelligence ethics, and digital inclusion. Your presence here today, it reflects your commitment to the vision and your determination to ensure that the voice of African youth is in the global conversations. As we go forward, the Wizards Plus 20 process offers a critical platform for the youth to shape the future of global digital cooperation. It exemplifies the action and the innovation, placing young people at the heart of intergenerational partnership and advocating for inclusion and accessibility in digital age. Your role in this process goes beyond participation. It is about your leadership. You are here not only to engage, but to drive the conversation, ensuring Africa's digital agenda reflects the values, needs, and the potential of its youth. Whether you are addressing the digital divide or fostering digital literacy or championing the ethics of AI governance, African youth must lead the change to create the more inclusive and equitable digital future. At UNECA, we firmly believe in the transformative power of African youth. Our work in digital governance, digital public infrastructure, digital ID, cybersecurity, and AI governance is rooted in the conviction of the Africa's digital future we must shape by those who will inherit it. Many of you played a crucial role in the UNECA's consultation on the Global Digital Compact, which led to the Africa's Global Digital Compact Policy Declaration, a testament to the vital role of Africa's youth played in the global policy making. This forum is a transformative platform that goes beyond mere dialogue. It exemplifies your voice in multi-stakeholder processes, enabling you to champion bold ideas, forging meaningful partnership, and advocating for digital future that is inclusively equitable, leaving no one behind. Together, let's address our continent's priority in bridging the digital divide, promoting digital literacy, and creating opportunity for all African youth to participate in digital economy, which ensures a brighter future for the generation to come. As the African proverb reminds us, tomorrow belongs to the people who prepared for it today. So let it be the call for action to us, especially for youth, to take decisive action in shaping a just, inclusive, and equitable digital future. Once again, welcome to the African Youth IGF, and I would say the future is yours to create. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introduction, Serene. We thank the role of the African Secretariat for their continued support. We thank the ECA for the backing, AUC for the continued support too. And I mean, this forum, this particular meeting would definitely, we would be nowhere without their support. So looking forward to continued collaboration and working with you further. I'm going to have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Frans von Weizsäcker, who is a digital policy expert at the GIZ, covering policies in telecommunications, innovations, internet platforms, competition, cybersecurity, privacy, consumer protection. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Good morning, bonjour, bon dia, sabah al-khair, jumbo, salam nacho, akam, jeppa. So these were the 5 official languages of the African Union, plus 2 Ethiopian languages. And what I missed out is to speak in probably 97% of other African languages. My name is Franz. I am working for GIZ, the GIZ office to the African Union. So Germany is the largest bilateral support country to the African Union. And I believe the African Union is doing a very important work, generally on very different things of development. And one important difference I would like to mention here, the African Union development agenda, the Agenda 2063, has one major difference from the global development agenda of 2030, which is that it talks about African development by Africans with the agency of African stakeholders and African leadership. And this is indeed a very important spirit when we talk about developing policies and developing policies in a participatory, bottom-up manner in their respective spaces at national level, at regional level, at continental level. And in this spirit, we try to provide our support to digital development. So I'm responsible for the digital development portfolio of GIZ AU. And one of the major components of that is on data governance. And that's the reason why we're supporting the Internet Governance Forum. It's closely related to the question of whether the internet is staying one global internet or is it falling apart into national subspaces? Is data transferable across borders or not? And based on that, the whole question of based on the data as an economic resource, the question of how to overcome and how to provide a good African answer towards the debates on data colonialism and the AI industry that is building on this data as the resource that all the AI applications are built upon, whether they be large language models crawling the whole internet for content and then building a large language model for that, or whether using structured data or machine learning applications. All that relies on data, and the question is, who owns the data, who has control and agency over their personal data, and is it possible to transfer data across the borders? And that's a very essential question for many people who want to build their businesses and build their businesses in Africa. Is a big question for example, a startup in Rwanda, whether they can be using Amazon Web Services to provide their service, or whether the government is not enabling that because there is a cross-border data transfer limitation. And AWS has no hosting in the country of Rwanda. So these type of questions is what we're supporting, but in a process that is led by our political partner, the African Union. And we developed with them the African Union Data Policy Framework, which is the continental framework that is now being domesticated in many different regional and national environments. The regional ones are the EAC, the ECOWAS, and the SADC. And we have received 21 letters from the minister level of ICT ministries at national level who would like to domesticate, to build a local form of data governance, enabling the domestic and the African data economy, and building on that, of course, the AI economy. And that's why I think it's such an important strategic asset really to talk about and to make sure that this effort is not it's not a copy-paste exercise from saying like, okay, we take this European regulation, or we take that Chinese regulation or that American one, and then we paste it into our context. But it's rather an effort that requires multi-stakeholder participation, perspectives from civil society, from the business sector, startups, from youth, from academia, and the whole context of civil society. make these policies work and to provide agencies to those affected by the policies. So this is the background of our work, and now AI is of course the big trend topic, where we talk about ethics of AI, biases and disinformation and social media and AI. But what I noticed, the strong focus on AI policies, comparison, if in Europe we talk more about ethics and biases and regulation and so on. Most of the debates I've heard in Africa are about economic opportunities and the ability of African individuals to open their business and to run a profitable AI business based on that, and also to have governmental applications where applicable. So it's much more about the opportunities rather than the little bit risk-centered approach in Europe. And I believe that's important, that we need to respect these nuances of how digital policies are done differently in every context. And that's why I really fully support and happily support the African IGF with our support from the German Development Ministry, BNZ. I think this is very important work that you're doing. One side note, for those who might be first time at the IGF or so, one recommendation is speak to people and speak to those that come from very different contexts. Speak to other stakeholders, speak to business people, speak to government officials, parliamentarians, and so on. Make sure to build these bridges and understand these very diverse perspectives on the shared resource of the internet. This is one of the most added value that the IGF can bring to really overcome the ignorance that we have between different stakeholder groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your perspectives. It is always great to be supported by the GIZ in these ways. I think being one of the active players in advocation on the policy space, it's really good to hear from you, and it's very good to hear about the multi-stakeholder programs you already have, particularly the emphasis on collaboration with civil society, the importance of their voice, and the changing landscape dynamics that we've got going on as well. I'm now given the honor of introducing our next and keynote speaker for today. I'm very excited for this one. It's going to be Nena Nwakanma, and she is a digital policy advocacy and cooperation specialist, otherwise known as Nena from the internet. I am going to hand right over to her.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks a million, fellow speakers and friends. Thank you so very much. I don't have a speech and I really don't care. First, I noticed that the Wi-Fi passcode is going around and not everyone is connected. So let's clear that. Is there someone here who is not yet connected? Is there someone who is offline? Oh, yeah, please sort her out so that you won't be going around. Yeah, let's at least be inclusive on that level. Is everyone online? Okay, cool. So I've been told to speak for 20 minutes, and I think that will be like 2 hours. I listen to people, and friends, it's a good thing that you're here. I'm actually one of the old people who still walk around with this, and I take notes. I can take notes on my phone pretty well, but I still take notes because I believe that I can learn something every time. I will be saying 5 things in the next 20 minutes. I will say 4 things in 15 minutes, and I will say 1 thing in 5 minutes. The title of what I'm speaking today is Ain't Nobody. That's not correct English, but it's the way Americans say it. A-I-N-T, then nobody, ain't nobody. So I wasn't planning to be here. I was planning to watch from my room, go on Zoom, pretend to be paying attention, and then be doing other things. but they wanted me to come here in person. The first thing I want to say about emerging technologies is that for those of you who don't know, we've been around for some time and emerging technologies have always been there. Every single IGF, we've always had emerging technologies. Since 2006, we've had emerging technologies. So emerging technologies will always be there. 5 years ago, no one was speaking about ChatGPT. I co-wrote a book 5 years ago on artificial intelligence, but nobody was listening to us. But today, everyone's jumping on that bandwagon. But before then, I think we talked about the metaverse. And before the metaverse, what else did we talk about? So in the next 5 years, something new is going to come up. 6 years ago, we did not have TikTok, right? But now we have people on TikTok who have hundreds of millions of followers. In the next 5 years, there will be another emerging technology, and we'll be running after it. So I'm saying this as an entrance, so you will know that emerging technology of today will not be the emerging technology of tomorrow. In fact, there was a time the CD-ROMs were emerging technology. There was a time that the TV was an emerging technology. There was a time the internet was an emerging technology. There was a time the World Wide Web was the hottest thing in town. So my first submission of today is that emerging technologies will always be. The second thing I want to say is that governance is getting younger. It was Soren who said 60% of Africans are less than 25 years old. So if you were born, there's the joke that young people are those who were born in the year 2000. If your birth date has 19 something, you are old. Simple. If they said date of birth and you go 1, no. If your date of birth begins with 1, you are old. Simple. So my daughter, who is going to be 30 this year, who was born in 19, is already old. So imagine my own self. Governance is getting younger and needs to be agile like technology. So when we're talking about digital governance, we're looking at two things that need to be on the sharp side, on the smart side, on the young side. There used to be a time when we used to say tomorrow belongs to the young people. I don't believe that. I believe that today belongs to young people. And we're talking about those whose birth dates begin with 2. Those are the people who own today. 5 years ago, we weren't talking about ChatGPT, like I said. No one ever heard about TikTok. In 5 years' time, there will be technology that you're using today that nobody will be talking about anymore. So that agility is very much needed. So when we're talking about dialogues and engagement and participation, please keep that in mind. We're going to have a panel after this and we'll talk more about that. So are you wanting to get into, I think it was Amina that talks about shaping, your voice is shaping. Are you shaping the things the way the old people used to shape them? Or do you want to cast them in rock? So this meeting room was built over 40 years ago. You can't move anything around. Can you? The ECA tries to modernize things, but this thing has been here and it's not moving. Nobody builds meeting rooms this way anymore. And I'd like you to take this imagery in your participation. We're not seeking for youth participation that will be cast like this, like the times of Kwame Nkrumah. We don't want that anymore. Your participation should be agile, like the technology you want to shape its policies. The first thing I say is that emerging technologies will always be there. The second thing I'm saying is that governance and youth governance and its implication needs to be agile and young and smart. The third thing I'm saying is that you can't be in digital governance without digital tools. Governance has always been there. What is new is the digital part of it. Human beings have always been here. What is new is the inclusion of the digital perspective. So I am looking at people who are leading, going around whispering to each other when the secretariat should have a WhatsApp group and everybody should be tracking everybody. You see what I mean? You can't be governing the same way the old people used to govern when you have technology tools. 15 years ago, we used to sit in this kind of room to brainstorm about e-visas. There was a time e-visas were a brainstorming topic. But today I can tell you, in the next 15 years, hardly will you be going to an embassy for a visa. They will ultimately come around to e-visas and ultimately into QR codes. So we are governing with digital tools, even outside of the technology world. So ain't nobody telling me that you can't do much in Africa with technology tools, because first, they are faster. Second, once you get connected, you can get about the same opportunities with anyone. Once you get to technology tools, you are able to beat distance. You are able to beat time zones. You are able to beat age. So ain't no one here telling me that you can't do stuff because you are young. Ain't no one able to convince me that you can do stuff because you are sitting in Africa. I sat in Africa and worked for the World Wide Web Foundation for over 10 years. I'm not moving from this continent. Ain't no one able to tell me that I can't do stuff because I am in Africa and I need to go somewhere else. Please don't buy it. Ain't no one telling me that. I believe we can do stuff while we are here. Yes, we will keep fighting for connectivity. Yes, we will keep fighting for all of this. But once we have the digital tools, we can get things done. Digital identity is key. Data is important. The working methods are pretty very much important. I think it was Amina who talked about responsibility. I wrote that down. You cannot be a leader without being responsible, whether digital or not. Ain't nobody going to be a good leader without responsibility. Ain't nobody engaging in multi-stakeholder dialogues without bringing anything to the table. Ain't no youth going nowhere without accountability. Ain't no young person in Africa being able to engage in digital governance without being disciplined. I'd like to come back to these again. So please know your digital identity and defend it. Know your data and defend it. Know your working methods and grow them. Know your responsibility and keep to them. Be accountable to your peers, to us, and to the whole world. The African Charter on Children includes responsibility. We don't come from the continent where liberty means that you don't have a responsibility. As Africans, we owe it to ourselves to be responsible to our nations and to Mother Africa. Never let anyone tell you that you can burn this continent and then be happier elsewhere. Ain't no African happier elsewhere than in this continent. This is who we are. This is where we come from. This is us. The fourth thing I would like to say is that I've been mentoring young people. I've been speaking to young people for over time. If you want to shape anything, start now. How do you start now? Know your stuff. So when I started coming to ECA, I was weighing 55 kilos. I was slim and tiny like this. I was an activist. I could jump on this table and make noise. But I did what I could. I'm not sure I did it right, but at least I did something. Yeah? Know your stuff. You need to know your stuff. You can't come to the technology policy table and be telling stories. No, you have to read up. There are documents. If you come here without reading up on why you are here, you know, this is IGF. People just show up and like, what exactly is happening? If you come here with what exactly is happening, you are lost. Because people are everyone has an agenda. So please know your stuff. Know the process. I've seen a lot of you wanting to go to global IGF, but you don't know what is happening in your national IGF. There isn't any way that can work. Because then you are just a tourist. Please know the process. Francis, speak to people. Yes, know the people who matter in anything. The digital economy is an economy of networks. Build networks. Know the people, know your stuff, know the process, bring value. It is very easy to criticize what Soren and the team has done. It is very easy to say we should have done A, B, C. Anybody can do that. But ain't nobody able to lead without bringing in value. Even if it's just language, even if it is moderating, even if it is taking notes, even if it's tweeting with the hashtag, you need to bring value. I have seen people say, oh, we are not included. There is nobody from this place. When they bring you there, what do you bring? Nothing. You show up, you sit up, you bring nothing. They won't bring you back. Resources are rare. And if bringing in young people is just flying them so they can do selfies, that is not enough. So for you to shape anything, it means you are bringing in bricks. It means you are bringing in mortar. It means you're bringing in something. If you see people invite me to places, I know they have their own interest. It's because somehow, somewhere, I will serve their interest. If I wasn't useful to you, you wouldn't be inviting me here. You wouldn't be inviting me here. So please know that the world runs on interests, technology or not. And so if you're not bringing anything to the table, no one was going to have you back. I have said 4 things. That emerging technologies will always be emerging, that governance is getting younger and needs agility, that digital governance will need digital tools, and that youth and multi-stakeholder collaboration needs you to know your stuff, know the process, know the people, bring value. And when you have all of this, ain't nobody able to tell you that you are too young or too old. Ain't nobody too young or too old to get shit done. You can do things. You can lead things. You can be trusted to do things. Never let anyone tell you you are too young. Because the people who are telling you you are too young when you are 20, at 30 they will tell you you are not qualified enough. At 40 they will tell you we are looking for people younger than yourself. And by the time you turn 50 like myself, they will tell you you are too old. At what time will you do anything? Ain't nobody too young or too old to get shit done. So do shit. Start getting things done. They may not be very well done. They may not be perfect. They may not have all the 6 UN languages. You may not be as polyglot as he is. You may not have all the funding. You may not have all the positioning. But the bits that you can do it. Those are the 4 things I came to say. Now I have 5 more minutes to say the last thing. And that is the reason why I came here. I wasn't planning to come to Ethiopia. But the reason I came here is to do a handover. In 1999, that was 25 years ago, I was in this room, in this building. They were talking about AISI, the Africa Information Society Initiative. We were talking about the Africa Information Highway. We were talking about starting prep homes. By the year 2000, Kofi Annan was already the UN Secretary General. He was the very first Black African to be a UN Secretary General. It was with him that we built the World Summit on the Information Society. Over these 25 years, I have worked on open source. In Room 6, we started a working group that built the Free Software and Open Source Foundation for Africa. Somewhere up there, I signed a contract with ECA to mobilize African civil society to engage in the summit. I think in this meeting room, I came and I did a paper from my kitchen and I presented the state of Africa internet governance. At that time, we had the East African one, we had the West African one, but we didn't have the African one. So I came here, I spoke to AU, I spoke to EC, I said, we need to start an Africa IGF. And for those of you who knew, the IGF that happened in Kenya was the second one after the Egyptian one in Africa. I applied to the IGF Secretariat to give us a room for Africa IGF. They responded and said, no such thing exists. I said, by the time we finish in Nairobi, it will exist. So this is the 13th, the 17th or the 13th? The 13th edition. So 14 years on, I'm here to say, I've done my job. I've done open technology, I've done WSIS, I've done Africa IGF, I've done open data, I've done open gov. I think it is time for me to step aside. And so for all of you who are here, you probably wouldn't see me again. I'm going to support you from behind, but should not be the one speaking. If ever I am called to speak on an international level, I am going to mention one of your names. You know me, I know you, you know where we meet. If any speaking opportunity comes, you are the ones going to speak. If they're speaking, we are looking for African women, you should be able to do that. And so, the last thing I want to say is that thank you for having me. It's been so long, but I think 25 years is enough. I should be retiring. I will be mentoring from behind, but I shouldn't be the face of Africa internet governance anymore. Ain't nobody too young or too old to accomplish great things. Thank you so very much for being here for the whole of this day and the next 2 days. And for the time you'll be going to Riyadh to represent us, please know that we are Africans and we carry value. We carry value. We carry responsibility. Keja was saying it is Ubuntu. You are because we are. And please, wherever you go, remember me. Remember that there were people who slept 5 in a room so that we can have Africa IGF. Remember that there were people in 2002, if I remember, I had to sit down and fry peanuts and make them into snacks so that people who are coming to PrepCom will have something to chew. We've gone through different sacrifices for us to be here today. And for those of you who are online, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be there in person. Ain't nobody too far to make an impact. Ain't nobody too poor to make an impact. Ain't nobody too young to do shit. So fuck it and rule the world. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much, Nena, for that. I think definitely we heard the message. We have seen the changes that have occurred. But I think from a more practical level, you know, it's very easy to read a paper, but to hear about the people who had to, you know, fry the peanuts to get onto it. I think you touched on a number of points, and I think for me it rang many bells inside. You know, everything from experience in the workplace, very oftentimes. I mean, I have it all the time. You know, I'm in my 30s, and people are like, "Okay, you're too old to be a youth. You're way too inexperienced to be a part of this conversation." And so you've got this dichotomy, this conversation happening, but this is very much where I say fuck it, and continue with the mission. So thank you, and I'm sure everybody here is definitely looking forward to taking over the baton. Thank you. We have Ernest on the screen. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Keja for the introduction.
Thank you very much, Toko. I would like to briefly talk about 30 seconds about Madam Inena's speech. You know that speech that moves you. When Martin Luther King was giving that address in 1960s, he evoked the seminal speech of Langston Hughes. He said, if you can't walk, just run. If you can't run, just fly. But whatever be it, just keep moving. So what Madam Inena is saying that is that we should just keep moving as young people. And she's one person I've truly adored. All of us here, we've truly been inspired by her through her works and all. Someone needs not to mentor you physically, but through her works. Very serious, indefatigable, feisty, activist, empirical, very scholarly, and we should all learn from her. And thank you so much for gracing our occasion, Ms. Nanda. We appreciate you so much. So on to our next segment is Ernest Mafuta, joining us from Zambia, who is going to give us a brief summary of our pre-events we had on Monday. Over to you, Ernest. You can open your mic.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Greeting from Zambia. Just like Nena always say, my name is Ernest and I'm from the internet. I'm proud to see so many young people joining us today to help shape internet governance in Africa. Our recent pre-event held on November 18th was a fantastic opportunity under the theme Digital Governance and Emerging Technologies. During this session, we provided a crash course introduction to internet governance. Our goal was to familiarize participants with the fundamental of internet governance, highlight the opportunities available, and guide them on how to get involved. We had over 50 participants with an impressive 85% being newcomers. Wow, please clap for us. This remarkable turnout underscores the eagerness and drive young people have towards engaging with digital technologies. We discussed several points during the pre-events. Firstly, we explored what internet governance means in the context of our African digital landscape, emphasizing the need for youth participation in decision-making process. We also highlighted various opportunities for involvement, including assessing platforms, participating. Looking ahead, we recognize the need for continued capacity building around internet governance. The enthusiasm shown by our participants demonstrates that young people are genuinely interested in these topics, and we need to support this momentum. We will explore opportunities for more webinars, workshops, and training sessions to equip our youths with the necessary skills and knowledge. Of course, there were challenges. Some participants expressed uncertainty about navigating the complexities of IGF structures. However, the successes of the engagement indicated that with the right resources and guidance, we can overcome these hurdles together. In conclusion, the outcome of our pre-event clearly shows that the potential for youth to actively engage in internet governance discussion and contribute meaningfully. It is exciting to witness this rising interest and commitments among our peers. Ladies and gentlemen, I now give the floor to my brother Atanase, from DRC to conclude with further summaries. And I wish also to congratulate Nena for being a voice of the internet for a decade. Thank you very much, Mama, you inspire me. And to all the youths, I say, I'm from the internet, I'm out.
Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, Atanasi could not be with us. And so I'm just going to quickly cover the brief of what Enes what we were going to talk about, which is this year for the first time. We had pre-event webinars that were held in engagement and preparation for the African Youth Internet Governance Forum. It's definitely something that we want to do in the future, and it's part of a greater plan towards capacity development in this space. So I think a couple of colleagues and I were discussing ahead of writing the concept note, what would we do if we were to set up African IGF differently so that it can continue to be impactful? And this is one of the methods that we thought would be interesting. And we were really, really pleased by how African community youth from all around the continent got together in planning these events all around the globe. In fact, you know, people were up at all hours of the day to ensure that the planning for the webinars, the pre-event webinars took place. And I mean, not everybody could be with us here today, but it's certainly going to be towards a grander effort, towards collaboration, towards skills, and creating a greater pipeline of young people into jobs within the IG and, as we say, emerging technology space. That is a conclusion of our first session. We'll be now on a tea break. We have a 15-minute tea break. Please help yourselves to some tea and coffee in the ground floor. So you would have to go down the stairway. There's tea and coffee, and we'll be back at exactly outside in the tea area, just outside here. Okay, just before we go to the ground floor, if we can please do a family photo just outside the venue of C4, and then we'll all go down together. We'll be back 10:45. 10:45. Thank you.
Please let's be on time.
Hello. 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 Hello.
ወይ ተስፋ
በቃ ይሰማል። ጥሩ ነው። ጥሩ ነው።
እሺ
የኔ ይሰማል?
ይሰማኛል። አዎ ግን ሲአር6 እያለኝ ነበር እንትና ትንሽ ድምፁ ሲአር6
እንቀንሰው?
አይ ትንሽ ጨምሩለት ትንሽ።
እሺ እሺ እሺ። ከእሱን ቴስት እናድርገው።
ኧረ በደንብ ነው የሚሰማኝ።
እሺ እሺ። በቃ ቀንሰው እጨምርለታለሁ። እሺ
እሺ እሺ
እሺ። ቻው።
ወይ አይኖ እኮ በእናትህ እያየህ ነው። አፕሩቭ አለ ምንድን ነው ስሙ ቦታውን ነው ሰማይ ከዛ ለመጎብኘት ምናምን ካሰብክ አንድ ስልክ ሰጣል። በጣም አሪፍ ነው። መቼ ነው የምትሄደው? እዛው ኢጅፕት ውስጥ አለ፣ ካይሮ ውስጥ አለ። ብችል ስመለስ ከዚያ ማን ይጻፈልሽ ሳቢዎች እሱ ነው ቆይቶ ኖርማል ኢትዮጵያ ስመለስ አሳያቸው አልፈረም ሰማይ ስንት ነው ግን ደሴው እዛ? አዎ ግን የሆነ እንትን ጨምረው ነበር ባንክ ስቴትመንት እያሉ ነበር እንትን አለ እንዴት ጋር እንደምትሄድ ግን አውቀሽ በፕሌን ነው እንደገና የምትሄደው እና
Hello, welcome back, everyone. We are going to start now. Hello. Are they hearing? Hello, everyone. We are going to start now. So take your seats, please.
Levy, can you please have the video online? Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Yes.
We're resuming in 2 minutes. Let's welcome the online participants back and get on with the session. Thank you very much.
ሁለት ሀምሳ ዘጠኝ እዚህ ሆቴል ካረፍክ እንደዚህ ሆቴሎች ውስጥ
ሁለት ሀምሳ አሪፍ ነው። በጣም አሪፍ ነው።
ምን ሆቴል
ግን እዛ ምን ታርፋለህ? እስቲ
እንደሱ የጠፋ እንትን ነው ሻርማንሺ ሆቴል ሳይሆን እንትን ሙቬንፒክ የመጀመሪያ ጆክ ነው ብቻ
So we start in the next 1 minute.
Move. ዌብሳይት የሚል ነገር እዚህ ዌብሳይት ምንድን ነው?
ቡኪንግ
ኮንፈረንስ አርካሽ ነው። ኮንፈረንስ ሴንተሩ ይሄ ነው።
Good day, Africa. Good day, everyone.
አየሁትና
It's been so far exciting. It's been so far thoroughly engaging. And we'll be moving on to our next panel.
Sorry, Levy, we seem to have a mic open. I don't know if it's online. Can you please help us cross-check it? It's technical. All good? Oh, okay. Mr. Moderator, KJ, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Good day, Africa. It's been thoroughly engaging so far. It's been eventful. We've had a very, very remarkable opening remark by our affable and scholar, Madam Inanna. We've had very, very great opening remarks. And we have our plenary discussion where we intend to dive deep into all the necessary questions. For our online audience, if you have a question, just have it in the chat box, or you just raise your hand for any intervention. It promises to be a very lively and very interactive session. So for our online or say our on-site participants, if you have also any question or intervention, you just raise your hand and we dive deep. Our next session or plenary session is on the theme, digital governance and emerging technologies, amplifying youth in multi-stakeholder collaboration. It sounds quite mouthful, but you're going to break it down. I have with me our distinguished and esteemed speakers who are going to help us digest, ventilate, investigate, and thoroughly break down all these things. And most importantly, you, the audience and participants, we need to hear from you. The approach is, as I mentioned, is going to be very, very lively. Welcome, my distinguished speakers. Joining us online is Sabelo Zimo from South African Internet Governance Forum. Sabelo, are you online?
Yes, I am online. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Can you,
Good day,
can
thank
you
you very
much. Can you see me?
Not yet, and I think it's very soon. We can
Okay. My camera is on. I'm not sure. Let me see. My camera is on, but
okay, no problem.
That's
no
okay.
problem. Yeah, we'll deal with that. And
good morning, everyone.
So,
yes.
Good. Sabelo, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
And with our online, on-site participant panelists, we have Sarah Marit, Tezera Chaka, and Daniel unfortunately couldn't join us, being replaced by Brian and also Meshinjo Jack. I'll have the floor for you so that you can introduce yourself one-liner, since brevity is a soul of this conversation.
Thank you so much, Asai. So I hope I'm audible for everyone. My name is Salamoy Tezera. I'm the founder of She Secures, which is a feminist digital rights platform that works for internet freedom of women and mitigating online gender-based violence. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Ba'aria. I would be replacing Mr. Daniel. He is the founder and CEO of Guzo Technologies. We are a private sector working on a metaverse, on extended reality, virtual reality, and Internet of Things. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mishingo Jack. I'm the Digital and Tech Transformation Advisor from the Tony Blair Institute. I believe I'm the oldest one in the panel. Nice to meet all of you.
Thank you very much, my distinguished panelists. For our on-site participants and audience, please, you have to off your mic if you're not speaking. If you want to speak, you just raise your hands. I'm in housekeeping. We have the bathroom outside, and since you hope to make the conversation very lively, I will reiterate, if you have any question, you just raise your hand. I'll go to my panelists and also the question for all of us. In the age of emerging, our keynote speaker did mention that emerging technologies are always emerging. She gave plethora of examples, great examples, and all that. I would like to find out from our panelists here that how is Africa, just few sentences, how is Africa positioned, African youth positioned to take advantage of this? And are we in good health? We keep talking about emerging technologies, AI, and all that. As a continent, as young Africans, are we in good health? Are we ready for the conversation? Are you ready to take over? So briefly, just give us anything. I'll come to you, Isabella, online.
Good. Yeah. Again, good morning to everyone.
Okay, Isabella would like to take it. Okay.
Yes. What I believe is that oh, sorry, let me just give a brief introduction about myself. So I am currently doing an LLM in cyber law, and I am here representing both the Internet Society South African chapter and the South African Internet Governance Forum. And one of my colleagues is on site, Togomea. Yeah, she's a great deal. You know, she works very hard. She's awesome. But yeah, back to the question at hand. I believe that, look, we are positioned to make a change, right? However, I mean, there are various challenges. You know, yesterday I was reading about AI in healthcare, you know, and one of the issues that uh, well was contradicting the opportunities that AI can provide in healthcare is that we don't have data, and even if we do have the data, we have inadequate data that lacks the quality. So I think that before we even go forward, we need to reflect as we're doing now. And I love that we're actually speaking about emerging tech and digital governance, because it will allow us, especially as the youth, to look also into what career prospects what careers we look into as well. So I don't know, but yes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go to my on-site participants, on-site panelists, if you have any intervention to this question I asked.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. I believe the African youth is well positioned to take advantage of emerging technologies like in the age of AI, issues around cybersecurity. We're seeing more active participation of youth in these issues in different forums, including this one that we're in, which is the Africa Internet Governance Forum, but also through other platforms like for example, the ITU Youth Advisory Council. Youth are actively getting involved in these issues. But I think my concern is that these conversations are kind of limited to few youth who have the opportunities to engage in these platforms. So there could be youth who are residing in rural areas where they don't have connectivity, or they are not even aware that there's something like ChatGPT, who are not part of these conversations. So we need to have more outreach programs to make sure that youth become more actively engaged in these emerging technologies, or they can take up these emerging technologies.
Thank you very much. Anyone who would like to also say something, have something to say on it?
Maybe when we speak about adaptation of emerging technologies, I think one of the panelists who joined online to tell us the drawbacks, but we also need to emphasize on the advantage of the emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, as well as Internet of Things. They're very much important to adapt Africa's challenge, especially when it comes to improving healthcare delivery, enhancing agricultural productivity, also providing digital security issues. So for instance, blockchain technology is being used to ensure transparency in supply chain and improving access to financial services in many of the African countries. And African youth are stepping in and changing the dynamics in the area of emerging technologies when we see different initiatives around mobile-based solution and open source software platforms. So AI or
adaptation with emerging technologies is one of the things we have seen in the recent time, and African youth are actually adapting and leading in that area. But also we don't need to forget about the issue mentioned by one of the panelists from the Tony Blair Institute, that we are engaging the people who are like privileged in the area. And if we see the internet penetration, especially in Africa and East Africa, it's very much minimal. If we take the example of Ethiopia, like the internet penetration is very low. So few of the youth are now privileged to use that area, and we need to do outreach services to reach out to young people living in rural area and other areas who are not who don't have access to the internet. So as a pioneering company in the emerging technology sector, I can say Gozo Technology is providing many well-versed technicalities such as on AI, on metaverse, on Internet of Things. We are a company specializing on this type of work sections. So like my dear panelists have issued, there is lack to include people that needs to be included in this type of sector. So Gozo Technologies is producing an opportunity to include this type of people on hackathons, on internship, and any other kind of panel discussions. That's all I can say currently. We are one of the pioneering companies on this sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for providing an overview of this conversation. I would like to have a first sense of this when it comes to digital governance. During the keynote address, it did come up, and I'm just trying to get a first sense what structures are in place for young people like myself, like yourself, to keep the conversation sustained, not isolated to IGFs, not isolated to one-off events. How can we keep the initiative? What strategies are in place? And on one end, from we, the youth, Ms. Nana, in her remark, did tell us that we should keep learning, we should just keep applying ourselves. But what structures are in place to just keep the conversation, keep it moving and sustained? Any of our panelists ready to go? Oh, Sabelo's hand is up. Sabelo, please, you can open your mic.
Okay. Let me, I actually like this question because when you ask it, you're asking it at an already established structure. We already have structures, we unfortunately we can't discard what we already have. I believe that, look, if we want to, as you did mention the keywords, make it sustainable and meaningful, that's why you have structures like your national IGFs. So the only thing that I believe we can look to is that how do we then enhance the footprint in our national IGFs for the greater community of Africa? That's what I believe. And you can also put in your point as well if you don't think that's a good point as well.
All right, thank you very much. Any of our speakers coming?
Sure. I think just building on what Sabelo has said, I think at a continental level, we do have existing structures that are established like this one, as well as, for example, the AU Youth Envoy in place. But then we need these platforms to trickle down to national level governance structures so that we see more youth getting involved. Some countries have gone down to have like national level youth IGFs, but then again, inclusivity is still very key. But we need more youth to be involved in these conversations to help shape the digital governance or digital transformation of our countries. So, for example, there are other structures that we want to see more youth being involved, their voices being heard, effecting policy change in the way that we govern in Africa. For example, we need to see more young people be members of parliament, being in councils. Recently, we had an election in Botswana, in my country, and we changed the government for the first time in 58 years since we got independence in 1966. And when the new president came in, he elected special members of parliament. And one of the people that he elected, a young woman, she's Miss Africa at the moment. Most probably some of you know her if you've been watching as well. She's 26 years old. And that's a remarkable thing for Botswana as well as for the continent. Right now, she is the Minister of Youth. So imagine all the voices of the youth can be amplified through this young person, through these platforms. So that's just one example that I wanted to give. And then from the Tony Blair Institute, we have a program that we call Generation Global that has been able to help young people from the age of 13 to 17, assisting them with helping them to be open-minded, having intercultural dialogue, equipping them with critical thinking skills, making sure that they're active global citizens. So this program has now been able to reach more than 100,000 young people across the globe. And it's also available in more than 30 countries. So these are some of the platforms that can be used to make sure that we have sustained conversations. We're able to engage the youth, empower them to be able to contribute meaningfully to digital governance issues.
Thank you very much. And I'll come back to my panelists. I'd like to ask the audience with this very question. It's something which is quite pronounced in almost every African country, also on the continent as a whole. The structures in place for the youth to just push for policies, be involved in digital governance. I'd like to hear from you. What do you think some of the structures or initiatives can we put in place? If you have any suggestion or intervention, you can raise your hand and open your mic. There's a hand up there. Please open your mic. Your name and where from.
Yeah, the time. Good morning, everyone. I'm Juliet Rogers. I'm from Sierra Leone, and as well as I'm a youth ambassador with the Internet Society 2024. I think one of the structures we can put in place is innovative financial models that will ensure that we bridge the digital divide and to ensure that no youth is left behind. Because we cannot talk about governance, we cannot talk about emerging technologies without financial systems, without financial models. It's really important, and I believe it should be part of this conversation. Yeah, so that's what I can
Thank
say.
you very much for your intervention. Innocence, briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think besides, of course, having representatives of youth, for example, a minister that is responsible for youth, I think we need more of the national youth councils with representatives from specific regions and, of course, specific groups of young people so that all their voices can be heard, because you might have a minister and the effectiveness of having the minister engaging all the youth nationally might be a bit complicated. So if we can embrace the idea of national youth councils that can have more representation. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And before I'll come briefly to my panelists, but we seem to bring very, very novel ideas. But one thing that is missing out, I think, is intentionality. In all this conversation about digital governance, we are excluding people living with disabilities. One experience I did had from the Ghana Youth IGF was, it was well represented by people living with disabilities. And boy, oh boy, they did bring out novel ideas. And I asked myself, why are they in terms of all the digital conversation, digital governance conversation, how many of them are here in this particular room? And what kind of intentionality have we pushed for it seems to the conversation have always been shareholder primacy instead of multi-stakeholder approach. Is it working in system? So I think we need to, as we go back to our respective countries, we need to just push for it at the governance level, at the private sector level, at every level, we need to push to that. So I'll come back to my panelists briefly on that. You share brief pointers on that before we move to our next question.
So I do believe we have structures and initiatives in place, like these forums annually being made. And what I want to add, and also we have a great point from our participants. Yes, we need a youth counseling boards and advisory boards that would be representing the youth at a parliamentary level, like my dear panelists have mentioned. But besides that, what I want to add is like we need a capacity building programs that would be in place to empower the youth that is being educated at the university levels. They got educations, but that educations are not enough for them to be equipped in the real world situation. They need a capacity building programs that will equip them for a real lifetime situations. And also what I want to add on that point is we need a digital platforms like what my dear panelist Salamoid has on place, where youth can share their ideas fluently, where they can receive another building points from there. And also what I want to stress out is use initiatives, this type of advisory boards, councils, or this type of capacity building programs. They need funds, they need grants, they need to be financially secure enough to go through any type of seasonal problems that they may face. Yes, there might be a counseling board in place. Yes, there might be a programs that equip youth for real lifetime problems, but if they don't get enough fundings, if they don't get grants, and if they are not funded well, I don't know how long they might be in place. So these are the points that I want to raise.
So regarding the platforms that we have to meaningfully and sustainably engage the youth, we have many of the platforms, right? The national IGFs, the Africa IGF, or as well as the main IGF that's happening every year. But as the keynote speaker mentioned in the in her opening remark, there are policies, documents that has been produced previously, and we need to read them and we need to demand our rights based on those policies and the documents as they use. The other point is we need to have a mentorship programs for the youth, because we have many people who have been who have attended or worked in internet governance and policies before us, and they should actually leverage the road for us so that many of the young people can come to those initiatives and participate. The other point actually was mentioned before me as the capacity building part. But in addition to that, the digital governance and digital literacy skills should have to be actually embodied into educational curriculums, where young people should have to know them before approaching, even before they start their university educations. And we need to demand that for some kind of reform where digital literacy and digital governance can be integrated in our civic education. The other is when we speak about internet governance, one of the key area or one of the key things we usually mention is multi-sectoral approach. So government, private sector, as well as telecom operators should have to actually come together and support youth initiatives that are working on internet governance. So how many of governance and private sectors do we have in this room, and how many of them are actually supporting those initiatives should be the question that we need to reflect to the room as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question online and our online moderator joining us from Abuja, Nigeria, Chris Odu. Chris, if you're online, if you can read the questions for us.
Okay, Kega, hope I'm audible. There's
Very
so much,
audible.
yeah, there's so much energy here in the chat box. So I was almost going to say, I hope you're not forgetting us here because there's so much going on conversation. While you guys are having fun in the room, there's so much fun as well here. And it's a good thing. It's interesting to see that we have a lot of participants connecting across Africa and across the globe. We have people from South Sudan, we have people from Angola, we have people from Nigeria, we have from Chad and the United States as well. So I'll just quickly read through a question and shout out to Karl Kidan. He's a first-time participant, and also Atadi. I hope I get the pronunciations for those names correctly. So there's a question here from Yo Amevi. So he says, I'm very grateful for the work being done for the youth IGF, particularly in Africa. I would like to know what mechanisms are in place to help youth IGF coordinators in Africa to collaborate effectively within a multi-stakeholder model and align their activities. As a national coordinator, I have not yet been included in such a group. I would appreciate more information on how to get involved. We have one as well from Mahamat. He's connecting from the United States. He said, do African governments have a strategy in place to support youths in digitalization of Africa? So those are the questions we have so far. While we go get along, if questions come in, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mariam, would you like to take that question on, yeah, I'm putting you on the spot. Would you like to take that question on national youth engagements?
Teja, you know my voice is horrible. So regarding how African youth coordinators can collaborate in platforms with the Garden Africa IGF, I do believe that transparency with how we work with different in different African countries as youth coordinators is quite efficient. We have a mailing list that is actually global, but it's the mailing list of the Global Youth IGF, and we have different coordinators who are subscribed to that list. Now, in terms of Africa, we do try, Keja can attest to this, by all means, to ensure that countries that do not have existing IGFs or that do have but are not part of the IGF forums, we do try to reach out to someone that we know in that country for them to come on board. Something that we did last year, actually, it was earlier this year, no? Yeah, it was earlier this year for the West Africa IGF. We didn't have people from Cameroon, Burkina Faso, and so we tried to reach out to some government stakeholders to see if they can connect us to some of the youth in those countries and see if they have an existing IGF to come on board. And we're doing that at an Africa level as well. If what country is he from? The person asked about the coordinator.
I think he was connected from the States.
From the States. But if, I'm sure you're probably an African, so if you have an existing IGF in your country or would like to set up one, you can write to us through the IGF youth at igf.com. At igf.org, and we will take up the conversation there and ensure that you're part of the Africa Youth IGF Steering Committee, because these things the youth coordinators we have a number of focal persons here, and we're all from different countries. Cage is from Ghana, I'm from the Gambia, Athanes is from the DRC, we have Millennium from Tanzania, and we just try to ensure that as much African youth coordinators that exist, we can have them on board. Thank you.
Yeah, to add briefly to that, it's been quite a challenge trying to get people from other countries because of the language barrier. People from Central Africa, people from the Portuguese-speaking countries, Angola, Seychelles, and Cabo Verde, and all that. So it's a clarion call on all of us. The work, we just need to pull our clothes or whatever and get to work. It's not for a selected few. The internet is for all of us. So we all need to just take a challenge to bring everyone on board. So it's not for Mariam to just go to Central Africa Republic or to go to East Africa to get someone. Let's try and connect and build a bigger. So life is better in company, and we need to co-pilot. So I'll come back to
let me just add on something. You see, Mohammed here, he joined the IGF communities just last year when he came to the IGF in Kyoto, and there was no existing IGF in Mauritania at the time. And he reached out to me, and I connected him with Anya Django, who serves the UN IGF Secretariat. And since then, he's been able to actually establish the Mauritania Youth IGF. So that is just the initiative you need. Just reach out to us via the mailing list, and we get started. Now he's here serving as youth coordinator for Africa IGF as well.
Bien, so bien. Okay, so we get back to our conversation, and I would like to. You like to add something quick? Okay, briefly.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to add something. I think from the conversations that we're having here in the room and from the speakers online, it looks like there are a lot of structures that are available for youth to be able to contribute meaningfully to digital governance initiatives. But I think every now and then we need to pause, reflect, stock take, and see if these structures are actually effective. Are they actually making any impact? I haven't participated in the youth IGF. I'm not sure if it's something that you do, but maybe this is a recommendation that I can put forward, that do a stock take, make sure that you check if this is actually making an impact. How do you bring more youth on board to be able to voice out the issues, make recommendations in terms of how do we move forward in terms of digital governance in our respective countries.
Thank you very much. So we will have to move on to the conversation because time is our biggest enemy now. And I would like to ask, with AI, we've talked of AI, it seems that the new talk of the day, AI. And I would like to get a first sense from everyone in the room, how is it addressing African challenges? And how is it positioning young Africans because young people are using the internet, young people are using the AI. We can spin the narrative so they get out of sight, but that is the truth. Young Africans are using AI. So I want to get a first sense of how young people are positioning or using AI to address challenges specific to Africa. Sabella would like to take this. Is he online?
I am still online, very much so. It's a very interesting question. It's quite an interesting one. Look, we are still coming to terms with this emerging technology, right? So to say that we are best positioned, no, I would disagree on that. Largely because actually, and this brings me back to the name of this session, which speaks to digital governance and, like, from a broader sense, digital literacy. Look, in order for people to know how to use these AI tools effectively, so that is for innovation and etc., you need to teach them. We need that digital literature, and it needs to be very tailored. So you can't take Nigeria's digital literacy program, if they implement it, and come in and then put it back into South Africa, because it won't resonate, right? So it needs to be very specific. So are we positioned? I think we will be. We will be. There's a lot of youth moving into tech now, so I think that's good. And yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Would like to take it? Yeah.
So I like the point that Sabelo actually mentioned, because we first need to start from digital literacy and like educating the youth regarding the issue, rather than like simply like jumping in and like start the AI conversations. So we will be, but like we are starting, right? Like the African youth are now using AI for different health delivery, agricultural related projects in different African countries. But also AI has its own drawbacks, where we have seen many of the university students now copying and pasting of like AI answers or like ChatGPT answers to their dissertation and to their assignments as well. So it makes us very much dependent on like the technology, but also on the brighter side, like many of the African youth are now like using digital platforms to innovate. And one of the things that they are integrating is AI technologies, where they are using it in agriculture, health, as well as industry sectors in different African countries.
You would like to add something to that?
So what I want to add to this point is mainly, I do believe we need a networking sessions.
networking sessions with the stakeholders, networking sessions with the officials, government officials, with the policymakers, with the educated ones. For example, our founder and CEO, Mr. Daniel Getachew, he is a researcher on AI and robotics. So on a platform like this, he would be sharing his ideas on what AI is, what he have learned, what can be made to address this type of situation. So I do believe more than the literature, more than the digital literacy, more than anything else, we need a networking sessions just like this. We need the panel discussions. We need to make a group, to create some type of networking sessions so that the people who have more to share would be sharing with the youth, so that it would be an inclusive sessions for all that can be reached. I do believe this is the point that we should be making going forward.
All right, thank you very much. I think we have a question from online, and I would like, Sabella, I'll come to you. I would like to Chris to provide us with the online engagement. Chris, are you online?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Kiga. There's a question that just popped up. I'm trying to make sure that this question gets across because it's talking about internet accessibilities and freedoms. So Anthony Kamba from South Sudan, he says, how is the African IGF engaging governments in enhancing internet freedoms? As a matter of fact, more and more countries are passing legislations and trying to drain access to the internet. So what can the IGF do to ensure internet governance doesn't become a tool for repression in Africa's dwindling democracy? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And this question is for all of us, where the internet as a force of good has been used as a tool for repression in most democratic countries, shutdowns, digital authoritarianism, and a whole lot is happening. So I would like to, for us in the room, if you have an answer for this question, please open your mic and speak. Someone likes to speak, please open your mic.
Okay, before I respond to the question, I wanted to give in my comments on the
Please your name. Name.
My name is Halima Nyota, I'm from Kenya. So my contribution to the discussion around AI, I wanted just to reiterate that we young people are not just users of emerging technologies, but we are also creators. And that is some of the strength we need to sell as a young generation. Because most of the time people may think that we wait for somebody to develop innovations with the context that we will be seated somewhere waiting to use ChatGPT and any other emerging technologies, forgetting that we equally have both the skills, the capacities, and the knowledge necessary to create innovations. And the biggest question we need to put forth is how can the youth in these spaces be able to influence our government so that one, we are creating environment which provides both the means and the resources to the young innovators with the opportunity to harness their expertise and come up with innovations that can speak to their lived realities and needs. I'm saying this because within our respective countries, of course, we have bureaucracies, but also trust issues such that an innovation made by a young person will hardly be taken into context by government. A country will prefer buying innovation maybe to respond to health crisis from France than a young person in East Africa who have come up with innovation being given an opportunity to pitch and have the innovation put to use. And this is a conversation that this forum should be looking at. How can we continuously persuade our governments that we as a generation, we have both the expertise, we just need an environment so that now we can use what we have to address the issues within our government. On the context of technology being used instead of being good for our use, but instead being used against us. It is a serious conversation, and especially in the African setup. But tech digital platforms, which has to give us freedom of expression, the right to freedom of speech. Right now, we are having repressive governments shutting down our voices within the digital platforms. And the biggest concern is, again, the youth IGF platform, so that we do not wait to attend annual such kind of convening, but we continuously organize around our different rights as far as internet use is concerned, and mobilize as many as young people as those with the knowledge on internet governance, those without the knowledge, so that now we create a movement that speaks to the needs as far as internet use is concerned. That will be my comment as far as this discussion is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very, very forward looking. Not too soon, our time is our greatest enemy now. And I'd like to take 30 seconds from our panelists, their concluding remarks on this subject matter, then we wrap it up.
Thank you very much. This has been a very interesting session. One thing that I wanted to say, just in reflection of all the discussions in this room, is that as youth, we are the change that we want to see, right? Across the continent, someone already mentioned that we are a powerful voice. 60% of the population across Africa is young people. So it means we are very powerful. We just need to make sure that our voice is heard. But I think we need to sit back and reflect to say, who are we entrusting with our future as the youth today? What kind of leaders are we entrusting with our futures or voting into power? Are they the kind of leaders who are truly invested in helping us to engage or engaging with us to address our concerns, to address our needs, to come up with solutions that are forward-looking, that address the challenges that we have? So ultimately, all this boils back to us to say our actions, our choices, and our hunger for transformation is the one that could make sure that we're fully engaged in the digital governance issues, even beyond that. So the question that we have is, are we ready to rise to the challenge and lead the change that we envision as the youth? So that's the message that I'm taking back to you to carry forward as you go into your respective workplaces and back to your countries. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Meshingo, Jack.
So thank you so much. It was very much insightful conversation among the panelists as well as people in the room. So my concluding remark will be questioning ourselves as African youth if we are meaningfully participating in the internet governance spaces. So we have different platforms, but are we really meaningfully participating in that? Also, we have the Pan-African Youth Internet Governance Fellowship, where they are making it in different African language so that young people can get the trainings and can capacitate themselves. And we also need to read the policy documents and what has happened in the previous time, so that we don't have to repetitively take the steps, and we can learn from the past and we can take a shorter route to actually advance internet governance in Africa as well as beyond. Thank you.
So to conclude all the points that have been raised, we at Guzo Technology, we believe that our name to start with in our native language means a journey. We do believe take is a journey. We do believe this movement is a journey that we have to take. And as our motto says, we innovate better. As one of the participants have raised, in this country, a youth cannot be trusted to produce anything that is useful. But in Guzo Technology, it's a company created by youth for youth to help each other out. So the only takeaway that we have from this is that we have to work better. We have to move forward with all the things that we have, and
this was a very insightful communication, and I do believe if anybody has a questions, a suggestions, or anything, you can reach out to me, and I will try to address any issues that might be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sabelo, then I'll come to you, Chris. Sabelo, online?
Yes. Thank you so much for this. It's been a very insightful panel. It's been a very nice discussion. I think my parting shots may be that I'm proud of what the African youth is doing. I mean, look, we are relatively new in this digital age, but we are, I you can grasp from the look of things and how people are working in their various day-to-day lives that they're striving towards changing and structuring the internet for what they want it to be. And I think we need to congratulate ourselves and tap and pat ourselves on the back. And I mean, Agenda 2063 will be there, and we'll have some good deliverables. It's a long journey, but let's do it.
All right, thank you very much. Chris, do you have any concluding remark from the chat box? 30 seconds.
Okay, Kega, thank you very much. Mine is a very simple one. It's just to serve my online participants. And they are saying a very, very big thank you to all the panelists. They say that everything has been insightful. They have gotten a lot of takes out of this. And just my own personal final note, I think the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. That's a quote from Gandhi. And the future starts today, not tomorrow. Let our voices be heard wherever we are as our youth. So that's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like my key takeaway from all this conversation is that we can never build in silos. Whatever we are doing, we need to come together as African youths to drive any initiative, to drive policies, to drive development. There's one revered professor from Egypt, Samir Ameh, who said, differentiated polycentric approach, one planet, different systems. There may be different systems, but we must work towards one planet where there's love, one planet where there's that solidarity. In Confucian thought and also in Latin American history, there have always been that kind of community. Before Desmond Tutu talk about Ubuntu, there was that kind of unity to Utu in Swahili. So let's all come together and drive it, initiative forward. Thank you very much. It's been very, very, very insightful. And thank you, my able panelists. Thank you, my distinguished esteemed participants here and our online participants. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mohammed, our next agenda.
Thank you, KJ.
Okay, before that, let's take a quick picture with the panelists. Maybe you can stand and take a picture. Okay, let's sit here. Let's take our pictures before our next.
Okay, so next we have a very quick Menti activity. Questions will be displayed on the screen by Levi, and the goal of the activity is to engage everyone, both on-site and online participants, in topics related to the IGF. So we would like to hear from all of you. Levi, if you are ready, can put the questions on the screen.
All right, so just, I don't know if you can see the QR code, or we share a different one, but you can go to Menti, that's menti.com, and now how visible your code is, but the code that you're entering for you to participate in the Menti meter session is 4527.
Levi, do you think we'll be able to have the QR code displayed on the screen so everyone can scan from their phones first?
Okay, let me try that. But for those online, let me see what I can do. Okay. That is going up?
Yes, it is perfect. So we would really appreciate having your input. You just have to use your phone and scan the QR code, and it will take you directly to the Menti form. Can we display responses now?
So that's the response, I think, from the first question. We'll give it maybe a minute more, and then we'll move to the next question. If you're unable to scan the QR code, you can still go to Menti, and then just enter the code, which is 45275097. So the code for participation in Menti is 45275097. Okay, let me try and move to the next question.
How confident do you feel about your own digital skills? Well, yeah, I see most of us are very confident. Yeah. Okay, we have some who are somewhat confident. Okay, and a few of us are not very confident or not sure. Lovely, how confident are you about your digital skills?
Interestingly enough, I think I'm still on the second part.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
How confident are you?
I think I'm in between first and second. We don't have it, but I think that's where I am. But this is good feedback so far from the room. Okay, let's move to the next one.
Let's move to the next one, please. Thank you. What is your biggest challenge for young people? What is the biggest challenge, rather, for young people in accessing digital opportunities? Can we vote for all? Can we vote for all? Yeah. Okay. This question calls for another plenary session. Keja, wouldn't you agree?
Totally.
Yeah. We're seeing that a lot of voting for lack of digital skills, it's leading, and some say limited internet access. All of the above should have been, yeah, we should have had that option for this one. Let's move on to the next question. Do you believe AI can play a role in reducing inequality around the world? Okay. There's some sort of voting no. Yes, that's a respective opinions. That's fine. Does anyone want to just say a word or two about why they believe AI can play a role in reducing inequality around the world, and another person who doesn't believe so? Anyone around the room? Just something quick. Oh, okay, Athanas, go ahead.
Okay, just quickly. So I do believe, first of all, I'm a software engineer and I work behind technology. So I do believe technology will, emerging technology and AI included, will help, in this sense. But there is that potential, but we are not yet there. So there is that potential, but we need to leverage on that, putting the people at the center. So if we use the technology, we use AI, putting the people at the center, it will definitely solve these challenges. But we are not yet there, and sometimes the skill gap is widening due to this technology, unfortunately.
Yes, that's true. I think we do have a very large skill gap, and I think that's why the previous question, we really should have voted for all of the above. Does anyone want to speak on why they don't think AI can play a role in reducing inequality? Because I see we're seeing some people have been strongly disagreeing.
My name is Lucy Mora. I'm from Kenya, but mine is not how it can play a role in ensuring equality. It's more, it can't. Already you can see the inequality in terms of the vastness. I mean, we make the technology here, we have the data, but the people who are taking our labor and we create it for them, it's already biased against us. I mean, I don't know what we can do to go back, but we're already a capitalist world. So it's all about the money, not the people. Probably Africa can change it for us, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. That goes to say we do have a long way to go in these things. We need to, I think technology and the policies that kind of govern the technology really has to be people-centric instead of just trying to ensure that, financial gains and things like that, like the capitalist society we live in. Mohammed, over to you, I think. Was that the last question? We have one more. Okay, one more, and then we'll proceed to our workshop.
For this one, it's an open input question. Like you can use 3 words to describe what the future of internet governance among youths look like in your view. So that one is open to your thoughts.
Open. Oh, I'm not really seeing as much, but I have eye problems. Can you read out the words we're having in Levy?
All right. So far we have quite a lot of responses, but the most leading ones I think are 3 words: efficient, inclusive, promising. The other ones I think a bit more everywhere, but the most prominent ones are internet governance being more inclusive, then safe, open, promising, and efficient. Those are the leading words from, I think, quite the bigger responses most people are giving. So inclusive and promising, I think, are the most leading words for everyone. Open and safe are also taking a lead. Yeah.
Thank you, Levi. Thanks for your engagement. So next we have a workshop on the topic AI, innovation and governance, youth at the center of multi-stakeholderism. It is the fourth, I think, fourth workshop that is part of the IGF 2024 youth track. And this session will focus on the crucial role that youth play in shaping the future of AI, innovation and governance. So the session will be moderated by Saba. Saba.
Oh,
and
and
we'll introduce the
yes.
speakers, the team, and the flow is.
Yes. Once again, thank you so much, all of you, for your inputs. And I think it was a very interesting conversation. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you to the rest of the audience here, both online and offline, for their inputs to the mentee and for doing the pre-net session.
Thank you so much.
So our next session promises to be very, very insightful. AI, innovation, governance, youth at the center of multi-stakeholderism. You can't miss out. You need your input, you need your comments, you need your interventions. So stay glued. If you're online, grab a coffee and stay interactive.
Hello, everyone. Yes, let's take a seat. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you're joining. Welcome all of you to the fourth and to the final capacity development workshop which is focused on the topic of AI innovation and governance in the framework of the African Regional IGF. So just a little background about the workshop. The IGF 2024 Youth Track Capacity Development Initiative, organized by the IGF Secretariat, several youth IGFs, and other international youth-focused organizations. This year, through a bottom-up and a consultative processes, the organizing group decided that the track will focus on the AI governance topic. So 4 capacity development workshops are hosted at a regional IGS, unpacking various issues on the topic. So under the motto of empowering young leaders for trusted AI, the track was officially launched at the EuroDIC this year through its first workshop in June. And the discussion from today will feed into the Global Youth Summit, which will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia next month in December at the IGF 2024. So it's a pleasure to have you here with us as we dive deep into an important conversation about AI, about innovation, as well as its governance used at the center of multi-stakeholderism. So based on the theme, we will discuss how young people can lead in shaping AI's potential while also tackling its challenges as well as its opportunities, like access, skills, as well as collaboration. So through a multi-stakeholder intergenerational dialogue, this session aims to contribute to a global conversation about how AI can be harnessed for economic growth, for social progress, as well as for a more equitable future. I will now go ahead and introduce our panelists here. But before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Saba Tiku, and I'm a current IGF multi-stakeholder advisory group member. And also I work in different research areas, specifically on AI and its technical aspects. So I'm happy to be your on-site moderator here for this session, and I will now go ahead and introduce our panelists here with us. First, we have Mr. Franz from GIZ Africa Union, Ethiopia. Mr. Frank is Economic Development and Digital Transformation Lead at GIZ Office to the Africa Union. Happy to have you join us. Second, we have Ms. Tabitha Wangechi, who is Internet Society Youth Ambassador from Kenya and founder of Digital Rurals. Then we have Mr. Innocent from the ISOC Foundation, working as a program coordinator and joining us from Uganda. Finally, we have Ms. Nena, who is an independent expert working as an expert advisor on AI, as well as digital policy advocacy and cooperation strategies. So we are so glad to have you all here. Next, I will introduce my online co-moderator, Atanas Bahizire from Youth DR Congo, IGF, and Ms. Ines Hafed from Tunisia. Our rapporteurs for this workshop include Ms. Afi Edo from Togo IGF and Ms. Noha Ashraf joining us from the Arab IGF community here with us on site as well. So thank you all very much. And now I will proceed to the policy questions and ask our panelists to reflect, and each one of you have 5 minutes to reflect, and then we will have a discussion item agenda where all of the audience engage and ask us questions. So my first question will go to Innocent. So Innocent, given your work with ISOC Foundation involving addressing digital inclusion and the capacity building challenges, what do you think is the risk of not adequately addressing digital skills gaps, and how can governance frameworks prevent from being left behind, in the global AI economy? Over to you, Innocent.
All right, thank you very much, Saba. It's a pleasure to be here, and of course, all over the years, I've worked around issues related to youth and their inclusion in internet governance. But of course, we don't leave aside the fact that at some point there's inadequate effort to address digital skilling gaps among the young people. We've seen how the internet has become a way of life for all of us. For me, as an example, I would say about 98% of my life literally revolves around the internet, work, school, and even when I have to buy groceries. So of course, it only leaves you thinking, what about the young person who is not included? Yeah, we've seen that the lack of digital skills can trigger inequality. This inequality can actually be social or even economical. Lately, most of our governments are adopting e-platforms where people have to get passport services like national IDs, services are even to do with driving permits. So it only leaves you thinking, what about the young people who actually can't access the internet? How are they able to get these services? Even health services lately, there are people who are able to get health support like online. Yeah. So it leaves out the young people who are not able to use the internet, who don't have the skills to be able to go into some of these platforms. Yeah, but also, of course, I'll talk about missing out on opportunities. Right now, this is an opportunity. We are here. It's educational, but it's also engaging to be here to raise your voice. Yeah, young people out there who don't have a digital skills cannot even know that this forum is happening, for example. Yeah, yet we need them here. We need their voices. They need to apply for jobs. Most of the jobs are being applied for remotely. Like, you don't have to take papers to offices while applying for jobs. So something also so common to we young people is the digital economy. Yeah. I've seen the issue of gigs, gig economy, something called gig economy, and even e-commerce. I've seen a number of young people use e-commerce platforms to be able to find something to do there, to trade, to market their products, but also in the gig economy, these short-term or seasonal opportunities that you have that can bring something to you, some income. Yeah, so we are only left with the question of how the young people who don't have the skills to be able to use some of these platforms can be able to obtain such kind of opportunities at the end of the day. But also, I would also mention social isolation. The internet has become a place for connection, for building friendships, relationships, and there are young people who might not have the skills to engage, to be able to communicate with their colleagues. That's why every day we have to talk about digital skilling. We have to go down to the rural areas and make sure that these young people are actually able to get included and they can get onto these platforms. But of course, if I go to the other question, question was around how governance frameworks can prevent the young people. Of course, I'll talk more of the young people from being left out in the global AI economy. Yeah, one thing is that you do realize that this is a time for adopting frameworks. We've seen the AI continental strategy. We've seen countries like Egypt, we've seen countries like Rwanda come up to, they were like pioneers of adopting like the AI strategies. Yeah, and of course, we also have this call to countries to be able to develop these frameworks. But there's one thing relevant to these strategies, of course, if you start talking about issues to do with inclusion, the equitability, when you talk about issues to do with the accessibility of this artificial intelligence at the end of the day. Yeah, when you're talking about for example, ethical considerations, yeah, and under ethical considerations, you're looking at transparency and fairness. Yeah, how fair these frameworks going to be so that the young people can actually be able to meaningfully engage, yeah, and trust that we can actually get onto AI and we are going to be safe there. Yeah, of course, we also need to ensure that these frameworks promote digital skilling. Countries need to put in a lot if they're going to build the capacity of the young population. In Uganda, we have more than 70% young people. So the resources have to be put in us, because at the end of the day, that is what is going to determine how the country will be in the next 10, 15 years. Yeah, so the resources have to be channeled to us. Yeah, but of course, these frameworks need to. I mentioned about fostering inclusion, affordability. There's a point where young people cannot afford the AI tools, software, yet they actually need them. Yeah, for their, whether it's for their education or for just learning about stuff, or maybe even developing maybe their website or something. Yeah, whereas there are free versions of these softwares, it might be challenging for young people to actually get the paid versions because they don't have the money. If they are failing to access the internet itself, if we are still struggling with the basic principle of access, then you can only see how challenging it would be at the end of the day. But also, finally, something I'll talk about is fostering collaboration. Yeah, AI is not about one country, it's not about one region. So we need to foster collaboration. We need to work hand in hand and make sure that if a tool is being developed, for example, in Ethiopia, and then somehow it can work in Uganda, and the Ugandan government can be open to receiving it. Yeah, because they are sure and they trust that it meets the ethical standards that they would want and all the standardization procedures. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ines, for your valuable contribution. Of course, you have raised a very important aspect of the digital literacy and can be able to obtain how the young people can be able to obtain opportunities to engage online as well. And yeah, so next, perhaps my next question would be to Mr. Franz. Innocent have said about the importance of including the rural communities in the digital literacy, in the digital economy as well, so that they don't feel left behind. How can a multi-stakeholder collaboration supported by effective policies as well as incentives can be leveraged to enhance equitable access to sustainable digital education as well as AI skills for use, particularly in the underserved regions?
All right, thank you so much, and thank you, Innocent, for setting the stage on this important topic. We are, so my name is Franz, I'm heading the digital portfolio of the GIZ office to the African Union. So that's the continental level. There is a lot of multilateral coordination going on, including the harmonization efforts around the digital policies and the data policies in particular. And when I look at the debates on how to enable an AI, I do see very different debates happening in Africa, vice versa, the debates that we're used to in Europe. Whereas in Europe, it's much of a risk-centered debate, and how do we avoid these risks, and how do we regulate it, and so on. Whereas the debates in Africa I'm witnessing are much about the opportunities rather than the risks, and the economic development opportunities of the data economy and the AI economy built on the resource of data. And one of the very foundational misunderstandings that is sometimes quoted when referring to the data economy is there is a lot of misleading descriptions of the data economy. Data is the oil, or data is the air, or data is the, I don't know what, the soil, or, and it's all not quite accurate, because one very important factor is that the value of data increases the more you share it, the more you connect it, the more you update it, and the more you put it into practice and put it into business. Just having data in a storage somewhere hidden will make the data irrelevant very soon. Most of the data needs constant updating. It needs users, it needs suppliers, it needs a whole value chain around the data. And that data economy, where the AI economy is part of that, it's just adding additional value to it, by new methods of using that data. And that data economy can only flourish by opening up to connection. And that is one of the major recognitions on the African Union's data policy framework, is to enable cross-border data flows, to enable open data supplied by governments as well, and to enable data cooperatives, data sharing models between public sector, private sector, civil society organizations, and so on, because that's the only path towards maximizing that added value creations that young entrepreneurs can pick up upon, or civic tech organizations can develop on together with governmental partners, and so on. So there is a number of challenges, and I would like to encourage you, because you're representing the youth, and whenever you represent and want to make your voice be heard, you need to put it in writing. I mean, it's very nice to have this panel discussion. But you need a statement in writing. It can come out of this African IGF, African Youth Opinion on AI developments. It can be a position paper, because that way we can include your voice into the policy making process. Put it in writing, please. So
thank you.
We need to, because we, as part of the recipe of supporting African countries and regional organizations and the African Union in their policy effort around data and AI, is to make it a multi-stakeholder effort, to make it consultative, take the voices of the private sector, startups, as well as established companies, take the voice of civil society, and in this round, the voice of youth, and academia as well, of course, to take all these perspectives into the policy-making process, because that's the best recipe how there can be a policy developed at national level, at multilateral level, that is actually serving those stakeholders, because there's a lot of digital policies which are not informed by all these stakeholders. So that's why we really believe it needs to be inclusive, an inclusive process, a bottom-up process in these policy developments. And it covers, I mentioned right now, the cross-border data flows as one very important element, and the data sharing for innovation. Of course, Innocent mentioned the educational policy, like making sure that those, and this is at different levels. It's at the basis education, but it's also in the academic world. For example, at universities, having policy of open research data sharing as a basis for AI development. But then there's also, you're asking about the left behind. I mean, still access is the major impediment, access and affordability of the internet. And that is something, I mean, the German government is funding part of the subsea cable systems around Eastern Africa. But there's also a lot of regulatory issues at national level that need to be tackled. I mean, Ethiopia is just opening itself up to competing telecommunications companies, Safaricom coming in, and there is data policy connected with trade policy, the ability to deliver services across borders and also goods across borders to really have a flourishing e-commerce ecosystem. And then there is another dimension of AI policy emerging, because there is a lot of harmful content produced these days by AI on various social media channels. So the question of AI and disinformation. That's something which is an emerging issue, which is a bit of a foundational for the whole question of being able to govern good based on reliable information that you find online. So these are the different dimensions, and very concretely, our focus with GIZ of the GIZ African Union is supporting the harmonization of the data policies, but as well, we want to make sure that we're not only tackling the policy level, we also want to make sure that youth has a chance to be part of the institutions. So there are several fellowships where I would also like to encourage you to apply for when they come up. There's the African Union Digital and Innovation Fellows. These work inside the various AU departments and organs, including in those developing the digital policies. There is the Civic Tech Fund for civil society organizations applying for funding for their approaches on digitally improving the linkage between government and civil society. And there is the Media Fellowship for content producers and journalists who want to report on continental issues and cover those. So those can apply for the African Union Media Fellowship. So these are a few very tangible paths of how young people can engage in continental policy issues. And of course, there's the Internet Governance Forum, and I would like to encourage you to make really good use of that. If, as an outcome of this, I see a paper from Youth Voices on AI emerging from this, that would be the most amazing outcome I could wish for. Yeah, I'm looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franz, for that insightful lecture. And indeed, and you also highlighted about how what the Africa Union is also working on centering on development and also the policy-focused collaborations as well in areas and regions in Africa as well as here in Ethiopia. Thank you again. So, Nina, from your own experience, we really would like to hear from you about the practical approaches to ensure a sustainable development through AI education, training. So how do we engage in skill building, and what's also needed in order to achieve this goal?
Thank you again for having me. I think by now you'll be tired of me. My name is Nina. I come from the internet. I've actually just finished a course last year in AI and law, because originally I'm a legal person. I trained in international relations, in e-diplomacy. I also trained in history, in English, in humanities. This is very important because I just shared, I co-wrote a book already 5 years ago, and I'm also one of those who co-wrote the African AI Blueprint. Since you've asked me for clear things I think we want to do, I'll be quick. I only have 5 minutes. The last time that your country revised its constitution, what was it about? I want to put it on the table that one of the things that we can start with at a policy level is actually revise our constitutions to show that we are a young continent and the things that matter. Not revise to make older people stay longer in power, but revise to show that young people have power. And why not add connectivity to the internet as part of our constitutional right? In the last panel here, someone asked about internet shutdowns. He didn't get an answer. I think that it is high time in Africa we revise our constitutions to understand, to show the rights of the young people, and especially internet connectivity and emerging technologies, because this is where we should do that. So my first one is constitutional review to empower skills in technology and emerging technologies, all of them, including AI. The second is to remind us of what Mandela said, that the greatest arm in development is still education. The strongest countries, the most developed countries, are most educated countries. There is no shortcut around it. Education remains the basis with which we can develop ourselves, AI or not. And so I believe that education should still be key. If you live in a country where education is still, basic education is not free and mandatory, it's a problem, because we cannot have digital skills if we don't have basic education. Most of you who come into my inbox, you can't write 2 sentences correctly. That's why I want to give you a hug, because you said put it down and write it. If you can't write down your own thinking, what do you think you can do else? So please, read, write, arithmetic, write correctly. Those of you who write, I'm interested, AM, don't talk to me online, because I don't entertain such stupidity. If you want to write in English language, write correctly. If you want to write in French, write correctly. If you want to write in Amharic, write correctly. I don't care whichever language you write, but please let us train ourselves to be able to articulate very well. Not because I'm a lawyer, but guys, if you can't write correctly, no one is going to read you. So write. Write. Young people, write. AI is only as good as the prompt that you give it. Okay, let me not get angry. In the same skill building, digital citizenship is very important. Earlier, I talked about identity and all of that. Digital citizenship means that the way you live offline, you have to live online. So being born, maintaining yourself, having your identity, learning the things, the way we live in the society offline is the way we must learn to live in society online. Ethics, you've talked about it earlier on. So digital citizenship should be fundamental in our relationship going forward. In your country, where is the youth ministry based? Most policies have youth ministry in youth, sports, and entertainment. And they talk to you when there is election time. And sometimes when we refer to young people, the lady from Kenya was talking about it. We refer to young people as people who need help, women and the youth. That is the lesser part of the society, and they give you, like they're handing us meal tickets, yeah? That's what they give, as if you are not capable of being providers, as if you are not capable of leading today. So the other point I have is youth-centered priority in policy. We cannot be saying 60% of us are youth, but then when we're looking at national budgets, the youth is getting 5% of it. You see what I mean? All of that should be seen in our constitutions and in our national budgets. Let me talk about education again. I was invited during ANGA by AI, Open AI, Sam Altman and his team. They were talking about stuff they are doing in languages. And they were doing languages in Slovenia, in Western Europe, all of that. Like, how many people live in Lithuania, Latvia, and all of those places? We have 100 million people living in Ethiopia. What AI instances are available in Amharic? So when we're talking about innovation, don't trust Mark Zuckerberg to be working in Amharic, because that is not the language he speaks in. So I want to put it there that education, AI education and skill building must include African languages, because if we are to solve our own problems, we need to solve it in our own languages. All right? Let's fix targets. What are we looking at? It is very easy to say we've put 100 people in school, but over the years, what do we want to achieve? Let's have it targeted and say, for this country, we want to have this number of AI experts in this area, being this number of women, this number of men. Because we have this thing of enrolling people, and then the girls will drop out, and then we say, oh, we've graduated, 50% graduated. Can we go down into the metadata? How many women started? How many women finished? You see what I mean? So those targets, critical key targets, are very important. I know my time is up, but I'd like to talk about mentorship. How old do you need to be a mentor? Because when I listen to people here talk about mentorship, it looks as if it is something about age. I said, ain't nobody too young to do shit. You can mentor someone. The main thing about mentorship is the knowledge you have to impart, or the experience that you have to impart. So Mariam here can mentor people in IGF because she's been around for some time. You don't need to have 25 years of experience. If you have 5 years of experience, you can mentor other young people. So please, let's not think that mentorship is old people mentoring young people. No, it is people who have acquired experience mentoring those who are newcomers. Do you get that? So please, let's redefine mentorship. I am getting mentored in AI because I'm not a technical person, right? I don't write code. I do policy. So I need those who write code to mentor me when I'm doing my AI. My sister is a big AI person. all right? But I'm doing the policy side. So I sit and I take notes from you people. So mentorship needs to be inclusive and young people can mentor young people. Finally, continued education. The most important position in multi-stakeholder engagement is knowing that not one stakeholder has all the solutions. What that means is that everyone must keep learning. In technology, everybody must learn every day. The day you stop learning, that day you stop being useful. And as you learn, you also impart what you've learned. So let's be open, let's be humble, let's be teachable, and we can collaborate better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nena, for that wonderful insight. And indeed, you have raised about the constitutional review. Education also is a key, and it shouldn't be a privilege. Digital citizenship as well is a fundamental way to live online as well as offline. And youth-centered approach is also very important. And I know our rapporteurs are taking a note of this. Yeah. And Tabitha, as an Internet Society Youth Ambassador, you have first-hand knowledge of youth empowerment initiatives. So we would like you to address the broader question of stakeholder engagement in the role of young people in driving AI adoption for economic as well as for innovative benefits. So how can all stakeholders they can really promote AI adoption among youth to drive both innovation as well as economic development? Over to you.
Thank you, Saba, for the question. I hope the people at the back can hear me. All right, thank you. To begin this question, I would first start by recognizing the broad digital divide and say that we cannot come here and go straight to artificial intelligence and innovation. I have to acknowledge that we have two divides. Number one, educated young people with access to internet and technology and these platforms, and we are represented here. And then there's another group of young people who do not have access to education opportunities, do not have access to the internet, and do not have access to technology. So in our previous session, we had a question from the audience who was participating virtually, and the person expressed that issue, and that's why I'm bringing it with me in this session. And I want to say that for us to drive sustainable economic growth and promote innovation in our continent, we need to recognize the digital divide and address it. And how do we get to that? Number one, I would like to call on the government to include some of these artificial intelligence, emerging technology, and these complex issues into our education system. We cannot just be hearing these things from the internet. We need to learn them in school, like people in China are. They are learning robotics, AI at a very young age. So why is it that in Africa, when we go to school, we start learning how to crochet and to sew, while other kids are learning artificial intelligence, they are building machines, they are building innovation. And then the other thing is also the private sector has a role in this. If the government cannot do that, why can't you come up with, training programs, boot camps? Why can't you provide scholarships, provide education opportunities at a subsidized rate for young African innovators like us to have extensive knowledge on artificial intelligence so that we can also compete in the global market? I think that's a very important point that has been neglected. And we assume that sitting in this room, we are artificial intelligence experts. That is not true. The knowledge we have, it's a privilege that we have it, and it's because we've taught ourselves. We have access to the internet, we have access to technology, but there are other people who don't have access to that. And then talking about the digital divide, I think Nena has mentioned that, and I wanted to address the issue of language. So we're building technologies, they are foreign technologies. We are not the ones who have built them, but they also come with their pre-installed language. English, yeah. Most of us, I can attest that we can't speak English fluently if we try and do like an English test online. You find that maybe you score 85, someone scores 30, another one 50. So we're not equal, we're not that privileged. So we need to also look into that. Why are we just consumers and importers of technology? How can young people be supported? You know, I'm not talking about them taking initiative by themselves, but also it's a multi-stakeholder concern because it affects everyone. So how can we all come together and support young people and ensure that we can actually build technology, build large language models, and incorporate our languages? Swahili, Kalenjin, Kikuyu. My mom, for example, she cannot read an English Bible. She can only read a Kikuyu Bible. So I'm sure she currently uses technology. I'm not sure if she's using AI, but what if we have AI technologies in Kikuyu, my language? That would be very exciting. My own mother would be able to play out with technology and, experiment with it and even use it for her work. And then the other thing I would like to say is we need to also consider the aspect of building trust amongst us for even us to adopt the technology. Number one, I would say this: many people here are afraid of using AI because they don't know where their data might end up. There's a growing trend on the internet, on TikTok, where young people are challenging each other. Go and ask AI where it sees you in 5 years. Where will you be and what can you do to get there? So for AI to do that for you, you need to have fed it with a large amount of data. Am I telling the truth? Yeah. So this kind of data, we need transparency as young people. If I feed my data into AI, how are they going to use it? Is it going to be used against me in future? Just building transparency around the large language models, how they operate in terms of the data you feed it and the data that the technology that AI uses. Where do they get this data? Who does it belong to? Just opening up to us, making the process transparent in a way that we cannot be afraid of using this technology because we know that our data is safe with them. The last thing I would like to address is community engagement. Number one, I think most of the innovation is happening at the top. I love working with rural communities, for example, in Kenya, and I realized that most of them, for example, do not have access to technology. I'm still going to repeat this. They don't have access to the internet. And even if they have devices, they may be at the end of life cycle or they are outdated. So working with these communities, it's for our advantage because some of us are building technology because there's funding, money is available, we have the skills, we have the knowledge, but do we really know the problems that exist in the rural areas? Do we really know what the common person wants? I would say this because most of us duplicate technologies as innovators, and I don't blame us. I mean, there's a lot of innovation going on in the global north. So to try and compete and be at par with them, we duplicate a lot of technologies. And I would say this because I'm part of a startup. And I know when we went pitching, we were surprised that there were actually other startups who had the same idea as us. So I would like to ask, are we really innovating from the perspective of solving a problem, or we're just innovating to build technology and see that actually we made something with technology? So that's something I would leave you with. As we're innovating, let's go to the ground. Let's talk to people. Let's find out their problems and how we can solve it. And then we can come back to the drawing board and create these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tabitha, for your valuable contribution. Indeed, you raised about calling the government to include AI, the complex issues into our education system, the language barriers. Also, we shouldn't be consumers, as you said. Always, the young people should take the action, and this multi-stakeholder approach is very important in building trust, transparency, in terms of data that the AI is using as well, and community engagement, a very useful contribution. Thank you for that. Now we will proceed to discussion, and I will now give the floor to the audience for any questions. So I will come back to our online participants for the question on Zoom, and Atanas will moderate that one. Please, when you ask, first introduce your name and then your organization. And keep it very brief, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Osei Keja. I'm from Ghana Youth IGF. So a lot has been said. I was just telling Mariam via text that the report must be very rich because you sort of done everything justice to the very topic, and we must applaud you. And the question of rewriting and reading widely, I think is something which is a pandemic with maybe you say our generation, and we need to keep writing. My last article was in March. I got frustrated because I had to pay a newspaper for it to be published. And I wish probably my articles will go far and wide. And these are some of the challenges we also face. But my question is voices of the unheard and voices of the throttled. This year, Ghana IGF opened my eyes to a different perspective where I met people living with disabilities. And I wish they were just here. They were just proffering or say bringing out ideas on digital policies. And their major concern is that they've been pushing already. They are disadvantaged. They've been pushing and they don't get the leverage. And I keep asking myself, how many of them have been sponsored or say are here in this room to even get their voices heard? Already they are being disadvantaged, and you tell them that they should keep pushing. They should just keep. One can't. I had to help one set up a LinkedIn account because according to her, the screen recorder she uses isn't applicable to the LinkedIn account, and I had to help her in person. That was 2 weeks ago. How are young people developing innovations or something around it? So the question is, are we developing local solutions? Are we building from the grassroots? Or are we just building on top of big tech? So that's my question. Like, what's the approach? What's the practical approach for the voices of the unheard? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Osei, for that question. Anyone? At once? Okay, let me take 3, 4. Okay, so 2, and then 1. Okay, 3.
Hello, my name is Kimori. I'm an entrepreneur from Kenya, providing professional professional engineering services to ISPs and mobile network operators. And my question and kind of comment is, the internet is a powerful tool for creating opportunities for young people. And we're talking about emerging technologies, and the internet has created opportunities for me as well, and my career and my business now. And however, some emerging technologies are highly regulated or disallowed in African countries, such as blockchain, Bitcoin, and other such emerging technologies. And these technologies can provide opportunities for innovators to create opportunities for others, to create employment, to create payment systems. But they are curtailed by either a lack of a regulatory framework or just governments that clamp down on them without understanding the potential for unlocking opportunities for young people. So what my question having laid the scene, set the scene is how can we as Africa IGF and how can the internet society influence governments to create policies that allow young people who might not be able to get formal employment to create opportunities for themselves using emerging technologies that have huge potential to create opportunities for themselves, but also for others. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Am I audible? Is it okay? So my name is Dr. Johannes Gazal. I come from the Ethiopian Center for Development. We're a local NGO, so we're part of the civil societies organization. So I just wanted to reflect on a couple of points and then also pose my question. And it's been a very riveting conversation that we were having. I think it's a very timely discussion. So one of the things that I wanted to emphasize was I do believe that AI has a great potential in actually helping Africa achieve its Agenda 2063 aspirations, as well as also the broader framework in the outlined in SDGs. And I also believe that the youth has an active part to play in this process. However, there are two kind of disturbing trends that I do notice, especially with the use of AI, and that is the kind of phenomena that I would like to call, it's also in other existing literature, informational capitalism. Mainly the access of good data to develop large language models. So I come from a medical background. So there are different developers that want to use AI to provide solutions in the local context. But what happens is you have the compounding problem of research quality issues here in our country and as a continent as a whole, and also the data that you can access is under a payment wall, or you have to subscribe. And there are these financial constraints, especially in the context of Africa. And even if you look at the usual subscription amount that you have to pay for even ChatGPT, it's $25 per month. And if you try to convert it to Ethiopian terms, just to give a bit of context, I think we're on 133 per single dollar. And that's the extent that we have to go to access the full features of these new emerging technologies. So when there are developers, especially here in Africa, that want to design such solutions, they do not have the capacity to access first these kind of subscriptions and also access data and to train their large language models. So therefore they're much behind from their counterparts in the global north. I do believe that maybe what do you see looking forward? I mean, what part can youth-led initiatives and also youth ambassadors in the youth do in order to make sure that these sorts of data are accessible to different AI developers? Because I do believe that we need to take this initiative and then go on the forefront and try to bring some change and bring awareness to the issue. But what practical things can we do? How can we foster the collaboration between academia, government, and other relevant stakeholders? So I would very much like to know your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I now will give the floor to the speakers to reflect on this. Yes, to reflect like quickly because we have a few minutes to go forward. Yeah.
Can I have my own comment as a participant, not as a speaker? I don't know how. Johannes, you said you have a medical background. Indeed. And you speak this nicely. Was I the only one who noticed this guy could speak?
You were
I
not.
could listen to you the whole day, boy. Can you write? I mean,
Yes,
are you
indeed.
married? I'm just saying that, I mean, when I see a young person who can articulate their thoughts and of a medical background, they say these people don't know how to write to save their own life. But boy, you're a good one. Thank you very much for I may not be able to answer your question, but I just want to appreciate your person. I'm sorry, Madam Moderator. Osei, a country's development can be judged by how it treats the lesser people in the society, including prisoners and disabled people. I know that Kenya has a disability bill that stipulates that all public buildings need to be accessible. In Cote d'Ivoire, we don't have that. And I nearly got jailed because I went to a university and you can't move if you are disabled in many places. Do your countries have disability bills? People who are on wheelchair can have a free life, a fulfilled life in New York City. But I can hardly walk in the streets of Addis Ababa. I actually tried it. And every one of you here, if God gives you life, you're going to grow old. And if you are leading today and you are making the policies that will not take into consideration people with disabilities, people with reduced mobility, we are in trouble. If you want to know how poor we are as a continent, look at our prisons, look at our disabled population. And we need to remind ourselves of this. That is my heartfelt response to this. And if we are building technology that builds on what we are comfortable with, then we're not going anywhere. We are just repeating, as Tabitha said, we are just repeating this technology. So my point will be, Madam Moderator, let's build technology that solves our problems. It is true that everybody is jumping on the bandwagon of great things we want to do, but can we do the useful things? I have said it in one of these things. There is a tendency to judge the usefulness of technology, with all due respect, with Western culture. In other words, we want to know how many billions are being made. This person is making this amount of money. And then that is how we attest to success. I don't believe that. I grew up in Nigeria. I didn't have electricity. We had to call my parents this week, then someone will give them a message, and another person will give. So even phones we did not have. You remember when you used to travel from your village, by the time you get to town, they told you your uncle has traveled because there was no communication. Dignity is something that AI can bring to Africa that white people may not understand. Because these people have always had phones. They've always had technology, they've always had Wi-Fi. When we're talking about even connecting people, it doesn't resonate to people anymore. When I go to places, you're talking about connecting people. It doesn't, so they've removed it from their own agenda. So even getting cell phones to buy, you know, these people, they can give in, their data comes with phone. And every 2 years, you can go and swap it. So when you're having such conversation with someone in downtown Paris, that you don't have $100 to get the phone, these people can't listen to you because you are not on the same level. So my heartfelt plea to all of us is that we should solve the problems that we face. Generative AI that can generate nice photos, I don't care. But I care that the person who is suffering from malaria will be able to have a conversation with the doctor, whether it is robotics or whatever, and have it in their own language so that we can have remote health. We can have these basic things with all due respect. I'm not saying we should not be competing on global levels, but I'm just saying that the approach here should not be the approach driven by the donor. Because the donor will come and say, do you have a framework for this? Do you have a framework for this? You need to do this. Otherwise, we're not giving you our money. We respect you. But does it solve the problems of our own people? Our mothers, our sisters? Let's ask ourselves that question. And that is what I'm pleading with you, you innovators, you people who write code, people who build. Let's build to solve Africa's problem. You may not get all the money. You may not be able to compete with the Zuckerbergs and the people from California, I don't know what, but at least save your own people. We're a poor continent, not because we don't have the skills, but because we don't solve our own problems ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nina.
since you were speaking towards the donors, may I agree with you? May I agree with you that we should avoid moral imperialism and other sorts of post-colonial continuities in many ways. And of course, this is Agenda 2063, African Solutions for Africa's Problems. And what is our role then? Providing mechanisms, providing support to sovereign processes where affected populations, including involved stakeholders, have agency. And coming to your questions, on disability, it's a broad topic. I think you answered that. I just wanted to chip in one example of a project we're doing in Rwanda. There is kind of like a community work, kind of once a day in a year, where there's a community work. Some people do clean up streets, and other people do have other things. And in this case, we convened a donation of Kinyarwanda language to make a language model available that would allow a voice synthesis and voice recognition as to bridge written and oral forms of Kinyarwanda. So these are the data sets that are needed for innovators to build upon, also to bridge either people who cannot read and write or people who have a disability, cannot hear, cannot see, into having access to resources. And to your question on the regulation, I think the gentleman from the internet service provider from Kenya, whether Bitcoin is allowed or forbidden in some, I think in Ethiopia is a prime example. Bitcoin is forbidden because if it was allowed, then a free exchange of money across borders would be allowed. And that is, there are political reasons why the Ethiopian government doesn't want to allow that. So it's a complicated, multifaceted aspect, but in general, I think that can and should be the position to allow open innovation, maybe while ensuring consumers' rights as well, because a lot of these innovations, they can affect also, especially financial services. They can all of a sudden impoverish somebody who saved throughout 10 years and put all the savings on a bank account, and all of a sudden your bank account gets swept empty. That's why there is a need for regulation, while at the same time, as much as possible, including regulatory sandboxes for something new, where in a confined way there is space for innovation. Definitely. And regarding the access to large language models, the accessibility, it costs $25. That's unaffordable for most Ethiopians. But OpenAI is not the only one. And there is a lot of LLMs that are much more open than the one that carries the name OpenAI. So I think there are, if you do some research, there's other models where it's much easier to integrate. And typically the sweet spot for LLMs is about connecting an existing very large language model with some smaller, for example, for medical research, like domain-focused data, and then create the added value there. Although today, I think, I don't know, there's different estimates, but probably still 90% of the AI-driven innovations in business are with structured data and not LLMs, are just machine learning, or even more simple like correlation analysis and so on, optimizing logistics, optimizing all these things with structured data. That is still the big market for business-driven AI innovation. And LLM is a very fancy but a niche market so far.
Thank you so much for your contributions. I know we are a bit ahead of time, the time you are given, but please be with us. Because we will conclude very soon. I will now go ahead and ask our online moderator to give us any questions from the online participants on Zoom.
Yes, thank you so much. We have a very vibrant online participation. And here we have two questions quickly for our panelists. There is a question from our live Fiomo, who is asking what steps can government take to build public trust in AI systems deployed across key sectors like healthcare and education? I think there will be some correlation with the other question. And then the last question from Sean. What are the panelists' perspective on decentralized autonomous organizations to improve governance and data collection, like citizen science, and how can we overcome regulation challenges?
Sorry, just a quick one. Atenes, I think there are two first questions that were on the Q&A. And I don't know if we have time to allow for maybe just one hand that has been raised up, which hasn't asked a question in the Q&A. Can I read them for the Q&A?
Let's take these two questions, Levi, and then we'll see if we have time to return.
All right, because I think they were the first ones though.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
All right, the first one was from Awalaya. It's asked, how can African policy makers ensure that AI regulation promotes innovation while safeguarding against misuse? Then the last question was, okay, my question is that wouldn't it be more important if we could have organizations or companies have youth representatives in terms of digital governance issues to be their voice? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Innocent.
All right, thank you so much. I want to go into every question one by one because those are really a number of questions. But in a summary, I would want to mention some of these aspects. And first of all, is about influencing government. Yeah, we had a policymaker on this panel. Some of these questions would have really been good for her to be able to address. But of course, we've seen over the years, we are bringing in more policymakers, yeah, to start understanding some of the issues we'll be talking about here. Because for me, as an example, in Uganda, the government over politicizes everything, including the internet. So any technology that they feel that they cannot have a grip on won't be accepted because that is their perspective. Yeah. And these are people, even when you invite them for some of these discussions, sometimes they don't come because they know what kind of questions stakeholders are going to ask, especially for us youth, we usually confront them. So they try to avoid those platforms because then they're going to be on the spotlight at the end of the day. Yeah, but of course, I always ask that we stop looking at technology as a threat, but as an opportunity. Of course, taking into consideration the fact that we need to make sure that these technologies are ethical and they're ensuring the safety of our people at the end of the day. Yeah, but also, of course, building public trust. If the government itself doesn't have trust in something, then why would the public have trust in it? Yeah, you've not put systems in place to ensure trust. Yeah, you are tapping into people's communications. You want to know what the political opponents are doing. So how are people going to actually trust the technology when you are actually the first culprit when it comes to working towards the mistrust? Yeah. So at the end of the day, of course, that is also a challenge that we need to look into. And for the legislators or people involved in policy making, especially in our countries, we need to engage these legislators to be able to understand some of these issues. Recently in Uganda, there was a committee or a task force that was adopted by the Communications Commission on AI. And on the committee, there's no young person. They're like adults. So, okay, it's not like me attacking, but my question was, so how many years of experience do these people actually have with AI particularly? Yeah, because it's AI. And I think that the strategic group or stakeholder for such a committee would be at least having maybe 2 or 3 young people who can be able to bring the real perspective, because we are the ones engaging with AI every day. You won't tell my mom about AI because it's past. She'll tell you it's past my time. Yeah, so you can do that. Yeah, even my dad will tell you the same thing. Go and learn, and those are now your things to do. Yeah, so when you have more of people who are actually almost retiring to address such kind of issues, then it's a challenge at the end of the day. Yeah. So we need to work on that too. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sava, for the opportunity. I would like to address maybe two issues: information capitalism, research quality issues. Number one, I would start by saying, maybe if we take a look at this banner and most event banners or most project banners, you'll never see a grassroots organization. It's always the big people at the top collaborating amongst themselves. So if that is the approach that we want to use in AI, we will fail miserably because we need local communities. That's where the data is coming from. We cannot talk about inclusive technology while the people that we want to solve their problems are not even in the room. So what are we doing? I mean, it's just a duplication and multiplication of ideas and technology. So go back to your country as the big organization that you are. Try and look for CBOs, community-based organizations, small civil society organizations. You'll be shocked by how much data they're handling. You'll be shocked by how many people that they're catering to every day. They have quality data. They have a large number of people that they are working with that have the real problems that we're looking to solve. So we need to come down from the ladder and look down and see who is down there. What can we benefit from them? And what can we also give to them? The other thing I would like to say is on the affordability of technology. I am a digital security trainer. I train digital security protectors in Kenya and also across Africa. And I know that there are existing subsidies, there are existing grants for innovators. I am a beneficiary of those, and I can give an example. There's Internews, there's TechSoup. They provide grants and subsidies for you to access such technologies that you can use to innovate. And I have used those services before through them. So please go and do research. There are so many opportunities out there, but young people might also not be aware of them. And then the other thing I would like to say is I'm also a researcher. I have done research in Kenya on disinformation, media freedom, and also the election and democracy in Kenya. And what I would like to say is we get a lot of money to do research. Research is well paid because it's not an easy work. But also there's the question of gatekeeping in academia. When you get this large amount of money to do research, why then do you want us to pay $100 subscription to access that knowledge? It's unfair, to be quite honest. So for us also to be able to build AI in our context, we need to have access to quality research, quality information, without even feeling like we have to pay more money. So I have to pay you to access data from your research and also pay to use the tool that I'm supposed to use to innovate. It's very unrealistic and very expensive for the common youth. So apart from policies, we find that there are also financial challenges, accessibility challenges to quality data and research that will allow us to build AI technology that serves Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have to conclude. But I may ask our speakers to give us like 15 minutes final remarks. 30 seconds. 30 seconds conclude. I think it's good to conclude after that. Thank you very much.
But sorry, Saba, we have someone desperately wanting to ask for a question online for inclusion purposes. Can we give him like 30 seconds or 1 minute?
We can connect him with the speakers later on. Let's take it.
Oh yes, please. Tim, Tebiso Kaza, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Please, can you please take the floor and ask your question? Yes, please go on. I saw you unmuted, but we can't hear you. Tebiso, if I'm pronouncing well your name.
You can also type it, yeah, in the chat, maybe if it's quicker. In the meantime, we can also take closing remarks.
You can type your question in the chat. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. And I see you are still muted.
So Athanas,
I think it's fine, you can proceed.
Okay, the question is there. Please read for us. Okay. Yes. So perfect. I will let the speakers to give us 30 minutes of final remarks right now. Start with Lena. 30 seconds.
Oh, me, I heard 30 minutes. Again, the basic attitude in multi-stakeholder engagement is to accept and interiorize that there is no one stakeholder group that knows it all, including young people. You think you're smart? You're not smarter than other people. You may be younger, you may be more vigorous, you may be able to tweet very fast, but those people who've been in power, they have some knowledge as well. Please, let's accept that. The other thing, folks, is that how many of you live in your own houses, your own homes? How many of you pay your bills? How many of you are living in your parents' houses? Yeah. When you begin to pay bills and begin to manage your own budget, you will respect your parents better. And take that and transpose it at the level of national governance. Countries have limited budgets, but unlimited demands. And every time, I'm a government advisor, every time they are doing this with budgets and they are putting out fires every day. So please, when you meet a policy maker, understand that there is nobody in Africa that wants to run their country down. Every leader wants the best for its country, including in regulation. But folks, governance is a difficult thing. Pray for your leaders. Support them in any way that you can. I know that we're asking so much of them, but the resources are so tiny. I would like to leave this with young people. Please be mindful, be respectful of the sacrifice that most of our leaders are putting in to see our countries move forward. But let's not forget, no one knows it all. If you know something that can help your government, please contribute. If you see something that can help your government, please let them know. If you have information that will be useful to your government, let's contribute. Let's be useful. Let's be accessible as young people. Let's also bring value. Thank you for having me.
I think I'll recoup some of the seconds. I would like to just pick up your last point about the availability of data and research data. Me being a person who is spending public money, I say public money should result in public data. That's it.
Thank you.
His point has left me speechless, but I heavily support it. And what I would like to say to every young person in the room like me, in Swahili we say, jitume. In English it means, send yourself. That's direct translation. Go out there, read, do your research, connect with the right people, and you will have access to policies that you can influence. You will have access to funding, and you will be familiar with the technologies that you need for your innovation
and development of Africa. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. For me, I'm giving everyone a take home. We've talked about so many issues, but we've talked about them on a continental level. How do they apply to your national challenges, and how can you solve them at the national level? So I am hoping that this conversation doesn't end here and you're actually taking it down to Kenya, to Zimbabwe, to Zambia, wherever you're from. And we hope that every year we are coming up with a positive image that we have had something done about what we talked about here. We don't just leave things here. If it is about the policies, then we talked about how we can get the policy makers. If it's about opportunities, we have these opportunities. We just need to find them and embrace them at the end of the day. Yeah, of course, not forgetting that there are challenges. So let's work. We're also stakeholders. We young people are a very great stakeholder. We've shown that here. So let's be on the table. Let's find ourselves to the table here. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for the incredible contributions. And we've heard valuable insights from our speakers as well as from the audience about the role of the youth in shaping an inclusive as well as AI-driven future, and from addressing the barriers to access to skills development, to fostering collaboration across sectors, stakeholder collaboration as well. It's clear that young people are very important and essential in driving a meaningful progress in this space. So as we wrap up, yeah, let's carry forward about today's action, and then thank you for your time and thank you for your comments, and hopefully see you all in Riyadh next month in December.
Thank you very much.
Lunch is downstairs. The banquet hall, sorry, the banquet hall, if you can, there's security guards who can direct you to the banquet hall. Also, please be mindful and do not lose your lunch coupon, otherwise you will not be fed. You will not be fed. And we will be resuming by 2 p.m. We apologize for the fact that this session dragged on, but I believe that I am right when I said it was very engaging and we seem to all have enjoyed it. So I think it was justified. But we'll resume by 2 p.m., same hall, and we will have a brief session. It's gonna be resumed by a 30-minute session. So we expect you all back by 2. Thank you.
Bon appetit.
How are you? How's your day going? How's your day going? Are you what? I what? I am. Almost done. I'm good.
Levy, please, are people online? All right, thanks. Muhammad, where are your participants? Where are the volunteers? They can help us get people back.
Yeah, people need to come back. This session is going to be quite short.
Yeah. Can you see how many people we have online?
It's 21 participants, 21 online.
I think it's someone online. Yeah. Where's the Keisha? Anyway. The moderator is here for the session. Are there, how many do we have? How many? Okay. I think where's the second panelist? You only have two, right? Do you have anyone online? Okay. And
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the interactive workshop on youth perspective on AI and emerging technologies. And my name is Millennium Anthony. I am the coordinator for the Tanzania Youth Internet Governance Forum, but I am also an ITU Generation Connect Youth Envoy. And today I'm going to be on-site moderator for this session. And before we dive into the discussion, I just want to set a context for whatever that we're going to be discussing today. We all know how AI and all these emerging technologies have been making a very great impact in the world. We've been having all these discussions this morning, and we have seen how these technologies in Africa, they address key challenges, but also they open up new opportunities. So in the next 30 minutes, this is a very short session. We are going to have a very short but a dynamic session, and I'll try my best to make this session very interactive. And I encourage you to be engaging, ask questions, respond. Yeah. And at the end of this session, we're expecting to come with an outcome. We're expecting to come with a summarized communique that can be published. And without wasting so much time, I'd like to introduce my two speakers. I can't call them panelists because it's like a workshop. So they're going to be speaking on different questions and issues that we're going to be discussing. And the first speaker is Asanov Ablialim, who is a PhD student from Moscow State Institute of International Relations. And the second speaker is Naol Edosa, who is a product manager at Digital Green. Now, to kick off, let's consider the roles that AI and emerging technologies are doing in terms of like shaping the future of Africa. And so we're gonna hear a different perspective from the speakers. And just to begin, I want to ask my panelists, starting with you, Asanov. You can introduce yourself in depth if you want. And how do you see the role of AI in shaping Africa development? And what specific opportunities that AI offer for the continent's young population?
Thank you for your question. I'm glad to be here. My name is Ablelim, son of Ablelim. I'm a PhD student from Russia. Yeah, and thank you for such opportunity. And answering on your question, I wanted to say that the role of AI in shaping Africa development is increasingly recognized as transformative. And we can say that AI can foster economic growth, enhancing governance, addressing local challenges, improving youth, and etc. All that we said in our previous sections. But I wanted to talk about, first of all, education and the meanings of education for Africans. So because of second part of my question, specific opportunities for Africa's youth, I wanted to say that AI has potential to create new job opportunities across various sectors, including agricultural, healthcare, finance, and technologies. But I think that there exists a danger of AI destabilizing the job market in future. So to be prepared for that, young African workers should be educated, AI educated. That's why, for me, the main challenge of African youth in these questions and in addressing these old challenges that are going in Africa, it's education. That's all.
Thank you very much, Asanov. I think for the highlight, I've noted that you said you've highlighted that young people can actually get a lot of opportunities with AI, especially job opportunities in different sectors like agricultural sector you mentioned. And you also highlighted the danger that AI can do to destabilize the job market in the future. Now, picking up from the same discussion that we about the job market, coming to you now, how do you think AI will affect the future job market in Africa? And what can be done to ensure that youth are adequately prepared for AI-driven industries?
Yeah, so as I said, I think that there exists a danger of AI destabilizing the job market in the future in Africa. That's why young people should be prepared. And but also while AI will create new jobs, there are also risk of job displacement, and particularly in sectors that really heavily on routine tasks. So many positions may become automated, leading to concerns about unemployment among workers who lack the necessary skill to transitions into new roles. In this case, I think that governance in each African country should concentrate their investments in intellectual capacity of the citizens. So as now is going for industrial revolution, the AI, the digital skills of the youth is an essential competence that should be. That's why I think that for effective adoption of AI in Africa, workers need to have corresponding competence and required skills. So please make an effort in education. As like in Russia, our governance formulated the strategy. The Ministry of Science and Higher Education of Russia formulated a strategy. Give me a second. The digital economy of Russian Federation, and there we have a federal project, development of IT industry human resources. In my university, in Gimel University, we have digital departments that allows students to learn the language of programs, to learn artificial intelligence, to make some different digital projects, and it also helps them after they graduate in the university. It also helps them to find a new job. So for me, I think that Africa should concentrate on preparing the youth, the huge amount of youth population, to new trends of AI development.
Thank you very much, Asina. What about you now? What do you think? How do you think AI is going to affect the job market in Africa?
All right. All right, thank you. So my name is Naul. I've been working as a digital skills trainer. Can you hear me? Was loud. All right. Yeah, so my name is Naul Didesa. So I've been working on, especially in the digital literacy programs for a long time, almost more than 5-6 years. Okay. Can you hear me now? Is it audible? Okay. All right, thank you. So my name is Naul. I've been working on a digital literacy programs, providing several digital skills training program for about 5-6 years. So we are in an era where technology is highly advanced, and we have everything on our hand, on our smartphones, and it's actually revolutionizing the way we learn and we do the way we work. So we were in an era where we are required to learn specific skill sets to implement or to work in an organization or for ourselves. But we are now in an era where we need to develop our skills in a way that is more advanced. So in a sense, like we can take a smartphones example. So smartphones usually grow from maybe if you take iPhone Pro Max. So that's our skills also needs to be updated in that set. So having only specific skills won't be helpful in this era. So we need to have like a skills pro, maybe we can name it. So using an AI technologies to advance the way we work and we learn. So we used to go to schools, but now during the AI, we can still go to the schools, but we can use the power of AI technologies, and we can actually learn through personalized learning platforms on the AI. The way we work, we used to have a lot of teams, and of course it's going to replace us, as Nov said, so it's going to replace some of the job markets. But still the human touch is still important, because AI is going to replace maybe some of the repetitive works, but it also creates a lot of opportunities for the users to go and explore, especially the field of, maybe we can take prompt engineering. It's a new skill area, and also maybe data science and data analysis, big data. IoT. It's that most of the emerging technologies themselves are bringing a lot of opportunities for the job markets as well. So, but for the users, so the way they learn should also be changed as the way we work is changing. Because if they master the art of prompting on top of their skills and using AI technologies to solve the community's problem. So that would be very helpful because we are going to that era where everything is going to be automated, and in a way that we don't do those specific skill sets, and we instead focus on solving problems using the built AI technologies. So hopefully it's going to replace some of them as some of the work sets, as I've said, but it's not going to take totally the job markets from the young generation. But I encourage them to keep up to date and use the recent technologies and explore. It's an era to keep on up to date with the technologies. Yeah, that's what I say in the emerging on the job markets. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, I think some of the things that I've noted from this discussion that has been going on is first, now I think you've mentioned that AI is not going to take jobs from young people.
It's going to take, not from all of them, but specifically for those who are working in specific skill sets. So it requires them to keep on updating themselves and using the AI technologies in their workplace. Otherwise, it's going to take, obviously.
Right. So there is a need for us young people to like advance our skills and all these things so that AI cannot take our jobs, right? And we also talked about the importance of education and literacy to young people. But I want to open the floor to the audience. And my question is, do you see AI and emerging technologies making impact in your communities? And if yes, I want to hear more. Can you give us an example of if it's a project, if it's anything that is happening in your community that is occurring because of AI? Okay, so we're gonna start there.
Well, good afternoon. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide. I'm a parliamentarian from Nigeria, House Committee Chairman for ICT and Cybersecurity. I'm a technologist myself. I started technology when I was 20 years old. And my take that one of the things I want to say to the youth in this room is that technology is the future. When I was 20, at the time when I started, it was only mainframe that everybody was, and it was the time where mainframe and distributed computing was going to start. And in the heartbeat of that was Unix. I mean, for people who know what Unix is, Unix was our emerging, it was like our AI at that time. And everybody is looking at it, how are we going to do with mainframe going away? Mainframe did not go away. Till today, we still have mainframe. But the world shifted to distributed computing. And what does that mean? Some people at 20, some people were going to class learning Unix in 3 months, 6 months. I learned Unix in 4 days. My brain, compared to others, I was only 20 years old. I have the facility, I have the capacity to absorb so much information, which all of you do. And I think to come into AI as we're talking about, this is an opportunity for you. The future is yours. Take this and run with it. It's not going to take jobs, it's just going to create new jobs. AI is going to create new sets of jobs that you define your own future. Let me give you an example. Back then, when we were at 2021, when people were hiring, they want Unix programmers, they're looking for Unix administrators. We call our price. They can't find them. They say, and I was still in college, and they'll say, how much are you looking for? At that point, we're looking at $45 an hour, because I was in the US at the time. So people, and they were paying us. We define how much we want, they give it to us. We define our own salary. When they want to bring you on board as a salary person, they will ask you, what package can we give you to make you satisfied? So it means that as a youth, you define your own future. Nobody's going to define it for you. And this is, some people will run away from emerging technology. I think you guys should adopt it and run with it fast, real fast. Because the future, it means that you can work from anywhere with AI. AI, you can be in your basement, in your house, and work from there and make all the killing money you want to make. You can even have 5 jobs working in AI. I have friends now that have 4 or 5 jobs around AI. Because what it is, they are not tied to 9 to 5. They're just tied to productivity. So it means that all of you, you're all smart, young, and you have the future. Use it to the best of your ability. Let's make Africa the best. Let's use the power of the numbers we have in Africa. Even when I leave office as a politician, I'm still coming back to technology because I love it. I have passion for it. You know, and my children, I have 3 children. 2 of them are also IT professionals. So I'm just saying this to you, it's a way of the world. It's just like a religion. Technology is like a religion. You play it, you practice it, you smell it, you breathe it, you do whatever you want with it. So I thank you for opportunity to be around you. I just want to encourage you, learn more. There are other things around AI. We are also going to come and ask you, how do you want us to regulate it? That it will not impede, as a legislator, I'm going to come and ask you, how should we legislate it so that it doesn't impede your creativity? We don't want to stop your creativity, but we still have to control it so that it doesn't shape our future in a negative way. But again, we have to strike that balance. I really thank you, and I urge you all to adopt it and let's run with it. In our community, we can change everything around our community with artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Wow, adapt it and run with it. If you're taking notes, take that line, pick up line, tell your friends. Okay, so I want to hear more, like from one more person. Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Chris Junior. I'm from Zimbabwe. Professionally, I'm an industrial engineer. I specialize in industrial automation and another form of AI called machine learning, where we take industrial machines and then we try and teach them to do the process on their own. But in terms of social projects that are affecting the community using AI, we work together with SOS Children's Villages. And there's a project, I think it's currently running right now, called the Rafiki Child Care Digital Assistant. So basically what it does is we're now adopting or using AI and apply it in areas where we would need social workers. But instead of that, we are now using Rafiki, that digital tool. And then it says, like, we feed it with data, analyzes the data, then it creates responses that would be suitable for that specific person. So now, instead of the child, like in a social, in a space like maybe in a children's village, in a case where maybe social workers are not readily available, or there are no people there, they can easily just access the platform and they'll be able to run with it and also then get answers. Not only that, the software, I think it was so good that it was adopted and it actually is a Somali version, I think, where they then took the same framework and they changed it to their own language. So it then goes to that point of saying that you can then take that very same technology, because the skeleton is the same. We take the skeleton and you take it to wherever you come from, because you are the one who know your own problems. Then it's a matter of then teaching the system. So for me, I think personally, socially, this is where AI has really affected people's lives, because you now have a platform where young people can just, you know how it's difficult sometimes if if you're a young person, to talk to someone else or to engage someone else. But with technology now, it's now easier for you to say, even on your phone, you can still get those answers to those questions that you still need. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think one of the biggest take that for me that I've taken from this conversation is we have to find ways that we can utilize all this, the AI and all this internet, the emerging technologies on the fields that we work in. So discussions have been going around. We've heard people say they incorporate AI in agriculture and then in health sector. So now this is a call for us to see how we are going to incorporate all these technologies in some of the fields that we're already working in. And I'm told there's a question online.
There is a hand raised, Sabelo. Can you please speak up?
Good day, good afternoon. Thank you for the wonderful session. It's quite insightful. I wanted to ask now, do you know of a program in Rwanda, the Digital Ambassadors Program?
Not really. Like I'm not really engaged in it. Like I had.
Please look into it because it actually speaks to what you've been speaking about on digital literacy. So Rwanda, interestingly so, they this was in formulation, I think, around 2020. And the nice thing is that it's very community tailored. So it's in the local languages. It's digital literacy in a local language. So please look into that as well. I just thought it would be nice to mention that. Okay?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Thank you for mentioning.
Yeah. Secondly, back to the labor issue. So in this year, February, we in South Africa we hosted the Internet Governance Forum, and one of the topics was around around artificial intelligence and the influence of it in the labor market. And one of the questions which I posed, and I still am doing research on that, is how exactly do we then ensure that our labor laws, traditional labor laws, because they do exist, how do we then revolutionize them to go hand in hand with technological advancements? Because also we need to ensure that we regulate this technology, but we don't overregulate. Because if we overregulate, then we are killing innovation, So, and also we need to also bear in mind that when we regulate the labor laws, we also need to look at our intellectual property laws. So it's quite an interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabo. The speakers, do you want to take response?
Sure, yeah. So it's good that you mentioned the Digital Ambassadors Program. So though I didn't know that it was happening in Rwanda. So we actually had this concept of digital ambassadors during our digital literacy programs. So we've been doing like a TOT kind of programs in different regions of Ethiopia. So where we will be having digital ambassadors who will be training the communities in their area. So that was actually a very helpful program that we've been running. It's actually a good way with the resource we have to enhance the digital literacy programs. When you say digital literacy, it's not only in the major cities like Addis, because Ethiopia is very big, Africa is very big, and maybe if you can see in average, only about 25% of the peoples are living in the urban areas across Africa. So in average, so that means like we're still about 75% of them are still behind to access internet, also be exposed to the digital world. So it's a good program that you've mentioned. Maybe if it is the same concept, we've tried to implement this and it actually worked very well. Thank you for mentioning that again.
Thank you very much, Now, I believe you got your response, Sabelo. We're out of time. This was a 30-minute session, but I want to give an opportunity to my speakers to wrap up. we've been talking about the whole day, we've been talking about digital literacy, education, and all that. So what would be your last points that concerning the steps that the governments can take or the education institutions can take? In one sentence, what do you think the steps government and education institutions can take to enhance AI education and digital skills across the continent?
So my recommendation would be like in this digital era, so it's must to have like a connectivity, which is government's role in involving all those stakeholders working in the mobile network operators and also telecoms to work with them in enhancing the digital infrastructures across Africa, across their country, of course, when you say about the government. So it's a countrywide. So if there is that infrastructure, so every stakeholders, every community members, every people should be involved in creating like an ecosystem that is very inclusive for everyone to explore digital opportunities, especially when we come to those AIs and emerging technologies. So there should be like platforms where government stakeholders, the users, us, of course, and other stakeholders, academia, the universities, and also tech organizations, development agencies should be collaborating. It's not only like in the morning session where I had this like on IGF, like as you see on this banner, one of the speakers in the morning session mentioned. So the organizers are very unique and people attending the program is very common. Like you get to see like one person maybe several times. I didn't actually have the chance to attend several times on IGF, but so there should be like other community members and also organizations being involving in this program, because this is not only maybe ECS program or UN's program, but there should be other stakeholders, government institutions, and also like academias involving with different perspective, not only the previous ones. Like every year, there should be a platform where these communities will be discussing on fostering digital environment that is very inclusive for everyone, and also fostering like open source initiatives. This was also asked in the morning session. One of the attendees was asking about the open source contribution on the medical sectors. So we all know OpenAI, maybe like it's an open source platform, AI model where we all can contribute, and every community member is contributing in building like an AI platform that is very enhanced. So we really need to, on each our specific sectors, on the agri-tech, on the med-tech, also on education. So we really need to have like those open source initiatives where everybody, every part of the community will be engaging in it. So for our case, maybe I'm working as a digital product manager for Digital Green. It's a global NGO working on the agri-tech sectors. So digitizing the agri sectors by providing AI solutions to the community. So we've built the generative AI-based chatbots where farmers will be able to access real-time informations based on their location. The advisory service will be more advanced using the AI. So we built a very robust, and it's very easy for the farmers to ask questions. And also we've been trying to localize the services into the local language. So we're currently operating in India, Kenya, and also in the US and in Nigeria. So it's been localized to the local communities language so that the farmers, those who have low digital literacy, can be able to access the AI we're speaking for. So they will be able to ask questions with their own language, with their own comfort, but there is still huge gap that makes us not depend on the build language models like maybe large language models or OpenAI or some other platforms. So we can't actually rely on them on Google as well, because if you for Ethiopia, maybe if you go and check the language models for the local language for Amharic or maybe Oromo, the largest language. So it's not actually well developed. So that is something that community can contribute on, building those language and contributing on the language and enhancing the language understandings of the AIs, so that the community, the local community, will be using the AI technologies in their areas. So also having an AI in our education policy is highly recommended. Having not only AI, digital opportunities and digital technologies should be part of the education policy that we're having. So we used to teach our kids. There was a saying by the NVIDIA CEO. So he was saying, like, we used to teach our kids to go to school and learn how to code. But now, like, coding is highly automated, like as Honorable, they mentioned this topic where the language they were learning was like, it's a old model, but like, so you can't use it at this time. So let's say maybe some of the software developers or those who have a tech background, so there was C++, Java, C language, like all the models, but we can't use them at this stage, like to develop more advanced platforms. But so what he was saying is we used to send our kids to learn to school, to go to school and learn how to code. But he's thinking completely in a different angle. So we used to teach our kids to learn the recent technologies, advanced, to keep up to date and to use the modern technologies and work on creating a solution for the existing problems in the community. So that was an interesting speech that I heard from the NVIDIA CEO, and I also agreed with the idea. So that's all I want to say. So it's not going to take our jobs, as I said. So instead, it's going to create an opportunity for us to create more jobs, also foster entrepreneurship and other things as well. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know we can stay here the whole day and talk about all these interesting things. So please, since we're out of time, the speakers are going to be here with us until evening. So we can keep the conversation going with them. If there is something, some other person or conversation that you wanted to have with the speakers, they'll be here. I think I'll have to end the session here. And some of the things that I will take away for this session is ensure connectivity, an inclusive ecosystem, fostering open sourcing of initiatives, education. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So, thanks to our speakers for this valuable panel. Now we move to the panel where we will meet the policymakers and called multi-stakeholder collaboration on AI, an intergenerational dialogue. So I hand over the floor to Mariam Diop, who will be moderating this session and presents also the speakers. Alors, merci pour ce précieux panel où nous allons rencontrer les policy makers. Nous allons faire un dialogue intergénérationnel, c'est-à-dire ça sera la rencontre entre les anciens qui ont travaillé sur pas mal de politiques et la génération future qui devra peaufiner ces politiques et faire de ses rêves une réalité. Je donne la parole à Mariam Diop, qui sera modératrice de ce panel. Elle va également introduire les intervenants. Merci.
Salut. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome back and good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you're tuning in from our online speakers. Oh, thank you. I was gonna say my name is Madam Job in case you don't see it because I dropped this, but thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome back. If you're like me, I just like to just usually just sit somewhere, my legs crossed and just chill after lunch because you know your tummy is full and all of that. So I get why the room isn't as full as it was before we went for lunch. I get some people might be sitting somewhere relaxing as well. I need you people to say something. To be sure that you're not crossing your legs in your different seats. Anything? Anything? Behind? We need people with us because we're about to get into a very interesting and I want to make it an interactive dialogue because we have here two policymakers, parliamentarians. We have one from Nigeria who is one from Nigeria and one from Ethiopia here in the country. Here, right directly to my left, we have Honorable Adedeji Stanley, who is a member of parliament. He briefly introduced himself just not too long ago from Nigeria. And right to his left as well, we have Honorable Miraj, who is a member of parliament here in Ethiopia. Can you have a round of applause for them so the room can warm up? Thank you. All right, so it is a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank you both for taking time out of your very busy schedules, because I am aware that the parliamentary track as well is going on currently, and you know they've decided to spare us an hour of their time. I think Honorable Adedeji just said that not too long ago that AI is the future, but I think AI is no longer just concept of the future or futuristic concept. I think it is already here, and it is currently currently talking about the fact that it is shaping economies, shaping the way we do governance in our individual societies, and I think that its rapid adoption and the way we're currently using it is posing some challenges as well. We're talking about ethical considerations of AI, inclusivity, and the rate at which AI is developing and the way the communities are getting used to AI or making use of AI is not the same rate at which policy for AI is being developed, and there's a gap. So in addressing these complexities, I think that we do trust that multi-stakeholderism is a key has a key role to play, and it becomes very critical that we involve all stakeholders in the discussion. So today, like I said, we're privileged to have two experts here, and we want to explore how diverse actors, so we have two parliamentarians up front, but behind in the audience, we have youth representatives, we have people from the technical committee, we have the government institutions as well. I don't consider them governments, I consider them legislators. We have people from the private sector as well, so that's why I intend to make it interactive and not just hear only from them. I'll just ask a few startup questions to get the conversation going to the parliamentarians. And I will start with Honorable Miraj. Honorable Miraj, my question for you is, what do you think rather are the greatest challenges that we face as a country or at government, executive or legislative level? How do you think we're balancing innovation, AI, and safeguarding the rights of people in terms of data privacy?
Hello, everyone. Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak on this matter. So, as you have mentioned, the challenges that we are facing in Ethiopia, also I think in Africa, is a digital divide. So in a digital divide, if you see in case of Ethiopia, we do have a divide in case of infrastructure, literacy, also affordability issues are there in Ethiopia. When we say infrastructure, around
60 to 70 people of Ethiopia live in rural areas where there are no connectivities around those rural areas. So the divide between the societies that live in rural and urban areas. Also, when we come to digital literacy, also in case of urban areas, there are more awareness about technologies, emerging technologies, AI. But when we go to rural areas, there is no awareness at all. We can say that. Also, when we come to affordability, initially, the society or people think technology is a luxury thing to live. Only the rich people can afford technology. That was the thought that is behind that. But now we are coming to a common understanding as a society, also as a government, that it is a way of life now. It is a very important thing. And we have to incorporate technology in every aspect of our life now. We can't avoid that. So that there is now a little common understanding around 5 years now, because we do have, as a government, also a digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy that transform Ethiopia digitally, so that there is a little awareness and incorporation between the society and the government now. That is the challenge that we are facing recently now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think there's actually no denying that technology does make our life easier. And I like to say that us young people, for some of us in the room anyway, we don't know a world where we were not using digital devices, where we were not connected to the internet, because some of us are quite young. And it goes on to show that it's already been integrated in our lives. It's part of our everyday lives, whether we like it or not. The fridge we use is a type of technology, the microwaves and all of that. It's really integrated in our lives. But you mentioned something about the fact that there's some sort of a divide. I think we mentioned in the morning that there's an existing digital divide, and I just want to follow up on that and it's also open to the floor as well, to the audience out there. The digital divide we're talking about the fast rate at which AI has been developed and how people are using it, but we're leaving behind a large amount of people. In Ethiopia, for instance, we have more people in the rural communities than we do in the urban areas. In some countries, it's the opposite, but more often than not, large populations have been left behind. They still don't have access to digital technologies. They still don't have access to internet, and we're leaving them behind. The urban areas and the others, we're moving fast. We're talking about AI now. We're talking about policies that govern. But what are we doing regarding that digital divide? And how would AI contribute? How could AI contribute to bridging that divide? I also open it to the floor just in case someone wants to unmute and have a chip in. Yeah, the digital divide that exists, because we're leaving a large demographic of people behind in terms of access to digital services, access to digital literacy and internet access. But what can AI do to kind of bridge that gap as well?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amina Ramalan from Nigeria. So I just wanted to say, I think the session before now, one of the key takeaways was that we need to change the way we learn, because the way we work has also changed, right? And also Miriam's point where she said a lot of the people either here or the youth don't really know a time where technology wasn't what it is, right? So we grew up at a time where we're fortunate, it is a technological time, right? So AI is basically just, it's not really that difficult. I would say it's just like an advanced form of technology, right? So it's just making use of that technology that we grew up with. So AI bridges the digital divide in the sense that as we're already trying to change the way we learn, right? And changing because the way we work has changed. It will help because we're learning new skills every day with technology. we're learning new things. So that sort of bridges the divide that is in existence. So thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add a few things to what Amina said. My name is Osei Keja from Ghana. And no, there's no denying, no doubt that AI, the transformative power of AI, and also it has come as a real game changer. But our legislators are here. And there seems to be, in as much as AI is trying to bridge a divide, is trying to make everyone inclusive, I'd like to know from our legislators here, what kind of policies or legislations are they pushing so that everyone is included? What kind of legislations are they pursuing around AI and its regulations to make sure that the divide, which is also creating, is also creating or widen? Because in as much as AI is also making education democratized or making education available, access to knowledge available, there are people who don't even have access. So there's a big AI divide, there's a big AI. What kind of policies, legislations are they pushing? And in that legislations, if they are pursuing it, is there some kind of benchmarking? And who are we benchmarking with ourselves with? So I'm throwing back to our legislators.
Again, thanks for yielding the floor to me. My name again is Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide from Nigeria, House of Representatives. Let me say this to answer your question. One of the very biggest problems in Africa today is that English is a barrier. English, let's get that clear. English is a barrier. If I want to learn technology, teach me in Yoruba, in my language. I will catch it faster than if you have to teach me in English. Go to China. They learn in local languages. Go to India. They learn heavily in local languages. Conforming to the norm, I'm going against some brick walls here. Conforming to the norm of everybody have to learn in English, I think it's something in our regulation that we have to downplay. And it is. Nigeria, we're going through a constitutional review right now. And there will be very tactical ways we are going to go about to downplay that, meaning that it's going to also open a lot of opportunities for all of you to be able to do creative things because you understand technology. If you are to put that logic in your head and put it in your local language to teach little kids and even the grown-ups who doesn't understand English, who actually cannot read or write, but if you write or do anything in their local dialect, they understand. That will further close the divide that exists today. And it's not just about AI. Everybody is getting hung up on AI. For me, AI is just another tool, another technology. We'll get through this. Another thing is coming. Today is AI. Blockchain came and we're still dealing with it. Other things are coming. It just happened today. We're talking about AI. And I think that should be the same mentality around technology, period. It shouldn't be one that we're looking at technology as a tall order or we are trying to climb Mount Everest. No, if technology is there to we'll crack the nut. The moment you crack the nut, that's it. It becomes a repetition. And once it's no longer a challenge, let me give you an example. The whole world now is moving towards clinical genomics, okay? Before, we're not talking about that. What does that mean? Every time we want to test medication, we test it on human beings. But now there are computer analytics that we can do today with algorithms that basically can give you the same result or even better for precision medicine. So the same idea I'm putting to you, it could be that, it could be anything else. Solve problems with technology. We are going to come up with regulations. The key for me is that there must not be a block between innovation and we cannot use laws as a barrier. it must enhance. You want to be creative. You don't want any roadblock. And also remember, whatever you're doing today, it's a code that somebody is going to have to deal with tomorrow. So that means that your thought process, the logics that you're using today must also conform to legal standards. So those are the areas that we have to work with you, and we're doing that in Nigeria. We'll put some frameworks. It will not impede your innovation, but it will give you a structured approach to how you go about doing this. Look, you are youths. Nobody is going to hold you that you don't like standards. You don't like it, we know. But we are going to put legislation in place. You will not necessarily like it 100%. At least once you like it 60%, that will continue to close the divide that we're talking about. So let me stop there. So to sum it up, legislation will help you, encourage you to be more creative with technology. Today we're talking AI. And also local languages, because that's a lot of money to be made. There's a company coming from Germany. I said, your solution, if you want us to even talk about it in Nigeria, go and translate it into Yoruba language. They are demoing the product right now in my state, in Oyo State, in Nigeria, in local language. Thank you.
And that is, he wasn't here this morning, but my apologies. He was not here this morning, but it goes to show how important it is to localize our use of the internet and our use of technology. Because Nena, Mama Nena from the internet also made reference to this morning about how the greater population are not able to communicate or speak or understand the foreign language. But if you were to give it to them in a local language, it would change so much of these issues that we're talking about, the digital divide, maybe digital skills, because it's one thing to also give an opportunity to someone, but it's another for them to comprehend it. If today we were having this conversation in Spanish, for instance, we would just be listening to each other, looking at each other, maybe not here and there, because we learned a few things from social media or from the TV, but if we don't comprehend it, if we're not able to make use of it, then it really does impose a lot of benefits. And is there any comment or from the floor before I ask my next question to the policymakers? One? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Baharu Abbas, and I host a local technology television program. One of the problems I face simply preparing a television technology program, weekly program, is that I don't get enough information from the technology sector in Ethiopia and as well as in Africa. But if I want to talk about anything related to technology, European and American, I can get everything. I can talk for 2-3 hours because the content is there. And if you really look at the websites, I am one of those guys who always, search for websites, the local websites. 99% of the local websites are maybe upgraded or 2 years ago. Okay, so talking about AI is something, for me, is something like it's a dream. We're just talking about concepts here. We have to talk about the things that we can do first. We have to at least upgrade our websites regularly. We have to exchange information regularly. We have to come together and we have to collaborate. For instance, I don't see, well, I can see many Ethiopians here, but we are not even connected. We are working individually, and collaboration is very important in the topic we are discussing, but collaboration is not there. So when you talk about AI, for me, I think it's something very, very away from our reach. It looks like that, but it's not it is not far, but we are not doing the little things that we should do.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. And I understand the frustration that you must feel, considering that you host a tech show, a weekly tech show, and you don't have content to base it on Ethiopia's ecosystem. I understand because it's because there's no data and they're not sharing the information. And I just want to kind of throw that to your policymaker here and see if is there anything you want to say to that? Okay.
Okay, I'm glad that you mentioned this because digital, when it's a digital government or e-government, the government should have to be transparent towards the citizens. Information should have to be available to citizens to understand what situation is in the country. So, in our Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy, also e-government is one of the key points. But as you mentioned, that taking that in the working on that is very limited in our country. So I will take that as an input to the government side. Thank you.
But this is not only for.
Go ahead.
This is not only for Ethiopia, not only the Ethiopian ecosystem. The African ecosystem is the same. Most of the African industries that are directly linked to technological efforts, they are not accessible. Information are not available.
Okay, Honorable Adedeji will also speak to that.
Okay, let me start from here. Oil, crude oil is gone, is the thing of the past now. The emphasis is on data. Data, data, data. The only reason why we're talking about AI is because of data. Nigeria have started something called the Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill. It's going through the second reading. And I can tell you from this morning, all parliamentarians that we got together this morning, there's literally no country now that is pushing towards digital economy and e-governance. Also, data protection bill, because if the emphasis is on data, there must be laws to protect that data. Almost every single African country right now we're going through, with the exception of few, data protection bill. So which means that in itself, the digital economy, there's going to be a lot. And I also want to encourage all of you, anytime you hear about public hearing on any bill that's got to do with digital economy, digital infrastructure, anything, please jump there. That's your opportunity to make. Let me give you an example. We had one public hearing on tax reform, and there was a young man that came and he gave us a clue. That clue he gave us changed the perspective, and it was only a 25-year-old young man. So basically, it means that there are little things that attention to details that you have that we might not necessarily have. So when we open this thing up, the digital economy and e-governance and all of this initiative, please, I encourage you in your various countries, get involved. Because at that point, you can embed your own personal view into the laws of your land. So don't take it as if nobody is going to downplay, and nobody that have a good mind would throw away what a young person is saying. Because the way you rationalize technology is different from mine. Back in the days, we used to write long codes, 90, 100, 200 pages code. Nobody write those codes anymore. They are very thin. You might have 1,000 of codes that are very small and you call them at various times. So my summary to all of this is that you also have responsibility in putting visibility into what you want around getting involved in your country. And that will amplify some of the things that we want to get done in Africa. My goal, my vision for Africa is that Africa should get to a point where anybody can go anywhere in Africa start a business. There should be a portal that you want to start a business in Nigeria, go to the portal, Nigeria, I want to start a business, give you the bill you pay. Central payment system. Those are the things that you need to start thinking about. And there are loads of money. Fintech. Nigeria is making new billionaires around fintechs right now. Very young, smart human beings. And it could be one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Honorable Adedeji. I think what you said actually answered the question I was going to ask towards the end of this conversation, because I wanted to have your insights on how other stakeholders, the youth, the private sector, can kind of establish a consistent channel of communication to the policymakers for issues like this. And I think you've mentioned it, the fact that sometimes when they have bill readings or bill hearings, we can go to because it's not like it's the National Assemblies or the House of Representatives are close to the public when such things happen. We also have that responsibility because we sit in these forums and we make these complaints. We say this is what we want the policymakers to do, A, B, C, D, E, F. But it is also our responsibility to kind of go out of our comfort zones and actually be part of the process as well. And I see that Sabelo has his hand raised online. Sabelo, do you want to unmute and make some contributions or ask the question?
Yeah. Good day, Honorable Mirage and Honorable Olajide. Insightful stuff. But Honorable Olajide, I actually found what you actually were saying quite interesting. This pertains to the German company that's coming to learn the local language, the Yoruba local language. But now my question that's been lingering in my mind is, if you have any insight on that, how are the intellectual property laws structured around that? Because since it's a German company, they bringing all their money and all their tech, and they're coming to learn in Nigeria. What then happens to the intellectual property? How is that structured? How is that structured?
Thank you. That's a brilliant question. Let me say this. The German company will bring the know-how. They will localize the opportunities. Most of the guys that are going to write most of those codes are going to be locals from my state. Because there's also a bill going through in Nigeria now called a local content bill. Anybody coming into Nigeria is not pertaining to oil anymore. You come into Nigeria to do any business or anything foreign into Nigeria, you must source locally. And for example, if you are to be living in Ibadan right now, I will plug you directly with them and they will give you the ideas of what they want to do or the templates in which they want to do. And then you can now go off and logicalize the idea, and which they would embed into their platform. And that platform will now go around. And the same thing, on the federal level, we have a body called UBEC, a Universal Basic Education. We're also tasking them right now from this point. You start taking kids from when they're like 4 or 5 years old and 6 or 7 and start giving them basic understanding of technology. By the time those guys will get into secondary school, they will have all the skills to take foreign technologies and localize them. So to answer your question, you are going to be able to partner with those people, bringing in those ideas, their money. They're not going to be able to take it all away. They'll make money, and the goal for them is to make money, but you will share in the wealth. Thank you.
You won't take from me everything. That's basically what he said. They're not taking anything from the continent. We have another question online. Levy or Athanas, does any one of you want to read the question out for the panelists?
Okay, I can.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So there's a question addressed to, I think, Honorable Alan. Wait, sorry, bear with me for mispronouncing your name. Okay, Adedeji. The question is from Oluwaseun, I think. He says, My question is, how can AI technologies be leveraged to support the preservation and integration of local African language? I think in education systems, which I think you partly touched, but I have an additional questions to both members of parliament from me. Case in point is, I participated in my national AI strategy and a few other bills. I'm from Zambia. One of the things observed is in the meetings, like in the public hearings, most of the ideas are adopted. When the draft or the final document comes out, you will find less than 30% of the inputs in the room were adopted. Like the documents changed because either there was financials or donor aid influence, because the document was a bit biased towards investors compared to the local people. My question to you as parliamentarians, I think a number of youths in this room can bear with me and probably can agree. What should youths do when such cases continue, where youth voices are heard in the room, but when the final documents are being published, there's less input from the youths?
So, fantastic. How do we kick corruption out of legislative processes? Let me say this. When you attend public hearing, at the end of the public hearing, there should be a memorandum. Okay? At the end, the tail end is almost like, and usually, if you're going in as a group or youth group, you have to use the media positively, because that's also one of the key things that a lot of people skip. And those ideas, most of your contribution will fall down the road. The moment you're done, do a public media briefing saying from our engagement today on this bill, it was agreed. Use the word agreed. It was agreed that X, Y, Z will be incorporated into the law, into the bill, before it becomes the act. And then by the time, before it goes into, there's also going to be a publication on it. So before it goes to the president for accent, if you by any chance see that whatever you have contributed is missing, that's the time you use media. See, media plays a key role in all of these legislative processes. We're going through a constitution review right now in Nigeria. Media is sitting in on almost every committee that we have. We've actually incorporated the youths into our constitution review. So to answer your question, you have to make sure that what was agreed in that public hearing is publicized. Is that clear? You have to publicize it. Otherwise, if you don't publicize it, I can just say, well, let me go slow on this one, because we cannot get, and sometimes there are political willpowers that you go against to get some of these things in. So we might run into walls somewhere. If we're going to take it out, then we have to engage you again and say, this your contribution, we're going to have to amend it. Is that acceptable? And then at that point, we form a consensus. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable. Do you want to also say something to that, because he addressed your question to both of you?
So in case of Ethiopia, when we say that we are building inclusive government, we are also saying that incorporating youth, women, disabilities, and others. So if you see as a member of parliament, if you see me, I am going to turn 29 this year, but I'm a member of parliament. So I can't let go of youth thing in the parliament. So I should have to voice up for the youth. In every bill, we should have to think about youngsters, also women, also disabilities. So incorporating these things are very important in government issues, so that we are going like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think, like, the thing is, yes, I like that Nigeria is currently going through a constitutional review, and we're in the Gambia. I know we're still with our 1997 constitution, so we're like 20 years back. We're still doing, legislation and provisions that were made ages ago before I was even born. So I think sometimes our legislations and our constitution actually do provide means for us to hold the policymakers or the legislators accountable. It does kind of make those provisions. I think also something that contributes to the fact that we are not really holding them accountable is that we do not know. The Constitution is a bulky document, so a lot of people probably wouldn't be familiar with it or know, and they've not really kind of summarized it or localized it to kind of ensure that the people know what their rights are and things like that. Because you'd be surprised to find out how many people do not know what their constitutional rights are, especially in the local communities. So I think it also goes a long way to say that people need to be aware of the avenues that are available to contribute to these processes, and what avenues are also made available to hold policymakers or the government accountable. And on that note, I think we have 2 minutes to conclude, but I will take one more question or contribution from the floor, and we'll tell our two panelists to just give us brief closing remarks, and we'll conclude this session. Oh, go ahead. Please introduce yourself and the country you're from.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Jameson Olufui, the chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance. I also run an IT firm. I want to really commend the workshop or this session. I saw the notice youth, so oh, wow, let me come and listen in. I was so happy to see my honorable, and he has spoken everything. They said it all. Just to add a little bite, I started advocacy when I was really young, 1995, IT policy in Nigeria, setting up NIDA, NCC, the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. So we still continue the advocacy up to the United Nations level. So I want to encourage all the youths. I'm really happy about it, that the youth today, surely they will be the leader tomorrow. So it's good we are preparing for tomorrow. But the challenge I see is sustainability, because it takes resources to be able to sustain advocacy, to be able to publicize, to be able to follow up, meet challenges, sit at meetings. It takes a lot of challenges, so a lot of resources. So I want to encourage you, continue in that groups, and there are some kind of funding out there that could help the cause. They will gladly support the cause, especially when it comes to digital economy, how to really bridge the digital divide and things like that. So they are funding, and I don't want the social by the steam, evaporates. So you need to keep the flame running, and I'm free for consultation on some hints on the getting support, funding here and there, so that I can keep the fire really burning. Thank you very much.
We'll come to you. We'll come to you. Thank you so much for that contribution, and thank you for commending this thing. I think we have some of our youth coordinators who couldn't make it in person because of issues like you said, resources. It does take a lot of resources to kind of meet in these forums. It does take a lot of resources to work on a position paper, because you need to sit, you need to talk, you need to communicate, you need to make research, you need to eat while you're at it. So it does take a lot of resources. And more often than not, that is what we don't have, especially as youth. This one of our keynote speaker, Nena, talked about how when the annual budget comes in, the Ministry of the Youth, we often have youth ministries, they don't really get much of the general budget, because yes, it is true that we have, the government has a lot of priorities and sometimes a little well to fetch a bucket from, but it's also a bit unbalanced, because when you're talking about the fact that most of the population, more than 50% are youth, you really would try to kind of ensure that some substantial amount of the national budget, the yearly budget, really does go to advancing the skills or the livelihoods of those youth to kind of support them as well. But I think all in all, the internet has also provided opportunities for us to make do with what we have. Once we're connected, some people are joining online. They weren't able to join us here in person because of resources constraints, but they're able to join us online because of the internet. So it goes a long way. And on that note, I would let our panelists just give us brief closing remarks, and we'll conclude the session.
Okay, thank you so much. So after you have mentioned that most of the population of Africa, around 40% are youngsters, when specifically in Ethiopia, 70% of the population are youth. So where there are youngsters, there is creativity, there is innovation, there is forward looking. So that as a policymaker, we should have to enact legislation that support creativity, innovation, and you should have to think about also patent rights, intellectual property of those creativity. We have to ensure all the creativity are protected, because these are very big resource for Africa and for our country. So we should have to enact all that. Also, we should have to make sure that ethical use of those technologies, because of AI, we should have to think about also privacy. Ethical use of technology is very important. When specifically in Ethiopia, there is a personal data protection proclamation, which is enacted last year. Also, computer crime laws. So, as a policymaker, we should have to think about laws that support louder use of technology. So, thank you very much that I am here and I have shared my ideas on those topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving me this privilege to be around you. If you notice, I didn't speak to you like a techie, which I can. I know all the verbiage and the language. I can speak to you as a techie, but I did not. I deliberately chose my words carefully so that I can come across to you in a way we can both understand, or we can all understand each other. Let me also I want to leave you with two things. One, most of the people representing you, don't look at them as if they know all of the answers. Don't look at them, all your legislators, all of us, don't look as if we are the subject matter experts. The answer to you is we are not. We are representing you. Get close to us and inject us with your pill. Once you inject us with your pill, we will go and vomit your pill. But if you refuse to inject us with your pill, we will go and vomit our own whatever. So connect with us. Let's get away from bashing. We're not getting anywhere in Africa with that. We go on social media, we rubbish our leaders, you rubbish our legislator, you bash them, they're rogues. You've known they're rogues before you voted for them. So just make the best of it. If you're going to change it, then you go run election and change them, okay? But let's stop the bickering. Join forces with your lawmakers, get decent laws into place that is going to reshape your future. It is your future they're legislating. Whatever law we create in my country is binding on everybody. So whatever you do, be friends with your lawmakers, and when they go wrong, hold them accountable. That is part of your job. And lastly, we all need money, right? We all need money to fund the lifestyle we want to live. There are lots of money out there. A lot of people don't know. There are lots of foundations. I remember when I was doing a project for Stanford University with the clinical genomics platform, when I said we needed money, Google gave us $10 billion. Just like that. And we started using the money. So there are lots of money out there. You just have to pay attention. Pay attention to the details. There are actually foundations that will give you this MacBook for free. Do you know them? If you don't, then you're not looking in the right places. So you want to travel. There are 1,000 ways you can travel. It doesn't have to be your government. There are other ways. So in collaboration, Miriam, she's my friend now. We're going to be collaborating on how we're going to open doors for you. So thank you. And when I get back to where the legislators are, I will also echo what you have injected in me right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Honorable Adedeji and Honorable Miraj. I think there's this thing, there's a quote, a proverb in my local language. When you translate to English, it means, I don't know, in what, I'm sure you guys also have it in your local languages because I see it in English as well. It goes as a child can stand while an elderly person is sitting down, but see further than the child who's standing. And I think Nena has said that today as well about how we cannot underestimate the wisdom of the elderly. We might have the advantage of being more tech wavy. We might have that advantage of being more connected and being quick with adapting these things. But the wisdom of the elderly is important, and their essence is always going to be beneficial to the youth. And I think we're lucky actually to have the parliamentarians with us who humble themselves and be part of this conversation with us firsthand and get to be this accessible to us, where we tell them, these are our concerns, these are the questions we have, and how do we work with you? And I think this conversation with these two kind of really shed light on the fact that they're ready to collaborate and they're ready to show us the way. On that note, I would like to thank you both for your insightful contributions, as well as the audience for your engagement. And let's all have a good, we have another session coming up, yeah? One more, yes. On the Global Digital Compact, where we'll delve further into the issues we've been talking about since morning. So thank you once again, both honorables, and have a good afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mariam. Thank honorables. So now we move to the panel about understanding the GDC, Youth Perspectives, Opportunities for Engagement, which will be moderated by Seba, who will introduce her guests.
Hello, thank you very much. So we are on to our next session. I know the conversation has been fun and we are a bit tired, but we are at the tail end of the conversation. So I would like to take a few, while we are waiting for our next panelists, a few comments or takeaways so far, what you've learned since morning, and just open your mic, your takeaways. We would like to hear from you. Just like Honorable said, if you are to inject the pill, they are going to just go and do things. But if you're not injecting the pill, we can't do anything. So please, we'd like to hear from you both online and both on-site participants. So open your mic if you have any key takeaways so far since morning. Do I see a hand up? Any intervention, any question so far? Okay, so our next session is going to be on the Global Digital Compact, and it also promises to be a very lively and innovative. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just a quick question.
Okay, please open your mic.
Yeah, do we have a rapporteur for this session or? Okay. Okay, good to know. I just.
Okay, yes, the rapporteurs are here. And if you need any further insights, you just contact them. So as I was saying, our next program is going to be on the Global Digital Compact, and Sabatiku is going to walk us through the very insightful conversation. Saba, over to you.
Thank you very much, Keja. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Saba, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this session, which is Understanding the Global Digital Compact, Youth Perspective and Opportunities for Engagement. As Keja said, I will be your on-site moderator, along with our online co-moderators and rapporteurs as well. So just a little bit of background and introduction about the Global Digital Compact. It's like a framework under the United Nations, which is aimed at outlining shared principle for the governance of digital technologies and as well as the internet. And so it's like a part of the broader UN initiative, which is our common agenda, which seeks to address the challenges, including those emerging from the rapid technological advancement. And so this framework got adopted in this September during the Summit of the Future. So it provides us a platform for countries as well as for the stakeholders to agree on shared principles for navigating those digital challenges which emerge from the rapid advancement of technology, and also to navigate the opportunity as well, not only on the challenges. So I don't want to go deeper than this because we have a very limited time, like 30 minutes. So I will try to be fast and engaging at the same time. I will now open the floor for the questions to our speakers. So please first introduce yourself briefly, and you have 4 minutes to answer the question. Yes, so my first question goes to Athanas. What role can the GDC play in ensuring an equitable digital access for marginalized and for undeserved youth across Africa?
Thank you so much, Saba. My name is Athanas Baizire from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I serve as the co-coordinator for the Youth Internet Governance in the DRC. Quickly about the question, how can the GDC empower the youth in Africa when it comes to all these aspects? What my take is that the Global Digital Compact has got, I mean, it's a very good document, very ideal, because there are many provisions that are really forward-looking and helping, if I can say, the development of the digital ecosystem broadly. And there are many places where they emphasize on inclusion. Many paragraphs, let's say, let me just cite a couple of them. They emphasize on inclusion of marginalized communities, including marginalized community like in the whole. They also emphasize on the principle that should be open, the internet should be open and interoperable, which also works around the inclusion part. But there is one thing we have seen with the GDC is it's a very ideal document, but for it to be effective, it will go with the implementation. What is very important here is that us as the youth, we have been having the time to give input to this GDC document, and some of them are reflected here, what is kind of speaking about the inclusion of the whole processes. We worked with the youth standing group and the youth coalition on internet governance last year on contribution of the youth to the GDC. We also work with the ECA here around Africa on the consultation of the youth on the GDC. And some of the priorities for us were skills development, infrastructure development, what we can see very well highlighted in this document, meaning that they have paid attention to some of our problems, but this is just a document. So the implementation phase, I believe, will be the right testimony of this goodwill that we are seeing in this document. We stop there for now. Thank you, Sabah.
Thank you very much, Athanas, for that insightful contribution. My next question goes to Edulawit. We do also have an online speaker joining us. Her name is Sofiat. But Edulawit, let me come to you. How can African youth meaningfully engage in the GDC's processes? And what mechanisms should be in place to ensure that the voice of the young people is heard?
Hi, my name is Dilawit. I'm a biomedical engineering major, but I'm here representing the ITU Generation Connect Envoy. So we can connect. Can you remind me the question? Yes. Okay, so there are three things I will mention about that. So the first thing is we need to have user advisory panels to meaningfully engage the youth. So a good example of this is the ITU Generation Connect, where there are youth volunteers who engage with ITU to create equitable digital change around Africa and globally as well. And as well, I'm also part of Girl Effect User Advisory Panel, where our thoughts, our voices, and our opinions are heard in creating media content and other kind of content. So when we engage with adolescent girls and boys, the second thing is participatory platforms. So a good example of this is also YouReport. How many of us do know YouReport? So it's a kind of a platform where questions and polls and other kind of information are released to the youth, and the youth share the ideas, and these ideas are presented to leaders and change makers, and as well as policy makers. The third is creating and designing capacity building opportunities. So I think that many of the youth, like it has been said earlier, are usually are more in the rural side of the countries, and they lack like a digital literacy, even if the digital the digital opportunities are there. Since people lack the literacy, there are so many cases that they're not engaging with. So I think one of the ways we could engage them and the mechanism that needs to be in place is capacity buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adelaide, for that wonderful contribution. Indeed, as you say, advisory group is very important. That's part of platforms as well, and as you pointed out, in capacity building opportunities as well. I do agree with that they are very important in ensuring that the voice of young people are heard in these GDC implementation mechanisms, and of course, youth-focused programs such as the ITU youth program is also very essential, and thank you for pointing that. My next question goes to Sophia, who's joining us online. Okay, so yeah, how can the GDC's framework remain sustainable as well as responsive to involving the digital challenges faced by African youth? Over to you, Sophie.
Thank you so much, Saba, and I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you so much for having me on here. I think the first thing that I would say to contribute to answer your question, Saba, is regular review. So being an alumni for the Generation Connect Youth Envoys, when we put together the first youth call to action documents, I remember working very closely with the policy team at that time. And in order to get the ideas of young people from across the globe, what we had to do, apart from hosting regional sessions with the youth envoys, was to also open this up using a platform called Spark Blue by UNDP, if I remember correctly, for people to sharing their ideas on how they think youth should drive digital inclusion. Now, speaking in context of the Global Digital Compact, I think it's absolutely necessary that we routinely review what has been written, because we all know that the digital world is a very fast-paced world, right? 2 years ago, I didn't have ChatGPT. Right now, ChatGPT really helps me to automate a lot of the tasks that I carry, that I do. And as a young person in Africa who uses these services, I think routinely asking, how do I engage with certain technology? What is my ideas for how we can improve technology? How can my government protect my rights with some of these things that I use? So routinely asking for inputs from young people, instead of having one document that lasts us 5 years, I think that should not work, especially in a digital context where we have new things popping up every single day. Routinely asking and asking young people for their lived experiences using some of these technologies and new ideas on how it can be improved upon or how they can be better protected in the online world is what I would contribute to that.
Thank you very much, Sophie, for that insightful contribution. Indeed, as you say, the digital world is a fast-paced environment, and young people need to know this as well. And then they, like their regular views, as well as their needs need to be also be involved as much as the digital space is evolving. And one thing I would like to add is, of course, investing in digital education is very important when it comes to for this framework, for the GDC framework to be sustainable and to be responsive to the fast-paced, changing digital environment. So partnerships with the youth-led initiative as well is very important to stay responsive in terms of this evolving digital space. Perhaps now I will give the floor to the audience. If there's any comment or any questions to our panelists, it can be online, and our online moderator could also see the question on the chat. And if there's anyone raising their hand on Zoom as well. All right. So any question from the floor, or I will ask. Avita.
Thank you. My name is Tabitha Ongeshi. I'm an Internet Society Global Youth Ambassador. My question would be to Elderwit. She mentioned creating youth advisory panels and bodies. And I have a concern with this. I don't know if anyone else in the room thinks the same. So many big organizations with huge budgets create, these advisory youth bodies, very big names, global, continental, but they don't pay the youth for their work. You end up working for free for an organization that has a very big budget. So what is your take on that? Because at this point, I'm not feeling satisfied with the way we do those things. I think it's time to rethink how we engage with the youth and not see them as lesser people who are only valuable in giving contributions, but not valuable enough to be compensated for their work. Thank you.
So I agree with you 100%. I've come across companies and organizations that demand like hours a week, hours a month, hours, days a year, but like they do not consider that you are doing this as a side work. It might not be your main work, and you're dedicating your time, effort into these things, and they barely compensate or they do not compensate at all. I would actually hope that would change. But as well, I'm doing this, me personally, I am part of many advisory groups personally, but I do this more for the experience and because I do want to see the change and I want to be part of the change that I want to see. So I would encourage the youth, we should demand, there should be change, but at the same time, I don't think compensation is all that is part, it's not only the main thing, because for example, I was a part of a research for mobile and girls on mobile, and we weren't compensated for that. But that research I feel like is really, really useful in telling policymakers like about the constraints of families about for internet, digital accessibility and stuff like that. So I believe in those topics and I'm passionate about them and I'm doing that for that. And I would suggest other people do that with that purpose as well. But you're right. Like at the end of the day, we need to be compensated. Like our passions need to have fruits, but at this moment, yeah, that's not really happening, is it?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, next question. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. My question is this. I'm just curious, how can we integrate sustainability into the GDC framework to address the environmental impact of data centers, e-waste, and as well as tech manufacturing, taking into account this area of climate change issues? Yeah, so that's my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Actually, very good question. With the trend now that the climate is impacting all aspects of our life, but the digital technologies, we should not see them as threats to the climate actions that we want, but elsewise we should see them as enabler. And what is happening with the GDC? The whole GDC processes, if you take them from the beginning, it's to address the SDGs. You see everywhere they're mentioning we need to align with the SDG. Basically, the GDC, Global Digital Compact, at the core is to see how we can leverage digital technologies and emerging technologies to solve and to achieve our sustainable development goals. But pointing on the e-waste challenge and other challenges, yes, as soon as the more we use digital technologies, phones, the more we generate waste. Let me just check on something here. We are all having phones here, I know, I suspect. How many of us have a phone for 3 years? 3 years. You see? So you have a phone, like it's 3 people who have a phone for 3 years. What is here is that we are having technologies that are designed in a sense that after each year, you see Samsung has released a new version, Apple has released a new version, and you all are going to fight to get the latest version of the technology. And sometimes there is no sustainability, as we're talking about, and interoperability with the latest version. And you see all the Apple phone, let's say, that were created like 10 years ago are now trash. So, and there is, like in Africa, we have this problem, we don't have mechanism of dealing with e-waste. So we generate tons of e-waste, but unfortunately, there is no way we can deal with it. We don't have proper policies here. We have some countries like Ghana who have e-waste policy, but we don't have proper policies to deal with it. But I believe if we take seriously the principles that are aligned in the GDC and we put them into action, because the big thing is the action, as I was saying, we can create mechanisms that will really empower the way we deal with technologies so that we can build on sustainability. I think we have experts here, even very well experienced people who have been at the core of the discussions around GDC and how, let's say, the private sector, the African private sector, can leverage on the benefits of the Global Digital Compact. So I think I'm going to ask Dr. Jimson if he can say 1 or 2 words about how maybe we can leverage on the GDC and benefit from it from Africa.
Thank you very much, the moderator, and Atanasi and Edward. Yes, it's been a great session. Really happy to be in your midst. Again, I'm really very, very glad that you are discussing this because it's very important. And it shows that the youths in Africa, they are quite responsive. The world leaders, September 22nd, 23rd, they agreed that they need to have a new world order, inclusive, that is safe, that's all-embracing, and in particular, there was a special declaration on the youth, which is something remarkable, never done before. But specifically on the Global Digital Compact, we all know that, as you mentioned, is to help advance the Sustainable Development Goal. And ICT makes life easy. ICT empowers. In fact, I started as a coder. Okay, I was a coder. In fact, because I was a coder, they just gave me jobs. You know, when I started getting jobs. So I didn't even think of looking for a job. So, and that's metamorphosed into the company today, you know, Contemporary Consulting. And with that, I have also the liberty to engage, to advocate, and be involved in advancing ICT in Africa, to the point that we saw the gap in Africa that private sector is missing, and we set up Africa ICT Alliance, where we started with 6 countries, and now we're in the about 42 countries in Africa, involving ICT associations, ICT companies, and also individuals. So you can see the progression. So now that we have a document, Global Digital Compact, that is emphasizing that we need to use the digital seriously to bridge the digital divide, I think the youth can really take advantage of this. You can find a niche for yourself. You know, you can create a niche opportunity You can easily set up your company. So easy now to set up a company even in Nigeria, for example. And I believe it's happening elsewhere. You can start small, as case may be, and grow it. Just come up with some new ideas. There are a lot of spaces, there are a lot of opportunities. Yes, the ambassador here, where is she? Okay, she raised the question of compensation, being engaged, and you responded quite correctly that yes, we need to gain experience. Experience matters a lot. And to be able to boost your skill set and capability. But at the same time, you need the compensation. So the trade-off is that you need to be bold about it, okay? Put your contribution on the table, your suggestions. There has to be some form of remuneration, and you need that to boost even the business opportunity. And today, there are a lot of technology funding available that you can use, especially when you collaborate. The Honorable was saying the other time, fintechs are really making a lot of inroads. So youth can come together. You can really collaborate together, look for mentors to really guide you, and think for the future. Think about the future. The future opportunity is great. So humongous, can tell you that. And we can really exploit it as we should. So in a nutshell, the framework has been provided by the world leaders. It's now left for the youth to come together across our region, across different landscapes, across different disciplines to really see how they can exploit the situation. We can have more conversation about this. We do have e-conferences where we discuss a lot of digitalization issues in AFICTA. I'm happy to see that some of you are already in the group. So I want to encourage more of you to be involved. Every quarter we come up with ideas so we can discuss this issue of empowerment and going forward with the GDC, maybe in other conversation in AFICTA, involving the private sector, how we can collaborate, with you on new enterprises, new ventures, and so on and so forth. So the opportunity is great to realize the GDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution and openness as well. Do we have any question online? Okay, so if we don't have, I will go ahead and
so we have one.
Okay.
The question is, how does the Global Digital Compact ensure the balance between digital innovation and the protection of human rights online? Then I think maybe I can just make an addition. From what we've talked about, I think most of us are getting to understand that the Global Digital Compact is focusing on sustainable development goals, right? Is there a way that most of us can begin to engage outside the IGF conversations and outside the meetings where most of the youths begin to share their thoughts? That's my question.
Thank you so much, Levi, for the question. If you see the Global Digital Compact, the first objective is about human rights, and it focuses a lot of around 17 paragraphs just focusing on human rights. So they really put a lot of effort on human rights, and it was really surprising because the GDC was adopted by member states, and governments and human rights, they're not quite friendly, but this time around they acknowledge the need for human rights, and this is very important. One aspect, let me just mention one among many. The paragraph 29, section D, talks about refraining from internet shutdowns. So this is like a binding document now. All the member states that voted for the GDC, definitely they will refrain from internet shutdowns that we have been experiencing in some countries, and that hinder human rights, whether it's during elections or during time of protests. The governments, we have seen a recent case in Kenya. They shut down the whole ecosystem, and Uganda, that is profiting from the internet passing by Kenya, was also impacted. So these are kind of incidents that the Global Digital Compact is fixing. So there are many other, apart from this section, there are many other sections that are talking about other different aspects about human rights. So I think this is quite, there is will, if I can say, there is political or there is a will. Leaders are really willing to see the change, but we believe in actions. Now we are the youth. We believe in what we see, so we hope that the actions will follow. I think that is to answer to your question. Thank you, Levi.
Thank you very much, Athanas. Sophia, do you have anything to add on this? I'll give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Saba. I've just sort of been listening to all the answers and questions that have been asked by everyone. And what I do, first of all, want to share is in terms of the Global Digital Compact, I think sometimes we can also just forget that in our own little way, in our own little work, we could be implementing recommendations on those documents in our everyday lives, right? Athanas just showed a very good example when it comes to like sustainability in tech, asking how long some people have had their phones for. I haven't had mine for 3 years, but I had my previous phone for 7 years. So I think I'm excusable. But I think sometimes we can also just forget that that document is not alone, is not just for government or lawmakers. There's certain parts of that where if we change our everyday lives, if we change the things that we do, how we show up in certain places as young people, how we contribute sometimes is us pushing some of these documents forward. So what I would suggest is for young people who are really interested in the Global Digital Compact and seeing it come to life, try to internalize what part of that document you can take on for yourself. Someone in the audience was also just sharing about wanting young people to come together to talk about these things. These are things that you could also do as young people. How can you form a coalition? I love coalitions so much because it's really, I know that I can't do it alone. But if I approach Saba and if I approach Athanas, there's so much more that we could do when we work together towards a common goal. So picking one part of that compact or picking one recommendation and seeing as a young person in my own group, how could I really come together to do this? And that's even one way that you can build experience. And on the last thing I just want to quickly touch on corporate setting youth advisory councils. Really love how that question was answered because it really does give you experience and it really gives you an in into this world and understanding, like you build that experience. But I also just want to say it's so important as young people that you ask for that compensation. You're not going to feed yourselves. It's absolutely a violation of human rights for you to work for free. The United Nations currently has internship programs where it doesn't pay young people. And, as someone from a low income background, you are automatically excluded from that opportunity because some of these internships require you to be in New York, to be in Denmark, to be in Copenhagen, right? And how do you want to pay for living in these cities, especially when you're a young person from Africa, right? Some of these youth advisory boards require you to be online, to do meetings, to do this, to do that. Does anyone know how much they pay for internet as an African? It's ridiculous. To not even be able to substitute costs like that is not fair moving forward. I think it is really just corporate spread because I just to say this clearly, if corporates needed that advice from Deloitte or from EY or those groups of people, they pay in billions and they pay very heavily. And what young people are asking is nothing compared to the amount that they put on the table. And the ideas that we give them are lived experiences or what they used to shape their programs and what they used to create a better world. I don't think it's okay for us to be able to ask for compensation especially for us from low income backgrounds where our purchasing power is not at the same level as some of these corporates, right? So much goes into building your real life experience, right? The community that you work in. As a young person, a lot of us in this room also have personal projects. Only you and yourself know how you make your personal project work every day, going into communities, doing this work and that work. That's the lived experience that you're building on your own back, on your own sweat. And when someone comes to ask you, tell us what that experience is so we can make the world a better place. As much as we are all passionate about the work that we do, I know that I volunteered for a good 5 years before I got to a point where I say, no, I'm absolutely not going to get involved with anything until I see what is this useful for me, first of all, and what money is on the table, because I pay for internet, I pay rent, I have to feed myself, I have to clothe myself, I have to be connected to more opportunities like this. So no, it's not fair for corporates to ask young people for ideas, knowing that young people want to gain that experience, knowing that we're desperate enough to work for them for free, because we will. That's the truth. I want to be able to say, oh, I'm a youth advisor to the WHO.
Thank you so
But I
much,
think,
Sophie.
yeah, we're out
Yeah.
of time, but
Thank
I
you.
wanted to share this
Thank you
point.
very
Thank you.
That's very valuable contribution. Thanks a lot. Sorry to cut you off because of the short time that we have. So yeah, perhaps it kind of question to the question forwarded by Levi, and I will conclude. But it doesn't have to be answered here, of course. As we all have discussed, that GDC is a framework which is developed by the member states, right? And it's a multilateral developed document that covers many issues, including the human rights that Atanas and others raised. And so it's like a platform for countries, for member states to have like this shared principle for the digital challenges that we are facing in today's digital space. So think about it. How do you engage as a young people? How do you engage in implementation of this GDC? So in terms of, it can be in your own country or as a regional level, think about this. How can you more be involved in these processes so that your voice and your contribution can be heard? And to conclude, the GDC is not only a framework, right? It's a call to action. It's a promise to bridge the digital divide, to protect the rights, and also to ensure that technology serves everyone. And so achieving this requires each one of us to step up and to work together with other young people or with all sectors. And so thank you so much for your insights, to our panelists and to our audience for engaging with questions and so on. We thank you all, and yes, that's it.
Oh, we can do better. Let's clap for them. Okay. Thank you very much. And all too soon, we are just getting closer to the end of the conversation. Our next session is going to be opportunities for youth. We've had very, very insightful conversation right from the start. And we can't leave here while we don't look at conversations centering opportunities for youth. What are the opportunities out there for us? How can we meaningfully engage? How do we connect with the right people? And how do we stay connected in this dynamic ecosystem we find ourselves? To do this will be Mix Bakta Bekele from UNECA. Yeah, she's here. And Tabitha Wangechi over here. And from ICANN, Mr. Yalvi Atohom. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And also there's one, Lily. Lily is on Please, who is online? Okay, so okay. So time is fast spent, and we'll be doing 5 minutes each for this conversation. And to do this with us, the moderator is going to be okay. All right, Joe.
Yes, perfect. Thank you to all of you for taking your time to be here with us. I think it is imperative that we really figure out, because some of the conversations that we had since morning today really revolves around youth at the center of internet governance and some of the constraints that we have, and how best we can navigate those and work with the relevant stakeholders in achieving these shared objectives. So it's going to be a brief session, mostly talking about what are some of the opportunities that exist within the partner institutions or the institutions here for youth that can support them in capacity building, in digital skills, in taking part of the internet governance processes. So to start, we will take, like my co-host said, 5 minutes each. We will take a presentation within 5 minutes, of course, from Mr. Yawuvi, who is the stakeholder and operations manager for ICANN, which I believe most of you might be familiar with it. But if you are not, you'll be able to get a brief overview about it in his presentation as well. Yawuvi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I had some slides, but I'm not going to use them. Because 5 minutes will be too short, and I really like that we stay on time. I really like that, but I want to share something with you. And I used to take the privilege, even if it's not on the agenda, to tell people all meetings today in Africa, you have to care about time. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
If we don't care about time, it's like we are joking. Because I have been in many meetings, more than 25 years. I started with ISOC in the 90s. We have been in many meetings. You have the agenda, and then a meeting's supposed to start at 8. We start at 9. We push everything, and sometimes we are in the room late in the night talking. Is it serious? Me, I'm still young, but I hope that things will change. This is what I'm sharing this. I'm very serious. I want to share that. And especially, we should have taken experience from COVID time. During COVID time, there were meetings where people were in different countries. You agree with me? And then when you see the agenda during COVID time, they can say like at 10 a.m., we have session 4 at 10 a.m. Sometimes you connect at 10 a.m., they are in session 2. Is it serious? No, it's not serious. Because I think now in all meetings, this is why we are the youth here. We need to change things. And I think we can change, because business money, the energy you are putting in this meeting, the energy you are putting is very good. But we cannot get result if you don't manage time. If I have something to say, if it is time, I should just keep quiet. And then after break, we take the time to talk. And we can have more time during the coffee to talk. So because of that, I just have 3 minutes now. Now,
your 5 minutes starts now.
Yeah, thank you very much. So to say I can briefly, because we have a session tomorrow, CR6 for ICANN, CR6 tomorrow. And what we are going to talk about is the next round of new generic top-level domain name. Simply what ICANN is doing, ICANN is just playing a part in the ecosystem, ICANN, a part, because we have other organizations, we have ISOC, we have many other organizations, also ITU, you have a lot of organizations, but it is very important that we know what ICANN is doing. Today, when we talk about internet, we have to also have in mind that internet is just a tool. But sometimes when you see people, internet for them is I don't want to name some services. Internet is services today. So the person is using internet to do something, the person thinks that is internet. So we have a lot of services we as youth, we can use internet for. And we have a lot of opportunities. Why? Because ICANN is working I can say two main areas ICANN today. ICANN is working on 2 main areas. The first one is the top level domain names, I think we have all an email address. We have all an email address. So who can give me what you have at the end of your email address? Who can tell me?
.com.
Who can give me something at the end of your email address?
.org.
Org, MG, ET, FR, GH, exactly. Which one? Org. Okay, so one role of ICANN globally is to manage this top level domain name. So this is one thing ICANN is doing. So simply we have to understand that is the one main goal objective or the role of ICANN, managing the top level domain name. And for the top level domain name, you have two. One is for the countries, and the other group we call them the generic top level domain name. Someone mentioned ET, it is for Ethiopia. Someone mentioned FR, it is for France. Someone mentioned NG, it's for Nigeria. So all this code, when to go, they call their ISO code. So I can use the ISO code to delegate the management of the CCTLD to an entity. So that is one role of ICANN. So that is, ICANN is doing that, and ICANN have to ensure that if someone has an address ending by .et, .ng, .org, it should be working all the time. So ICANN is playing a technical role. We are not going to go to talk about the detail. We call the root. The root is where you have information about these top domains. You have information there. So it is very important for ICANN to maintain the root. And ICANN is also working again what we call root operators. So people are technical, go to ICANN.org, and then we're going to distribute some flyers tomorrow in our session. The second part, the second role ICANN is playing is to allocate number resources. Why? If you take your mobile phone now, you type, what is my IP? What is my IP? You see a response from your telephone, your mobile phone, like on Google, what is my IP? You see your IP address. So these IP addresses, they are allocated to your systems from the operators or from your connection. So when I came here, for example, from the airport, I took a SIM card. So once I'm connected with my telephone, I have what we call an IP address. It's not just telephone. We are talking today about Internet of Things. We have many things connected, cars connected, light connected, refrigerator connected, everything connected. So everything connected to the internet has an IP address. So the role of ICANN also is to give block of IP addresses to organization within the 5 regions. So in Africa, you hear about Afrinic. Afrinic is the organization in Africa receiving blocks of number resources and distributing to the users. That is the second role of ICANN. The third one is the policy, the protocol parameters, and this is why your role is very important. When you come to ICANN, what I want to say before closing is that we have a website where you can go and learn more about what I'm saying. We have a lot of topics. It is called learn.icann.org. When you go there, the organizer will distribute I have like 10 slides for what I'm saying now. The organizers will distribute these slides with you. So you go to learn.icann.org. You know more about what I'm saying. Again, there is a program we call the Next Gen program, where we give opportunity for youth to attend ICANN meetings. We have 3 ICANN meetings every year. The first one this year was in Rwanda. The second one, the first one was in Rwanda. The first one was in Puerto Rico. The second one was in Rwanda. So you can see she was in the last meeting of the year in Istanbul, in Turkey. So she was in the last one. So ICANN is giving opportunity to you to come to these meetings, but the Next Gen program, go and read that. We give scholarship to the region. Like if you're in that region, an ICANN meeting is happening in that meeting, and you are selected, you have the ticket, you have the accommodation, and then you have something in your pocket, and you stay for 1 week to know more about ICANN, and then you can present also idea to the community. So that is what we call the Next Gen program. But if you have over than 30, you cannot apply for the Next Gen program. There's another program called the Fellowship program. The Fellowship program is for everyone. So these 2 programs also, please go to the ICANN website, and we have closed the application for the ICANN 82 happening in Seattle. And also the application for the June also. Yeah. So that one also, I think it's only for people who have been fellow one time. So for the June meeting, we have the last meeting in, I think, Oman. You go to ICANN website, you see that you can apply. You can, if you go to the ICANN website, please get involved, participate in meeting, even if you cannot travel, because when you are going to apply, you put some information that, okay, I'm interested by this and that. So you have a lot of opportunity at ICANN, I'm telling you. And ICANN is not just the staff. We have the communities. You can play important roles. You can be in groups where you contribute to the policy. So I want to stop there. Thank you so much for giving me extra time. I'm around. Tomorrow we are here. I'm here all the week. And then feel free to come to me. We can discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Ovi. I've never benefited from an ICANN program because I haven't applied, I haven't given it a chance, but I have colleagues like Amina here who have actually been ICANN fellows, and I can attest to the work that they're doing. In fact, I would invite Amina to say just a few things to it.
I just wanted to add that for the people that have never attended an ICANN meeting, if you do go on the website or if you join a meeting, don't be discouraged when you see a lot of acronyms, GNSO, GAG, CCTLD, GNSO. With time, you will begin to actually speak in those acronyms. In fact, I make the mistake sometimes when I'm talking to people, I just say the acronyms and assume everyone knows it. But just don't be discouraged. Once you're involved in the meetings, you will become familiar with the acronyms. Thank you.
I'm fully convinced now. We are all going to join, right?
We'll give it a shot. We'll definitely give it a shot. Thank you so much for that, Amina. And maybe I would also encourage you to join the session tomorrow. You said it's at CR6, yes? What time? 9 a.m. So if you're here, I would recommend that you join this session to learn more about it. He did share some slides that he wanted to present, but because we gave him so little time, he's not able to. But we will distribute that in the IGF youth community so that you can have access to it and look at it at your convenience. So we'll go ahead and take some remarks from UNECA.
Thank you. Thank you for the organizers for including me in this session. Okay, I want to focus on UNECA's or ECA's work, particularly engaged or focused on the youth. Most importantly on youth focused opportunities so that you can learn from our programs and know more how ECA operates when it comes to engaging the youth. So UNECA mainly partners with member states, the government, especially for the section I'm working. I'm a program coordinator for the it's a long section, but I'm going to say it. I'm a program coordinator for the frontier, for emerging and frontier technologies, innovation and digital transformation section. So we highly focus on key areas, key thematic areas within the internet and digital transformation sector or efforts. So one of it, as you can see, is the Internet Governance Forum, which ECA is one of the organizers. Even though IGF is a community-driven initiative, ECA supports it by hosting it, as you can see. So, but let me narrow it down and focus on specifically on the projects and initiatives we partner with governments and also private sectors, international organizations, so that to benefit and impact the continent youth. Mainly, as I've said earlier, UNECA's efforts are focused in partnerships with member states, with the government through the, mostly in African countries, through the Ministry of ICTs or telecommunication, digital economy, and so on. So through that, we make sure that we target the beneficiaries or audiences. And for example, let's say it can be on capacity building initiatives, it can be on policy formulation initiatives, and so on. The other thing is we also focus on mainly capacity building of capacitating the youth to become, we start from the young age. For example, one of our initiatives is called Connected African Girls. It's a coding series. It's an initiative focusing on girls from 12 to 25 years old, and we give them the basic foundations. But I know the audience here is not within that age category, or you might be, but I think if you're here, you're more advanced than foundation skills. Now these days, everyone can code, I guess. So let me give you one very interesting initiative that we partner up with member states and also private sectors. It's called Tech Africa Women. I know I'm speaking only a women-focused or girl-focused initiatives, but I'll also talk about one more additional initiative that would be interesting for everyone here. So, but to say something about the Tech African Women, it's highly targeting women from the age 18 to 35 who has idea stage tech startups. You know, everyone has an idea and they have startups, but not everyone is successful unless they get through the right channel to grow their business and their startups. So this Tech African Women, we run an application. We had phase one. We run this in 4 countries. We run an application for women with tech idea stage startups. We select and we mentor them. We put them in incubation programs so that they actually progress their tech idea stage startups up to an MVP level. So this is very initiative startup, and you can go. I mean, at the end, I'll come on how you guys can read more about this and how you can be able to participate on the next phase of this program. So this is one initiative that you need to know to take so that you can have the opportunity to join. The other one, the very interesting one, you know how financial technology, let me know how many minutes I have. Okay, so the financial technology. Here we're partnering up with Ant Group. I don't know how many of you know Ant Group. It's under the big holding company Alibaba. So Ant Group is focused on financial technology capacity building. So this organization has partnered up with ECA to make sure that practitioners that are interested in financial technology capacity building a free self-paced online course. So it works through a referral system. ECA has its own referral code that we can disseminate for interested learners on financial technology. It's a very interesting program. It talks about AI, blockchain, digital banking, mega successful companies in Asia are the ones leading this and giving the lecture. So it's very important. It's called 10 times 1000 Tech for Inclusion. You can look it up, and if you're interested to apply for this, it's self-paced for 28 days. You can benefit from this. What I want to say, you know, all of us come here. All of us come here, we hear what ICON is doing, we hear what UNICA is doing and other organizations, but they come and ask me, how do we get to these opportunities, right? How do we be part of this? And for us, we say we work with member states, but we're working with member states to actually get to you. So you have to do your part too. So one thing is coming to this kind of networking events and awareness creation events and forums. You have to be really active to be engaged in this kind of initiatives. The other thing I would say, the easy one is, for example, for UNICA, if you go to UNICA website and then go to the specific division, for example, our division, all our works are there, okay? We post everything, the initiatives, the focal person, reach out to the focal persons, you know, I have this startups, you know, I'm interested, can I be part of this program? You have to be active in order to get these opportunities. You have to go beyond just coming to forums and sitting. You have to reach out to the organizers, to the focus of these projects to make sure that you benefit out of this. One interesting, just one more initiative. As I said, we partner up with Google as well on capacity building, and Google has a large capacity building programs in Africa. They have coders, mentor clubs and everything. So we also have a program with Google on capacity building. So please reach out to me if you're interested to get this kind of opportunities. The other one, we just had a bilateral meeting with a company called Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. They just pitched a very interesting, I think I'm learning about it just now, but just to mention it, Women in Digital Economy Fund. I'm not sure if you've heard about YDEF, okay? Yeah, you know it? Yes, okay. So even YDEF now, they're asking us, ECA, to partner up and to reach a wider audience for this kind of applications. You can read more about it, it's YDEF. So see, organizations come to UNECA. to get to the population, the community. So when we get this kind of partnerships, we want to reach to you, to the youth to benefit. So please reach out to us. We have so many opportunities focused on youth and this digital transformation efforts. Thank you, and you can have my contacts from the organizers.
Thank you so much for that. And I think there actually are a lot of opportunities there, guys. There are a lot of opportunities. And I just wanted to confirm one thing. So these opportunities that are available for young people, young women, can they be found on their website when the applications are actually open?
Yes.
Okay. So the UNECA website is uneca.org, no? Yes. So you can just like maybe write that down in your notes or somewhere, and at your own convenience, at your own free time, you can check it out. And do you have a mailing list?
Yes, we do have a mailing list for all the beneficiaries or community that we've worked with or with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe if like a mailing list where if when opportunities, new opportunities come, you send it to that. But if not, you can also just keep an eye on the website regularly. And what we will do also is to kind of ensure that if you do want to be involved for one reason or another, want to share contacts, we can easily share her email, and then she will connect you with the right program or right fellowship or training that you would like to apply to. I do hope that the reporters are kind of taking note of these various programs that have been mentioned by the stakeholders here. You wanted to add something?
Yes, I wanted to say, like, even if we don't have a database for new people that are interested in our initiatives, as I've said earlier, on each particular project, we have a focal email on the website. And when you go to the website, you have to search like their events page, press releases and everything, and also a specific division. Like we have 9 divisions in UNECA. Okay, I'm talking about only the division that's we're focusing on technology. Okay, you have to go to those specific divisions and be able to contact. Okay, create network. Make sure that that person, that organization knows you, so that it can be part of the next initiative that concerns you.
Yes. Thank you so much for that. Like she said, just when you come to these forums, don't just sit and listen to the stakeholders or the panelists talk and maybe ask a question or there. Network with them after, exchange cards. I mean, we just secured a card from Nigeria here, this man here. We just exchange a card to see how best he can support the work that the Africa Youth IGF is doing as well. So on this panelist as well, we have one of the beneficiaries of the Internet Society Youth Ambassador Program. So can you please tell us about your experience through the application? Maybe if you have any advice on the youth or young women trying to reach out to opportunities and how best they can leverage these opportunities as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariam. Thank you to the previous speakers. I have also taken notes of some of the opportunities I can engage with after this session. My name is Tabitha Ongeshi. I'm an Internet Society Youth Ambassador. And just to share my experience, before I became an ambassador, I was serving in the Internet Society local chapter. I was the communications, I don't want to say manager, let me say specialist. So I was running all communications for the Kenyan chapter. I was running the Twitter, LinkedIn, updating the website, and also rapporteuring the events. And with that, I got to connect with a lot of professionals in the Kenyan space, and I started going global. Sometimes young people can get lost, in the local space and forget that there's a huge global space out there waiting for them. So I applied to be an Internet Society Youth Ambassador, and I got it for the second time. So don't give up. It's a long process and it's worth it because you get to learn so much and you get to meet a lot of young people from across the world doing different things in the internet space. So to come and talk about my experience as a youth ambassador in the last stages, after going through the training, which was capacity building on communication skills, diplomacy, project management, entrepreneurship, and these courses were delivered by experts you would not imagine that you would have access to, are very accomplished scholars in the internet field, and I got to learn so much from them. And I have used that knowledge over time. You can attest to this moment. and other moments where I have been a speaker. All this knowledge, all this experience I have gained from the Internet Society through the weekly Zoom sessions that we've been having, very rigorous trainings and assignments from Tori. Hi, Tori. Yeah, she's been very supportive throughout the whole fellowship process. So I'm so grateful for her. The other opportunity I would like to talk about is the Early Career Fellowship. This and the Youth Ambassador program opens every year. For the Internet Society Youth Ambassador program, it closed just, I think, a month ago. So it opens again next year. Even the Early Career Fellowship opens early next year. Check the Internet Society website for that, or you can look for me after the session. I'm happy to share with you. And then for the young people in the room, try and find out if you have a local Internet Society chapter. In Kenya, we have. When I was in Istanbul for ICANN, I met someone from Ireland, and they were telling me that, you know, we don't have an Internet Society local chapter. And I led them to the Internet Society website where they were able to see the whole process of starting a chapter, get 25 people, register them as a member, talk to the right people. I can connect you to those people, start a chapter in your country. And if a chapter exists in your country, try and find out who is the leader. What does the leadership team look like? How can I contribute? How can I use my skills to improve the process of the Internet Society in my country? The other thing I would like to talk about is the gender standing groups and special interest group. This is a very important space within the Internet Society to connect with like-minded professionals, to address challenges that face the internet, for example, gender issues, accessibility issues, internet affordability issues, education issues facing the internet. And also it's a great space to collaborate with other professionals to organize sessions such as this one. Some of us just met in the internet space and were able to come together and organize these sessions to address very specific problems facing the internet. The last part I would like to talk about is the Internet Society Grants Program by the Internet Society Foundation. And I think one colleague has left, but we have one, Innocent. Please make sure you've spotted him. Innocent, can you lift your hand?
I'm telling Innocent I want him to employ me. I'm looking for opportunities, Innocent. Employ me.
Yeah, if you want some money, look for him. Anyway, I'm kidding. If you check the Internet Society Foundation website, they have several grant opportunities that you can apply to. And for example, number one, connecting the unconnected. I know about that. You can actually start an internet. You can set a community network in your country by just securing funds from the ISOC team. And they also do capacity building on the same. So it's a very supportive and intentional process, which I encourage all of you to take advantage of. I don't want to talk too much. If you need more information, please look for me and also check out the internetsociety.org website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must say, I'm also a proud youth ambassador. I know there are many people in this room who are, but let's see your hands up. I know Innocent. Innocent, you are one. And Noha too is also one. Agnes is also one. And Kip is also one. And we are all proud, say, descendants of the Internet Society. Thank you very much. Mariam, over to you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for shedding light on your experience regarding your experience with the ISAC Youth Ambassador Program. It's one of the very proficient ambassador programs that introduce people to internet governance. I unfortunately have not been a fellow, but I'm quite familiar with the work that the Internet Society does, and I'm familiar with people who have also benefited from the opportunities that Internet Society provides. This calls for the end of these opportunities. We will reflect it on the report, and we will reflect it on a small document that the steering committee of the Africa Youth IGF intend to release, just to kind of highlight some of the important things, because this conversation since the morning today was very insightful. There were important deliberations made by the panelists all through, and I think before the report is finalized, we still need to put out something for the people to see and reflect on. And I was also thinking, and I apologize to my teammates who I didn't get to run this through, but I also want to share with the rest of the community that we provide a community document where we it's going to be an open document where everyone can add as comments or suggestions, where some of the key takeaways from this, although it will be reflected in the report, but some of your personal key takeaways from this that we've reflected on between from here up to Friday maybe, and we kind of turn that document into something substantial and reflected during the IGF forum, the Youth IGF forum that is going to be in Riyadh, Saudi. And in fact, on that note, we will be having Anya Jengo from the UN IGF Secretariat, who will give us a way forward in the next few minutes. But before that, I just want to, in case I don't get to do it again, Kate is from the Kenya Youth IGF, and there were some Kenyans who had reached out to me here that they want to be involved in the Kenya Youth IGF. Kate, can you please stand up just so they see you and can reach out to you outside? So this is Kate Andrea. So if you're interested in Kenya and want to be involved in the Kenya Youth IGF, you can reach out to him. Once again, a round of applause for our panelists here. And now we will.
Mariam, just a quick one.
Yes, go ahead.
When you talk about ICANN fellowship, in case there are those that have applied quite a lot of times and they haven't gone through, I'll be happy to guide because I've been a fellow twice. Okay. And I've been in the ICANN space since 2019, so I can at least give some guidance where possible. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Levy. Thank you so much for that. Again, join the ICANN session tomorrow, CR6 at 9 a.m. and also connect with Levy over there. He's very technical, so I'm sure that's why he's been in the ICANN ecosystem since. And now we will go over to Anya, who will shed some light on the way forward, next steps and way forward, and road to IGF Youth in Riyadh. Anya, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mariam, and I hope you can hear me. On the most important point, to sincerely congratulate you for organizing once again a successful Youth African IGF. I think as every year, you just overseed all the expectations. And it's really encouraging and motivating to see so much, not just expertise, I think there is expertise, but so much commitment and enthusiasm and this ownership of the processes that exist with all of us for almost 2 decades now, from this newer generation of those who soon will be taking the positions of power, of decision-making. And in that sense, I once again really thank you. It's wonderful to be able to be part of these processes. I was supposed to connect this morning, but now I'm actually glad that I'm connecting at the end because there's much to say on the really successful discussions that were hosted over the past couple of hours today. And particularly, I refer to some of the issues that you've outlined clearly through your multi-stakeholder discussions, which will undoubtedly be very important inputs to the global IGF and to the global community. And I am not saying this without a reason. We mustn't forget that you represent basically what's the strongest asset of the region. Young people as the youngest continent. And I always underline that because the future really is about those who are tomorrow, as I said, taking the positions of power of decision-making. And it's so motivating, I think, and encouraging to see that our next generation of senior leaderships will be coming into those positions with already excellent understanding of the good values, of multi-stakeholder model, of openness, inclusiveness, of the human rights that should guide our governance of the internet and associated tools and technologies, overall speaking. So I'm really looking forward to see all these young leaders tomorrow, as I said, taking even more responsibilities and driving us to a more sustainable, brighter future. As I said, all the outputs from this important day, and of course tomorrow and the day after from the African IGF will undoubtedly be valuable to the 19th annual IGF meeting, which very soon will be hosted in Riyadh by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from 15th to 19th of December. We are now currently here sitting at the Secretariat, probably in the most intensive work phase every year, just because we are basically days now apart from being in Riyadh and welcoming the global community to come and to address some of the most pressing issues related to digital governance, to internet governance overall, and the models that are at the heart, well, the values that are at the heart of the IGF model. Primarily, I refer to the multi-stakeholder model. It is a very important year, and I believe it will make the IGF in Riyadh different than other IGFs so far because of the important year in terms of the processes that are now coming to the stage where we will look a little bit back to see what has been done so far. We will focus on the status quo to voice our concerns in terms of the issues that still persist. And hopefully we as a global community will give good ideas for possible solutions for a way forward, long-term speaking, so that digital really works for people and for bringing sustainable development to everywhere. I, of course, refer to the 20 years review of the World Summit on the Information Society. We are now entering a very intensive preparatory phase, which is not, of course, led by the UN, but certainly it's led, I would say, by the global community. And that's why this meeting in Riyadh will be extremely important, where we will be looking in the past 20 years what we have all done so far, what maybe hasn't been done, be constructive in our criticism, and most importantly, be firm on our values that we want to preserve for the digital that has really immense potential to work for making our lives overall better, and with that, our societies and our world globally speaking. So that is something that we are preparing for in the IGF in Riyadh. All this is, of course, informed and complemented by the recently adopted Global Digital Compact. I've heard today, I've been on and off connecting to the streaming, that you've been referencing quite a lot, the Global Digital Compact, with right, and thank you for that. It is a process that should be owned by everyone, just as WISIS, everyone that basically lives on our planet, just because it relates to the digital, and digital relates one way or another to our lives. And so in that sense, we will be, of course, also informed by next stage of the Global Digital Compact implementation phase. We will be discussing how that will reflect all of us within our respective stakeholder groups, disciplines, positions, even geographic positions, depending where you are. As you know, digital divide very much relates also to those factors. And I'm hoping that we will see many of you joining us in Riyadh. The draft program is already on the website, and if you visit the website, you will see quite a lot, I would say, content. There are more than 300 sessions of different type, gathering initiatives, organizations, stakeholders from around the world of various backgrounds, discussing issues which are something that touches all of us. But if you look at the agenda, then you will see that there is a little bit of dominance by certain areas, specifically related to our sub-teams. A lot of the discussions will be focusing on governing artificial intelligence. A lot of them will be set up in the framework of respecting human rights online. Of course, innovation is extremely important, but then how to balance innovation with our rights and also our freedoms, safety and security overall is something that will be discussed. There is the interesting and important, I would say, paper output of their work produced by the IGF's leadership panel. It's called The Internet We Want. It's a very robust document, contains really a set of principles and values that should guide the overall internet governance ecosystem, stemming from the more than 20 years of experience, looking back through the WISIS processes as well. And so that is something that also is informing overall discussions at the IGF 2024, and we will be hopefully seeing some progress within those values as well. And then finally, I want to speak a little bit about the importance of youth. I think nothing is a testament to the importance, but also dedication of the global community to working with and for young people than the youth IGFs that exist around the world. And a concrete example you've just showed us all today through the African Youth IGF. We are very much grateful, first of all, that we have now more than 174 national, regional, and youth IGFs that are very much youth-focused and youth-oriented. And in that sense, they are our critical partners where we are understanding how to best build digital capacity with the newer generations. Through the IGF Youth Track, throughout this year, we at the Secretariat have had such a great pleasure to work with young leaders from all over the world on unpacking artificial intelligence and its good governance, just because that's something that young people see as this year's priority. And we have been focusing on various aspects of that important topic. The very last capacity development session was actually successfully hosted earlier today in the framework of the African Youth IGF. And I want to thank all the colleagues who worked on it. It's a product of really months of work. And soon we will be having concrete outputs of it just to see what the whole discussion resulted in. And then that's the fourth capacity development workshop. That workshop is informing, well, the big day for all of us, something that we have been working for the past couple of months since the beginning of the year, and that is the IGF 2024 Global Youth Summit. The summit will be hosted on 15th of December, so at the beginning of the IGF, as an intergenerational dialogue, focusing on the AI and how it's impacting education in traditional, but also in these more modern, innovative concepts. Many of the young people that are also there in the room will be with us in Riyadh. I expect we will have a really valuable dialogue that I hope, using the advantage that the world related to digital governance will be in Riyadh, that summit will really inform the world about what young people think, what young leaders can do if we all join forces for as I said, better quality of our lives. And education, certainly as our human right, is something that is critically important to everyone, regardless of age, regardless where you are. And unfortunately, it's something that not everyone enjoys in every part of the world. And digital maybe has a potential there to change that. So that's something that we are preparing for. Currently, there are more than 4,000 participants registered for the IGF. We expect, of course, these numbers to really rise high in the next couple of days, as from our previous experience. A number of high-level officials already confirmed their participation. Also understanding, as I said at the beginning, that it's an important year. So I expect that Riyadh will also welcome a lot of ministers, a lot of CEOs, leadership from private sector, technical community, leaders coming from the civil society, from the academic institutions, from more than 175 different countries, if not even higher. It's the first IGF that will be in the Middle East, in the MENA region, and after the beginnings when we had the IGF in MENA region in Sharm el Sheikh. So this is something that now is moving us to the Middle East, and we are excited to connect better also with that region. I hope that you will also take that opportunity to better just engage and network with colleagues from the region. And overall speaking, I think there's really a lot to expect from Riyadh, a lot to ask for it as well. The forum is yours. It belongs to everyone. It's a people's focused forum. And I hope that every single person of us really feels that ownership of something that all of us, one way or another, were building for the past 20 years and now have really strong, I think, robust structure to work with to ensure that digital technologies really work for all of us for our benefit. So with that, I will stop here. I'm not sure about the time. Probably I was going over time, but it's exciting for me, I have to say, to connect after the exciting day that I witnessed. Once again, thank you so much. I will remain online if you have any questions. My email also, I'm sure, is a public record everywhere. Please connect, and I hope to see you soon in Riyadh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anya. And I think that was quite a detailed info on how to next steps and how to move forward to Riyadh. And we would also like to thank the IGF Secretary. They've always been supportive rather of the Africa IGF and other regional initiatives as well. They've supported in resource, they've supported in funding, they've supported in always being available when we have questions or need advice. And we really commend you guys for that. And we will also take some remarks from the very distinguished leader in ICTs in the field of telecommunications. Honestly, he is the Chief of Technology and Innovation Section here at UNECA, Dr. Maktar, and I would really like you to give him a round of applause as well. He's been very supportive of the Africa Youth IGF, and actually he's our friend, he's our mentor, and I will just take a few remarks from him as well.
Thank you very much, Mariama, and good afternoon. Thank you also, Anja, for your participation and your very comprehensive speech. First of all, I would like to welcome you at the UNECA for this third edition of African Internet Governance Forum. The youth track is very important. Why? Because you are in the forefront of this digital revolution in Africa. And you will be the leader, the future leader to drive innovation and internet governance in the continental level. Why today? I would like to talk about with you on 4 points only. First, on digital inclusion. Second point, digital skills. Third, cybersecurity and digital innovation. Why is this 4 points? When it digital inclusion, we need to involve all youth in the digital economy. As you know, in Africa, we have a lack of connectivity, and a lot of youth doesn't have access to internet, to study, to do a lot of things to improve their education. Why we need to put in place the right infrastructure, the adequate infrastructure, and also to bridge this digital divide and this meaningful connectivity in order that all young Africans can have access to internet. It calls for policy intervention. It calls for investment. We require also the participation of the private sector to support the youth because we wanted to create welfare for the continent. The second point, digital skills. The future is internet, is a digital technology. We talk about AI, we talk about nanotechnology, we talk about blockchain. It's where we can create jobs for African countries. And this digital technology provides every year more than 22 million jobs for African youth. And we need to have the right skill for the 4th industrial revolution. How we can use a digital AI on the manufacturing side, how we can use AI on agriculture, how we can use AI or emerging technology to mitigate this climate change. It's why you have a big role in getting the right skills to be ready for the 4th industrial revolution. Third, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity has become a reality in the continent. You are facing a lot of challenges because you are all in this social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, every day you are facing some cybercrime activity. And you need to know how you navigate it. You have to be educated, how you navigate it in this digital era. It's very important. What kind of information I should provide, how I can share my data, with whom I can share my data. It is something very important, especially for the young lady. Yeah? It is something very important you have to take into consideration. We have this cybersecurity culture. for the young generation for Africa. Because if you don't secure the cyberspace, we are not going to take benefits of this wonderful technology. As you know, we talk about AI will generate across the world by 2030, $15.2 trillion. And African country can get $1.2 trillion. We can get it if we have the right skill. Also, we can know how we navigate it on this cyberspace. The last point, digital innovation. Yeah, you are the future for Africa. Yeah. The youth Africa are very smart. When you look at around all the country, you go to Nigeria, to Ghana, to Egypt, Kenya, Rwanda, Senegal, Ghana. We have a lot of innovation developed by our young generation. We are very proud of them. But we need also to promote this innovation. How we can promote this innovation? Through sound regulation. When you talk about AI, we don't need to have a regulation on AI. We need to have a framework for AI to promote this innovation. And also, I would like to encourage you all to develop your idea. Don't hesitate. If you have any idea, try to do something, develop one application, work together. We have several experience across the continent. We have this Connect African Girl Coding Camp. We organized since 2000 across 8 African countries. And we train more than 40,000 young girls. I think so I found some ladies here who was trained by this. And this lady developed around 282 projects, innovative projects in all areas. You can't imagine this idea generated by this young generation. We have innovation is in Africa. We need to promote and also to put all the effort at the country level to give this right skill to the young girl, young people, to provide the right skill, right regulation, also to safeguard this use of this internet. I would like to highlight this 4 point. I think it's very important for you as youth, because everything we talk is about for you. Everything we do is for you. We adopted last 2 months ago the Global Digital Compact at the world level and the future we want. And the Global Digital Compact, as was highlighted by Anja, we have 5 objectives for the Global Digital Compact. One, it is the digital divide and connectivity. It is something very important for youth. The second objective is to expand this inclusion and also the benefits of the digital opportunity of the digital technology for all. The third one, it is about data, the governance of data. The fourth, cybersecurity. And fifth, it is the governance of AI. I think you are all in line with these 5 objectives, and I encourage you to work together and to in line with these 5 objectives. And finally, I would like to congratulate everyone here. And I think it was, you have a wonderful discussion. And the discussion should be not finished today. Try to have a working group through WhatsApp or any means of social media to continue the discussion, to exchange ideas and to work together. Yeah, it is what we want in Africa. Africa should be built by African. You have the idea, young from Senegal, from Ethiopia, from Nigeria, from anyone, Egypt, they can work together to have to develop common project, is my advice. From this, as of today, you can have several working group, and you think about it is you create, and after you will get support from private sector, from member state, and from your health here. Jameson, you are here. You got private sector. You can help them to make reality their ideas. They have a lot of ideas, but the issue we have to make reality this idea. It is a message I would like to pass to you. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bata. Thank you so much first for taking time to join us today and deliver this closing remarks. And thank you for your kind words and your wise words as well. I think your your colleague here mentioned many of the initiatives that UNECA is currently doing and listed those opportunities that are available for young people, for women and girls. And I think it's really commendable the work that UNECA is doing. And thank you so much for your mentorship and your support to youth-led initiatives as well. And online, we will take our closing from Lily Edinam, who is not with us in person, but is a dynamic youth coordinator and couldn't join us here. She had to leave a meeting to give this closing remarks. So Lily, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you're joining in. I know in others, it is around 5 p.m. But before we get started, can we do a round of applause first for the team, second for our sponsors, third for you who is in the room. So let's just start with a round of applause. So if you can do virtual, if you can do in person, that's amazing. So what we just saw today is a culmination of what everybody brings to the table and how all of us collectively can shape our dream digital future. And when we look at a topic that is even overarching for all IGFs around the world, we look at the idea of multi-stakeholder, or as people will say, the multi-stakeholder approaches to how we shape our dream internet. And I just want to say that in the room today, we've seen the zeal, the enthusiasm, the expertise of young people come into play. So for all of us in the room, we have brought our ideas, but it doesn't end there. There's an opportunity for us to continue with our advocacy, continue with our work, continue with our recommendation building, and all of those will shape what it is that we envision for our dream future. So from our discussion today, we have seen that the young people actually are looking to engage, are involved, and looking to bring their ideas to the forefront. In closing, we want to say that please engage us, please invite us, listen to us, and don't just listen, but actively hear us out and put our thoughts even into practice or implementations, or maybe consider our ideas even for future work. And if need be, invite some of the young people to help in the implementation. With all this, we want to say the work doesn't end here. All that we've done right now also feeds into the next couple of days where the African IGF is going to be happening, and we want young people to occupy those spaces. Tomorrow, there's a combination or an intergenerational dialogue between parliamentarians and youth, and we want all the young people in this room to attend. We also want for you to continue the engagement in the other sessions and go on to on the global stage, put your voices to use and amplify your voices, even in the global IGF, like you said, in Riyadh, if you travel online or you'll be traveling via the internet to these places. So in all youth, please continue the work. Let's keep actively shaping and let's call out what it is that are challenges and together find solutions to make those challenges into opportunities that we all can benefit from, and we'll also be leaving a lasting legacy for generations yet to come. So thank you all for being an active participant, for being this engaging participant that you are. And again, thank you. And where I come from in Ghana, we say Akwe, so Akwe Kaka. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you so much, Lee. Thank you so much, Lee. And we will hand over the floor to Mohammed. Mohammed, you can close your event. Our host, our very able host. Thank you.
This time I will do it in French. Donc, merci d'être venu. Ce fut un plaisir de vous avoir ici à Addis. Et comme elles l'ont dit, nous allons continuer les discussions et aller à Riyad, que ça soit en ligne ou en présentiel, pour que notre voix ou nos voix soient entendues et aller de l'avant et beaucoup participer aussi au GDC. Il ne s'agit pas juste de l'IGF. Merci d'être venu. Amina, can you translate?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you everyone for coming. Please do engage. Don't be scared to stop anyone in the corridor if you have any questions, any clarification. Follow us on social media. Join the other sessions tomorrow. There are a lot of sessions you can join. Thank you so much, everyone, and see you next year.
Thank you. And once again, just a reminder for those who are trying to engage and be part of the facilitators for the Africa Youth IGF. Again, you can reach out to us by email at IGF at youth@igf.org. So we'll receive the email. I think Anya's email is probably public information right now. She mentioned that, but you can always reach out, and we're outside. So we're here for the next few days. Let's just connect, and thank you very much once again for your time and attention.
And we will take one group picture.
Oh, yeah. We'll take a group photo outside as well. Yes, right where the stairs are. We'll take a group photo there. All right, let's
All of
go.
us. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.